Hello designers and welcome to my comprehensive Affinity Designer tutorial. Whether you're a complete beginner or just brushing up on your skills, this video has everything you need to get started. I'll guide you through the user interface, each tool, each feature, and show you how to get the most out of Affinity Designer in a clear and easy to understand way. Now, it is a very long video, so use the chapters to skip around to the section that you want. Remember, you can always come back. With that being said, time to grab a drink of your choice, sit back, and let's get to it. Before we go ahead and open up Affinity Designer, the vector-based software, I just want to show you the difference between a pixel-based image, like the one on the left, and a vector-based image, like the one on the right. So I'm going to go ahead and just show you. So if I scale it up, take note that it actually looks pretty good quality right now, doesn't it? If I click and scale it up, you can see this quality is lost. You can see it's very pixelated and jagged, the edges. That's because a pixel-based image is made of individual little squares that are called pixels, and they're all different shades of color, and they start to reveal themselves when you scale it up. So if you were to design it this size, yeah, it looks fine to me. As soon as you scale it up, you lose quality. Let's switch to the vector-based image on the right. If I go ahead and scale this up, you'll notice that it has lost no quality. It's very, very sharp. Vector software like Affinity Designer is ideal for creating crisp, scalable designs, unlike pixel-based software where images get blurry when resized. Vector graphics stay sharp at any size. This makes it perfect for creating logos, icons, and illustrations that need to look good on everything from business cards to things as big as billboards. Okay, now we know that, let's go ahead and open up Affinity Designer. So you've just opened Affinity Designer and you're either presented with this screen or a new document setup window. If you're like me and you don't see it, simply head on up to File and New. Here's the new document window. If you want to see this every time you open Affinity Designer, simply click on this little checkbox down here, Show on Startup. Before we set up our new document, I just want to run through everything here so you know and understand what it is. So account is the first one. It'll say who the app is licensed to just under there. And on the right hand side, it says My Add-ons. Now, add-ons are things like brush packs that you might have bought from the Affinity store. You can install and uninstall them from here as it's all from the cloud. If you want to browse the store, just click on the blue button and it will go through to the Affinity store. Moving over to the next section, which is called New, click on that. In this section, you'll be creating your new document, whether it be for web or print. And by the way, if you already know all of this, you can skip to the next section. But basically on the left-hand side, you can scroll down here and think of all of these as presets. Maybe this would be better for print. The end product will be being printed on a piece of paper or something. And then you've got photo or web. So we can go ahead and choose them from here as well. So I just click web there. And I'll choose FHD 1080p. On the right hand side, these are all the settings for that preset. And remember, you don't need to keep these sizes. If you've got your own size in mind, you just type it out there and it's done. So you've got page width, page height, and you see it says PX, that means pixels. So you'll be working in pixels if you create this document. If you don't want pixels, go over to document units, click on that. Maybe you're working in inches, feet, yards, up to you. Then you've got the dots per inch, starts off at 72 there, and you can drag it all the way up, depending if you're going to print, maybe you go a little bit higher to 300. Okay, then you've got create artboard. I want to go into this a little bit more later on, but you can click that and it will create your document with an artboard in place already. Then you've got actual size zoom. I usually leave this on default, but here are some of the options. And then you've got this image placement option, and you've got two options within it, prefer linked or prefer embedded. If you're just starting out, just keep it as prefer embedded. Now, I don't want to go too much into this, but basically it's you telling Affinity how to deal with images, like let's say a photo that you place inside of your Affinity document. If you go for embedded, the photo will be inside of the Affinity file, so the file size will be slightly bigger, but it would be easier just to send to somebody the Affinity file and the photo will be inside of it. If you go for prefer linked, Affinity Designer basically creates a link between the photo, wherever it is on your computer, and the Affinity file. The file size will be a lot smaller, but you just need to be mindful of how you handle and store your files. Make sure they're all in one place, basically, because if you delete or move one of those files from that folder, it will no longer be linked and you'll be prompted to go and find wherever that is. If you want to know more about this or anything Affinity Designer related, simply head on up to the help section, click on Affinity Designer to help, and then just go over to search and we'll just type in embed, press return. And you see here right at the top, embedding versus linking. Go ahead and read that and see what's right for you. But as we're starting out, just keep it as embedded. Okay, moving on to the color tab. This is where you'll choose which color format you'll use. So RGB for more like screens and CMYK for print. You decide which one you want. And also you can use color profile, sRGB, or all of these options here. And you can also start your document off with a transparent background. Remember, you can change all of this later on as well. So it doesn't matter if you make a mistake here. Going over to margins, I don't want to include margins on this one because I'm not going to be creating anything like a magazine or anything like that. Then we've got bleed, you can add that, and scale as well, more for like architecture or people working at certain sizes. So if you're happy with the preset as it is, you can go ahead and press on create. I'm going to show you how to make this section work better for you, because let's say print is right at the top. Maybe you don't design for print very often, and maybe you want web at the top. Simply go to web down here. There it is. And just click and drag it right to the top. Now web is at the top. So every time you open it, it's going to be there. Let's say you choose FHD 1080p. You can mark this as a favorite with this little heart right here. And then you can just go up to show favorites and you'll see there it is. But I never usually do that. I create my own presets and I'm going to show you how to do that right now. So head down to this little icon here. I'll try and zoom in so you can see it. This little icon here is new category. Click on that. And it's telling me to name it. So I'm going to name it Artist Write Presets. And I'll press return. And right at the bottom, there it is. I don't want it to be at the bottom. So click, drag it up to the top. And there it is. Artist Write Presets is up there. So we need to add a preset now. So what I like to do is just make my life easier. I could just click on one of these presets that are already there. So FHD 1080p. Okay. Let's go to layout and just check everything's the way we want it. So I want an artboard in there. So great, I'll click on that. Color, that's fine. Margins, I don't want to include those. And everything else is looking fine. So I'm happy with that. So I'll just go down here on the bottom left and I'll click on add new preset. I'll click it and I have to name the actual preset. So I'll just call this 1920 by 1080. That'll be pixels, of course. Category will be Artist Write Presets, and you can choose a different icon. Click OK, and now you see at the top there we've got one preset in there, and you can keep creating these. So from this section you could just make a square, so 1080 by 1080 pixels. Everything else is fine, and I can go ahead and create another preset from that as well. So go down here to the bottom left, add new preset, and I'll call this 1080 by 1080 and press OK. So now I've got two that maybe I always work with these sizes. This works for me now. If you no longer want this preset, you could just click and delete the whole category, or you can right click on each individual one, rename them or delete them. And the next option on the left-hand side is called Open. If you click on that, it'll open a window so you can search around on your computer for Affinity Designer files that you're already working on. So there's one that I've just placed there, Art in Progress. You can click Open and it will open that document. Note that it says .af design. That is the Affinity Designer file type, by the way. I'm going to press cancel for now. The next one underneath that is recent. I'm not going to click on it because it'll open up all my recent files, but if you've been working on a lot of them, they'll all be in there. And just skipping past templates, there's one called lessons. If I click on that, you can see you can download these 6-minute lessons, these tutorials, if you're using Affinity Designer for the first time. And you've got a few other ones here. I would also suggest you go up to help, and then go to Affinity Designer to Learning Portal. Click on that and it will go through to an Affinity site where you can learn all about it. And the last one on the list before we actually get into the nitty gritty of Affinity Designer, I can show you how it works. The last one is templates. Now this isn't super beginner friendly. This is after you've been designing for a while, but I'm just going to cover it as that's everything covered in this section. Okay, so templates, how do they differ from the presets that we were looking at? Presets are more setting up your document the right way. Templates are where you have design elements already in there. So an example would be, let's say every month you make a new employee of the month design. You've got to change pictures and names. You may as well create a template for that, okay? So that's what we're going to do. So I'm in here, and what do? There are currently no templates. Please add folders containing your templates. So here's how I would do it, okay? So I'm going to go to my desktop, and I'm just going to show you a folder I created, completely empty, artist write templates, okay? And then you got to go ahead and make your design employee of the month. You can see it's an Affinity Designer file. So what I'll do is I'll just double tap that to open it. There it is. Very basic, but imagine these are all pictures here. So every month I'd change the pictures and then the names for the new people that are going to be employees of the month, okay? So it's already a file. I just need to save it as a template. So what I'm going to do is going to go up to File, and then I'm going to export as template. So I'll click on that. You see up here, save as, it says .af template. That's the file type. So I'm going to show Affinity where to save it. So I'll click on desktop, and there's the file, artist write templates. That's the folder, sorry, that I'm going to place it in. I'm going to press save. Okay, that's done. What do we do now? Well, if I go up to file, well, in fact, I'll just click off of that. I'll just press file, new, and then I'll go down to template. Still nothing is there. What do? Well, we have to click on this here, add template folder. I'll click on that, and then I'll click on desktop, and there it is, artist write templates. I'll click on that, and that's it. I press choose. Now you can see my template is there. So every time I open Affinity Designer, every single month, let's say, I just go down to templates, I click on employee of the month, and I press create. Now I'll go in, change the names, Sarah, and then you can go export it. And that's how templates work. Okay, I'm back to the new document setup screen. It's better to get a good foundation at the start so you know what all of this is. If you begin well, maybe you end well, who knows? Anyway, let's begin by creating a new document. So new, let's go to web and just choose full HD 1080p. And we're not going to create an artboard yet, so don't check that. And press create. So we have our new document. Excellent. If you look up here, this is the document name. It says untitled because we haven't saved it. Always save your file, because if you started designing right now and maybe your laptop dies, then you've lost everything, haven't you? So let's go up to File and Save As. And I'll just click on Desktop and we'll call it Affinity Begin. Yeah, Affinity Begin. And I'll press Save. And now it says Affinity Begin. If you've never used a piece of design software before, you'll probably be a little bit overwhelmed by all of these icons, all of the different areas, and wondering where you begin. Well, first of all, I just want to tell you, there's 3 different work areas, if you will, in Affinity Designer, and these are called personas. So if you look in the top left-hand corner, you'll see that there's 3 icons up here: Designer Persona, Pixel Persona, and Export Persona. So it defaults to Designer Persona. And this is where you'll be spending the most of your time creating and editing your vector artwork. So you'll be drawing shapes, using the pen tool, adding color, etc. All vector-based artwork. Moving on to the next one, which is Pixel Persona. If I click on that, you'll notice that some of the tools change and the UI changes slightly, the user interface. This is where you'll be working with pixel-based images, like raster images. Think of things like photos. When you zoom in really far, it starts getting pixelated. They're pixel-based images. And here you'll be adding texture and painting in using like paint brushes and things like that. Just fine-tuning your design, I guess, and you'll be able to erase and smudge just like you would in like Photoshop or something like that. And the final persona is called Export Persona. If I click on that, you'll see the UI changes again, different work area. So once you've finished your design and you're happy with it, you want to export that to a file to share with somebody, whether it's a JPEG or a PNG or a PDF, all of those. So this is a more advanced way of exporting. There is a slightly simpler way, but once you get used to the program, you can use this option. Now, I don't want to overwhelm you, but down here, you see it says slices and Affinity Begin. That's our file that we created. See there, it says PNG. I can export one whole design as a PNG, and at the same time, I can export it as a JPEG, and I can just keep adding different kind of file types down here. So I've got 3 different formats here. I can export a slice, basically that's whichever part of the design you decide to export. I can just press that and it will export all of these at the same time. But we're not going to get into that right now because this is just for beginners, okay? So let's go back to Designer Persona and have a look at the user interface. So remember I said when you set up your document, don't worry if you make a mistake and you want to change the dimensions of it. So this is like our canvas right now, this big rectangle. Don't worry, you can change it. So you see just up here, it says document setup. Click on that and you can change all of the dimensions, etc. to whatever you actually wanted to create. Let's break down the user interface into more easily understandable bite-sized chunks so we know what the purpose of each area is. Okay, so directly in front of me, we have the rectangle we made. That's our canvas. Remember, it's 1920 by 1080 pixels. Think of this as a piece of paper in front of you on a desk. On the left-hand side, we have the tools panel, and in here, it contains all the tools you'll be using to create your new designs. Think of this as a pencil case. You open it up, and you have a pen, a pencil, a paintbrush, and some shapes. If I go ahead and select the pencil tool, for instance, I'll click on that. You'll notice that a new toolbar appears right at the top there. This is called the context toolbar. And basically this toolbar allows us to change how the pencil tool performs. So in its default state, there is no stabilizer on, okay? So if I just click and I just drag here, drag a little line, you can see it's a bit jagged, it's not very smooth. But if I go up to the context toolbar, if I just click on stabilizer, if I select that one, and I do the same again, click and drag, you can see it's a lot smoother now. So the context toolbar allowed me to change how the pencil tool performed. And on each tool that you press, you'll get different options, okay? Now I'll just click on the move tool up here. This is the one you'll be using all the time, by the way. All of them have shortcuts, but this is just the basics of the UI right now. So we'll be getting into it a little bit further on. So this strip right at the top, this one here, this is called the toolbar. And basically in here, it'll allow you to perform quick actions. You can see there's transform, Boolean operations. I'll just click one of them so you see. So if I select the top squiggly line that we made, if I go up to transform and click on this one, it says flip horizontal. It allows us to flip it. So up here are quick actions that you can perform on designs that you've created. Moving on to the right-hand section here. This one is called the Studio panel, and basically it's a bunch of different panels that allow you to do different things with the design that you've created. So if we look up here, the first panel here is called Color, and then you've got swatches and then stroke and appearance. And by the way, you can change the order of all of these, but right now, color, okay? So color, of course, will allow you to change what you've just drawn out. So if I wanted to change the color of this line here, this is called a stroke, by the way, I could just click on this and change the color, okay? But I'll just press Command Z to go back for now. By the way, you'll be using that a lot if you're just beginning. That is going back one step if you've made a mistake. But going back to the Studio panel, just underneath you can see here layers and then brushes, quick effects, etc. This is what you'll be using a lot in your design. So each time that you draw something out, whether it's a shape or a squiggly line or something, it will create a new layer. So you can see I've got 2 lines and I've got 2 layers here. And just underneath there as well, you have a bunch more options. We'll be going into all of this, but one of them is layer effects, where you can start applying different effects to the design that you've just made. I'll just click off of that. So that's the basics of the user interface. By the way, the user interface is customizable. You don't have to have, let's say, color up here. You don't have to have color there. You can move it over there if it's not that important for you. You can also drag it out onto your canvas and you can play around with this. You can have the layers out as well. Let's say if you have 2 screens, this might be quite useful. Or let's say you just want to play around with the color right next to your design. Great. But if you're beginning, and like me, in the early stages, I would play around with these and then I wouldn't know how to get them back to where they were, or the order of things would change and I just wish it would be like when I first opened Affinity. Well, you can reset it by heading up to Window, Studio, and then Reset Studio. Click on that and everything is where it should be. And as you've probably noticed, the user interface is in dark mode, but you don't have to keep it like that. So it's best to set it up the way you like to work from the beginning. So we change that by going up, clicking on Settings here, and then you'll scroll down to User Interface and select that. And then you can go over to UI Style. You see right now it's on dark. I can click Light, and maybe this is easier on your eye or you can work better in this mode. And then you can just go ahead and press close, but I will keep mine on dark for now. Now that you have a good understanding of the user interface, let's briefly touch upon the toolbar up here. As you can see, I have descriptions underneath each of the icons, and this is particularly helpful if you're a beginner and you don't know what each of the icons mean. So I'm going to show you how to customize this section so it looks exactly like mine, and that will be helpful when watching the tutorial. So let's head on up to the top, press View, head down to Customize Toolbar. This pop-up box appears, and this allows me to drag in and out different items to customize it the way I want. So I literally just drag and let go. And if I don't want something in there, I can just drag that out. But the important thing here is right down the bottom, it says Show. It says icon and text, or icon only. If I clicked icon only, you wouldn't see any description, and it might be a little bit more difficult for you to understand. So let's keep it on icon and text. And when you're finished, just press done. Also, the tools on the left-hand side here, you can also customize them. And to make this tutorial easier for you, it's better to have all the icons I have here. It should be the default, but one of my subscribers did ask, where is the knife tool, because it wasn't showing for them. So how we do that, again, we go up to View and we go down to Customize Tools. Click on that. And you see here are all the tools that you can drag and drop to the left-hand side. So for instance, I can drag the transparency tool. I can click and drag that down, and you see it creates a space for them, and then you let go. As you can see, I just have one column down the side. If you would prefer to have two, you can just click down here and choose whichever number you want. I'm going to keep it on 1 and press close. And finally, you can see that I have a ruler on the left and the top. So how you get that to show is you go to View, and then it says here, Show Rulers. And then you can just click on that. See, if I press it, they disappear. And if I go down Show Rulers, there they are. Okay, briefly, I'm just going to show you how I'm navigating around this document, this canvas. I'm using a laptop and a trackpad. So with 2 fingers on the trackpad, and if I do the pinching in movement, I'm zooming out, much like other programs. And then you do the opposite with 2 fingers and you're zooming in. 2 fingers on the trackpad, you can move around like this, so you can go left, right, up, down, etc. Also, you can use some shortcuts. I'll just quickly show you that before I do them. So if you go up to View, you see it says Zoom here. These are all the shortcuts on the right-hand side here. So you can zoom in with the Command plus or Command minus for the zoom out. And then an important one here would be zoom to fit. So Command and 0, and then your document will go to the right size so it fits the screen. So if I just zoom out here, so Command minus, you see I'm zooming out. Look at the shortcuts on the left-hand side. Zoom in. And now I'll try that, Command 0. So Command 0, the canvas is zoomed to fit. Okay, it's time to get started. So on the left-hand side, important note here, when you're beginning, you'll just be clicking on the pen when you want that. You'll be clicking on the pencil when you want that. But I just want you to note that when you hover over one of them, there's a little P next to it. That is your keyboard shortcut. So as you get more familiar with them, you won't want to go ahead and click on that. So I'm in the pencil tool now. If I just click P on the keyboard, now I'm in the pen tool, and V for the move tool. Much quicker, isn't it? So I don't want anybody to get overwhelmed when they start these design programs, because there's a lot to see. I just want you to think of it in basic terms, okay? Here's a piece of paper in front of me, and what are the tools I'm going to be using to create? It's just like your pencil case. A pen can make a mark on a piece of paper. A pencil can too. A paintbrush can, and these shapes can as you drag them on, and also the text tool can. Majority of all of these icons that you see everywhere are just going to help you manipulate those shapes you've initially made. So with that being said, let's get on it. Getting started. Okay, let's start off with drawing out a basic shape. So on the left hand side, I'm going to choose rectangle tool. I'm going to click on that, and I'm just going to click and drag out like that. And as you can see, the default color is this light gray. But for this purpose of this tutorial, I'm going to go over to the color tab, and I'm going to choose orange. I will be going more into the color tab in detail later on, but this is just for the purpose of the tutorial. So I'm going to press delete on that so we can start from afresh. So the first time you click and drag out, what you'll notice is there's a little box with the dimensions in there, and you see it says px, that means pixels, because we're working in a pixel document, because we set it like that. The other thing you'll notice is that I can't exactly draw a perfect square very easily here, and also that it's a rectangle. That's about it. So this is kind of drawing freehand, okay? I'm gonna let go, and now you can see in the Layers tab, we have a new layer, and it says rectangle because we're using the rectangle tool. Okay, I'm going to delete that. So another way is, and watch where my cursor is, if I click and drag out like we did before, but this time I hold down Command on the keyboard, you see it's scaling from the center. So no matter which way I go, it will stay centered. Okay, and then we can just let go and our shape is created. I'll delete that again. As you can see here, the next option is equal dimensions. So if I wanted to draw out a perfect square, by the way, this works for any shape, a perfect whatever shape you're using, circle, triangle. I just click, drag out like we did before. But if I hold down the Shift key, it will keep it in perfect dimensions. So you see there, both width and height are exactly the same. I'll delete that. Also, we can combine these shortcuts. So if we start off, I'll just draw it in the middle there because it makes sense. I'll click and drag. I'll hold down Command, and I will also hold down Shift. And now I can drag from the center outwards. And that is the basics of drawing out your first shape. There is this one other option I will show you, but I never use it, and I don't know many that do, but here it is. Click and drag out, but now just hold Control on the keyboard. And you can see that it's kind of anchored up here on that left edge. And the reason is because we started dragging from the left to right. So if I just click and drag here from this side and I hold down Control, you see it's working in kind of the opposite fashion. I never usually use this. I usually just drag out a square like this, and then I start playing around with rotation, etc. And that's what we're moving on to next. Now that you've drawn your square or rectangle, what can you do now? Well, note that we're still in the rectangle tool. So if we head on up to the Move tool, shortcut is V, click on that. Basically, we can click and drag it around our canvas to wherever we want. Also note that it has a blue outline around it and there's some strange white dots there. What are they? Basically, they tell us we can do things. We can manipulate it further. So if I just hover over this one, it says I can go up and down. So I go up and down. Also works from the side, left and right. Also from the corner, I can scale it down from that corner to the bottom left there. And remember, we can include those shortcuts. So if I want to scale it down perfectly, I can hold down Shift and click and drag down and it won't change its shape. What else can we do? Well, we can head to this section here and we can skew it. So if I click and drag, I can go left and right and it shows the degrees of skewage, I'm going to call it. And you can do that from obviously this little node here, up and down. There we go. Okay, I'll just press Command Z so it goes back to a perfect square again. Let's talk about rotation. Okay, so you can grab this handle here and rotate it from the center, and you can see the degrees of rotation. What if I wanted to get a perfect 90-degree rotation? Well, I could just hold down Shift, click, and you see it moves in 15-degree increments. And there we go. I'm at 90 degrees. I can let go, and that's done. So let's rotate it up a little bit so I can show you how we can include transform. So I'm just going to squeeze this down here. And by the way, if you wanted to squeeze it not just from one side, if you just hold down Command, it squeezes and expands from the center. So if I just leave it where it is, let's head up to the transform panel. There it says flip horizontal. Remember this section here? Remember me talking about the toolbar? Basically, it allows you to do quick actions that you might do quite often. Flip horizontal. I'll click it once. It's done it. If I click flip vertical, you can see it's done it. Probably be better with a different shape, but it is doing what it's supposed to. And let me just change it so this one makes more sense. Rotate anti-clockwise. If I click on that, it's done it. And if I click rotate clockwise, it's done it. So there's some of the actions that you can use. Also, I'll just briefly touch on this, okay? If you wanted to copy this shape and you don't want to try and draw out the perfect one again, you can press Command C to copy, Command V to paste. And you can see in the layers panel, we now have 2 copies. So I can just drag that out. Oh no, but look, it hasn't dragged out in a perfect alignment. So how do I do that? Well, I'm just going to press Command Z and we have our 2 copies. I'm just going to hold down Shift, click, and I'm going to drag. And you see that little line? That's helping me to just drag it out in a perfect horizontal fashion. And I let go and I'm happy with that. So that's one way of doing it. Let me just delete that. A quick way as well would be to just hold down Command, click and drag, and you have your copy. But again, it's down here. It didn't go perfectly horizontal. So I'll press Command Z to go back. And what we're going to do is hold down Command, Shift, click, and drag. Now it's a perfect copy and moved horizontally perfectly as well, so they are aligned at the bottom. But I'm going to be going more into duplication processes later on because there's some very interesting ways of doing it. But let's go back a step. So we have our perfect square again. Okay, now I want to briefly talk about the transform panel. I'm not talking about the transform that we've just used to flip it left and right, up and down. I'm talking about the one that's down the bottom right here that looks a little bit technical. Now maybe you shouldn't play around with this too much when first beginning design, but I'll just briefly touch on it. So you can see here it says W and H, that's width and height. And remember, when I click on this and I sort of try and change the dimensions of it, you can see W and H and it's giving me the readout there. If I go down, I can see that that is the readout of that shape because it's selected. So I can go ahead and just change these. So I just type in 500, press return, type in 500 in height, press return. And now I know that that is perfectly 500 pixels on each side. So what else can we do down here? Well, remember when I rotated the square, you see this little R, it gives me the degrees. Basically, if I look down there on R, it gives me the degrees. So I could just make it 0, press return, and it will go back to being the way it was before. So that's your rotation. And then this one, S, remember when I pressed skew before, when I was doing that, it said S. That is also giving me the skewage, I'm going to call it. I can press 0 on that and make it go back to the way it was before. What else can you do? Well, basically, the X and Y axis, I wouldn't suggest playing around with this at all, but basically this tells you where it is on the page. So X being the horizontal axis from sort of left to right, and Y being the vertical axis. So let's just say I wanted this square to touch that left-hand side. I would just go here to X and press 0, because that's the start of the document, and it will go there. So these are the kind of things that you can do. And lastly, I'll just touch on this. Let's imagine we wanted to rotate it. I'll just rotate it, let's say 45 degrees, and I'll press return. Why has it rotated from a corner? Well, I'll just press Command Z to go back. You see this little design here? Basically, this is telling it where I should rotate from or where I should expand from. So if I just click the center, see that selected now, and now I put in 45 degrees, press return, it rotates it from the center. So I chose the center anchor point. I'll press Command Z to go back. That's the basics of the transform panel. Let's move on. Okay, this is where things get slightly more interesting. Let's delve more into shapes because they're kind of smart. So we know we've dragged out a square here. In fact, let me just change the color of that because I'm getting bored of that one. And now let's drag out a circle. And the reason I'm doing this, by the way, is to show you that you can use the context toolbar to manipulate the initial shape. So I'll just go down and long press on this one here, and we get more options. I'm going to click on Star Tool, and I'm going to click and drag out a star. I'm going to hold Shift so it stays in the correct dimensions, both sides. What else will I choose? Maybe the cog tool and one more. Let's go for the pie tool because I want to show you something about that. Okay. Going back to the move tool, I'm on the move tool now. I'm going to zoom in so that we can have a look. So I'm just pinching with the trackpad inwards like that. Okay, so I've selected my square. Up here in the context toolbar, there is an option that says corner. And if we click on that, we can click on rounded. And you see what it does? It rounds off those pointy edges. And it also says 25% there, radius. So if I click on that, I drag up, all the way up, it turns into an actual full-on circle, just like the one on the right. And I can click all the way back and it will go back to how it was before with the pointy edges. So this context toolbar has allowed us to manipulate these shapes because they're kind of smart. Another thing I wanted to mention, if you don't like dragging these sliders around like this and you want a more visual edit, you can go ahead and click on the node tool. So you see this tool over here, the shortcut is A. If I click on this, you'll see now we have these little red dots on the corners. And basically these are the locations that we can edit because they're kind of smart shapes, right? So up here it says 24%. If I click and drag this, you'll see the percentage change. So I can just make my edits directly on this square. Okay, I'll just leave that there for now. And let's move on to the next one. The circle. What could you possibly do with a circle? Well, the context toolbar is telling me I can turn it into a donut in one click or a pie. So let's click donut. Once I've clicked that, I have many more options. Whole radius, let's play around with that. Start angle, and you know what? I don't know what the start angle is, so I will just go down and play around with the nodes because I'm in the node tool, right? So I could just click on it like this, and let me click around with this one. Oh, okay, so that is the start angle. I do actually know, but you know what I mean. So I'm just kind of moving this around and it's giving me kind of these snapping points, like that's 90 degrees. And so I prefer to edit visually, so I'll play around with these. And now let me just press close Pi and it will make it go back to before. I will just press Command Z to go back, okay? So Command Z, all the way until it goes back to being a circle again. Now I want to convert it to a pi. So I'm going to click on that and now we get our options. Because I'm still in the node tool, I can click on one of these and change the pi. Good for making pie charts or Pac-Man maybe. So that's what that's allowed us to do. And if I just zoom out real quick, remember over here, I added a pi. These are all just kind of presets. Some of them can turn into other shapes as well, like the square turned into a circle, etc. So you choose the one that's right for you. I like these ones, okay, because you can add more points to it. So right now I can see this one, I can make it slightly fatter, and this one I can make those edges in the corner there quite round. And I can also click on this one and it kind of pulls it out. You see that guide? Pulls it out so it's almost like a flower. But what I can also do with this is I can go up to points and I can just drag this up to however many points I want. So there's 20 points there. And then I can start making my edits. So really cool. And you can also have inner circle, look. That's the inside little dot there. So very cool. I'm not going to go through all of these, but here we go. There's a cog. You can play around with all of the red dots and make it as you wish. And obviously I'm not going to play around with this because you've just seen me turn a circle into that. So they're the shapes and there's plenty of options there. There's even a QR code tool. So play around with that and get creative. In this section, I want to talk about further customizing upon the shapes that you've drawn. So if I just go ahead and drag out another square, that boring square again, there was one section of the context toolbar that I didn't touch, but it's quite important, okay? So right now, if you look in the layers panel, it says rectangle. So we know this shape is a rectangle because we used the rectangle tool, okay? Same for any of the other ones, it will say ellipse if you draw out an ellipse. So we can't do much more than what I've shown you we can do, squashing it and scaling it and everything like that. But what we can do now is click on convert to curves. And that's in the context toolbar. So I'll click on that. And now if you notice, in the layers panel, it no longer says rectangle, it says curve. And also notice that my tool has changed. You see that? It's the node tool again. So up there, we'll just double check. Yes, it is selected. So Affinity knows that we want to play around with the nodes. That's these squares on each side because we clicked on convert to curves. So I can click on one of these and drag it. And now I'm customizing that shape further. You can also add more nodes. So if I just hover over this line here, I can click on that and drag it in or out. And I'll be going into this in more detail later on, but you can see that you can drag these outlines to create something completely unique. So it's called a curve. And just in case you ever see this written down anywhere, there is open curves and closed curves. This would be a closed curve because if you see the nodes, they're connected on each side by this line, so the shape is complete. Whereas let's say you just get a pen and you draw it on a piece of paper just out like this. I'll just do it quickly. We'll be getting more into this another time. If I just draw this and just so you can see the outline. So this would be considered an open curve. This one here, I made it with the pen tool. I want to show you more about all of this later, but just so you know, there's closed curves and there's open curves. This shape isn't complete because it's not connecting to itself. Okay. Let's move on. In this section, I want to teach you all about color. Applying color to your design. We'll start off with what the difference is between fill and stroke. So right now I have two stars in front of me. They're both gray. So that gray color is called the fill in Affinity Designer. And we'll go on to stroke afterwards. But how do we change this fill color? There's two locations. One is up here. You see it on the top left, it says fill. You can change it from there. And the second place is in the color tab on the right hand side. You see this circle here. If I just hover over it for a little bit, it will eventually pop up. See, it says set fill. So we can change it from both locations, but I will change it from the top left, okay? So I'm going to click on that. And now we're presented with this color wheel. Now, if you don't like color wheels, you can change it to any of these options, but I'm going to stick to this for now, okay? So we'll choose our color. I will make it some kind of yellow color. So from the outside, you choose the color. And then inside you can further customize how dark you want it or etc. So we're just going to keep it quite saturated for now. So that's our fill, okay? Now, what is stroke? Stroke is basically an outline. So if I head on up to stroke, which is right next to fill, and I click on that, and I'll just choose a color. Maybe I'll just go black. Okay, so it's black now, but you can't really see it, can you? It's very thin if it is there. So how we change the width of this outline, this stroke, is simply right next to it. You see where it says 1 pixel? That means it's 1 pixel width right now. So if I click on this and I slide it to the right, you can see it gets thicker. So basically, left is fill, right is stroke. And if we look up in the color tab, this circle here is fill. And if I click on the donut shape, that is our stroke. And there you can make your changes. Okay, also, if you do not want a fill or a stroke, you can simply go up to the color tab here. I don't want any fill on this. I can click on it and then I press set fill to none. And you see it has a little shortcut there. When you get more used to the program, you can start using that shortcut instead. So I'll just click on that and now we have no fill. And to prove that, I will just drag it over this star. You can see straight through it. Okay, now I want to cover the different types of fill options. So we have a yellow star here. We know we can choose just plain colors, don't we? So we hit fill and we choose from the color wheel. Great. Underneath that, there's an option called opacity. And if I click and drag that down, I can see behind the star and through to that rectangle in the background. Okay, that's great. Also on opacity, this one's kind of hidden. It says switch to noise on that little circle there. So if I click on that and I drag this up, you can see I can start applying noise to the color I chose. Okay, so what else is there? Well, there's this color picker tool, and this one is extremely useful. So imagine you're making a design and you've seen a color that you really love on a website, or maybe it's on a photo that you own that's on your desktop, or maybe it's within Affinity Designer. This is how it works basically. You can click and keep your finger held down, and then you can go ahead and sample any color. So I could sample from this blue. You see the values change as I hover over them. Or I could drag it off Affinity onto a website or something. So for now though, I will just sample this blue color and I will let go. What has changed? Not a lot, except this little circle next to the color picker tool is blue. So if I click it, I can apply it to the star. Very handy. So let me just get rid of this rectangle in the background and we'll look at the other options. So we have swatches on the left-hand side there. If I click on that, basically these are color palettes that are pre-made. So there's colors. This is the one that comes with Affinity. But also if you click on it, you can see a bunch of Pantone colors if you're very particular. And there's lots of options there. You can create your own color palette as well. But you can see, look, I've made one there. There's one from Frankentoon. If you've seen him before, he sells things on Affinity Shop. But anyway, if you're beginning, just keep it on colors. And if you want, you can switch over to this and take one of these colors and apply them like that. Okay, so we've covered color as well, and now gradient. This option can produce some really cool results. So how it works is this. I've clicked on gradient. I can see there's this line where it goes from white to blue, but how do I actually apply it? Well, you apply it with the gradient tool. So if you look down here on the left-hand side there, it says gradient tool, the shortcut is G. So I'm going to click on that. Still nothing. Okay, so if I click from the top and down, and if you want to keep it straight, you just hold down Shift, and I'll leave it about there. Now, if we go back up to that rectangle, I'll click on that. You can see it's slightly lighter on that side, slightly darker on that side. So on the left one, I'll just select it, and I'll go down to color. Our color wheel is there again. I'll choose that kind of color there. And if I go to the second little color point, click on that, go back to color and choose a different color. That's a bit dark, so I'll bring that up a little bit. This is what you'd call a linear gradient because it's going from one color to another in a straight line. You can change the type here, elliptical, radial, conical, play around with those as much as you want. And by the way, you can select these color points from either on the actual star. See, I can select that one or this one, or I can just go up here and select them from here. You can add extra points is what I wanted to say in the middle. So let's add one here. So if I double tap, you'll see one has appeared down here. I can move this around so it changes. I can change the color of this so it looks a lot different so we can see what is the difference. Also, there's these little handles either side. So not only can I move this color point around, you can add as many as you want. You can also play around with these handles to squeeze in the color a little bit more here. So that's the basics of it. You can also select one side and make it completely transparent. So down here, I've selected the yellow one. I'll just grab this opacity slider, drag it down, and then this will be more transparent, as you can see by the checkerboard right there. And then you could just reverse gradient as well. And there's all those kind of options. And you can see right next to this little rectangle here, you can do similar things from there. They just give you lots of options to make your changes: rotate gradient, reverse gradient, etc. And I'll just add that if you ever click off of your shape and start editing something else, and you want to go back to your shape and play around with the gradient, then just select it, go over to the gradient tool or press G. The gradient line will appear, and then you can start playing with it. And just whilst I'm here, I will show you elliptical. So I've just clicked on elliptical, and you see you can just drag this out, and let me just get a little bit further in, and you can drag it in like this, and also you can squash it. And whilst hovering over one of the color points, I can hold down Control on the keyboard, click, and squeeze it in like that. Moving on. Okay, in this section, I want to talk all about the stroke. That's the black outline that you can apply to any of your designs. So how do we start off? I'm going to start from fresh. So we have a blue filled star with no stroke. So what I'm going to do now, because remember we can play around with the UI and drag it out. So I'm just going to drag the color over there, and I'm going to drag the stroke over here so that we can see exactly the changes I'm making right next to the shape. So on the color tab, you see here, the fill, I don't want to fill, so I'm going to fill it to none. Then I'll click on the stroke here, and I'll just ensure it's black by just going up like that. Okay, great, the color is fine. Now let's move over to the stroke tab. So with the stroke tab, I want to increase the width like we did before. So I'll just increase the width like that. Okay, great. So what are these other options here underneath? Well, cap, if I click on it now, you won't really see a difference. And that's because this more applies to open curves, as this shape is a closed curve. So let's go ahead and just grab the pen tool. I'll just click on that. Now we'll just click once here and click once here. And then we have an open curve, and we're going to play around with the cap on this. So take note, the ends are rounded from here, as you can see. And the next one will be butt cap. So if I click on that, you see I'll zoom in a little bit actually. You can see the stroke stops about here and it's flat. If we go to the last one, which is square cap, it's still flat, but it just goes a little bit further above. So they're the caps that you can see on an open curve. Now let's go back to this closed curve shape. So I'm just going to click on the move tool and select my star again. So the next one is join. So let's have a look at that. The first one that is already selected is called round, and you can see the star is not very pointy. The next one is bevel join. I will select that, and you can see that it's flattened off the edge there. That's what it says, and that's what it's done. The next one is pointy, so miter join this is called. So if I click on that, it should technically be pointy, and it will happen in most scenarios. Sometimes if you have a shape that's a little bit thin and pointy like this, you have to up the miter, because remember this is a miter join. So right now it's a 1.5. What if I just put it to 7? There we go. Now we have a pointy edge, or a pointy corner, I should say. So what are the next options? It says align. So right now you can see the actual shape of our star. That's the blue line there, and it's in the center like it shows in the image there. If we go align stroke to the inside, click on that. Now you can see inside of that blue line, that is where the stroke is now housed. And obviously this one is align stroke to the outside. So I click on that and there we go. So you've got many different options here. I'll just select the first one that we had. Now order. So this one says draw stroke behind. So if I click on that, nothing has happened. Okay. And that's because we didn't have a fill. So I'm just going to go back to our color tab here. If I select the fill and I give it that blue, and I go back, see the order, draw stroke behind, okay? And now if I draw a stroke in front, it will show the full stroke. So you see this section here, that's like half, and that's half. If I click on this, you'll see that that stroke is technically behind. And then you can start playing around with whether it's aligned on the inside or the outside. So many different options. Let's move on from that. So I'm going to get rid of that fill because I no longer want that. Now it says start and end. And again, this is better for an open curve, like this one, for instance. So start, I will just click on it. And look, it's given me loads of options of arrowheads and circles, etc. So I can choose triangle for one. That's the start of it. And then for the end, maybe I could have this square here. So basically that's what that does. So you see right now, that's the node. If you want it to be right at the end, then you would press that one there. And you got some more options here. Swap arrowhead with tail, the usual stuff that just makes your life a little bit easier. And that's just basically to clear this option here. I pressed it a bit fast there. That one clears the arrowhead, so it's back to how it was before. Now getting a little bit more technical, I won't play around with this too much, but basically there's pressure. I will show you more of this later when we hit the pen and node tool. But basically this is a pressure profile. Let me just get rid of that one in the middle there. It's a pressure profile, so if I just select one end and I drag it down, it makes one thin and the other thick, and you could do the same for the other side as well. Or you can add a little node in the middle and drag it in like that. But for now, let's just move on from that. Now I want to draw your attention to this checkbox here. It's very important, scale with object. So let's go ahead and scale it without that selected. So I'm going to scale down like this. And what are you noticing? Well, the stroke remains the same size, but it's not scaling with the actual star here. So if we go ahead and check it, scale with object, and now we'll try and rescale again. You can see as the star scales down, so does the stroke. You'll also notice that we have this other option up here, dash line style. So if I click on that, it's going to allow us to have a dashed line style. In fact, I will apply that to our star. So again, I've clicked it. I'll click dash line style, and we've got a dash here. You can play around with the spacing by playing around with these numbers down here. So if I put 5 there and maybe 6 there, basically the first one will be kind of the width of your first dash and then the gap between it, so you can make them equal. And you can keep playing around with these numbers to however you like it. And in fact, I can make the width a little bit smaller so it's more obvious what it's doing. And maybe close these down a little bit. There we go. So there we go, there's a dashed line style. And there is one last thing I'll show you on this. Here it says balanced dash pattern. And basically that refers to each kind of point. So if you look at the ends of the star, there's always a dash there. And that looks very uniform, doesn't it? If I click off of that, it might not be so uniform. And the final option, which I will kind of skim, is basically texture line style, because now we're getting more into the vector brush. So if I click on that, well, it still looks like a black stroke, doesn't it? But if we head on over to brushes down here, and then we choose one of the brushes, let's go for chalk and pastels. I can click on that and apply that to our star, but we'll cover more of that when we get to the vector brush tool. But basically they are the stroke options. Moving on. Okay, in this section, I'm going to cover the appearance tab and what that does. It might be a little bit too complex right now, so you can always skip past this one and come back to it later. But because it's part of the studio and colors and strokes, I will cover it now. So you select your shape. I've got my new trapezoid shape here, and we'll go up. And instead of hitting stroke or color, we'll go straight to the appearance panel. And basically in this panel, it'll allow you to add multiple strokes or multiple fills. So let's do the multiple strokes. So I just click on the outline here, our stroke, click on that, and it will bring up the color wheel. Let's just make it black. There it is. And we change the width by simply clicking on this and dragging that down. Okay, so we've got one stroke. Let's add another stroke. So down here, I click add stroke. Okay, so from here, I'll do the same again, except this time I'll choose a different color. And now I'll change the width slightly. So you can see everything's quite small right now. So I'm just going to quickly go to the black one, bring the width up a lot. Now I'm going to go to the pink one. I'll bring that width up. And you can see that we have two strokes here on one shape. And you can change the order of this and show whether you want to align it in the center, on the inside, or on the outside. And you can change the order by literally dragging these up and down. But let's move on to the next section. In this section, we'll be covering color swatches. Color swatches are very useful because it allows you to maintain consistency across your designs by easily just reusing specific colors. Okay, let's go and select the swatches panel. It's right next to the color panel, so select it, and if you don't see it there, you can go ahead and go to Window, scroll down, and you'll see swatches there. Select that, and it will pop up in your studio somewhere. So now that it's open, we want to create our own swatch palette. So we'll head on over to the burger menu, and we'll click on that. We have a bunch of options here. But what we want to do here is create an application palette. And basically that means that this swatch palette will be available across Affinity Designer. Doesn't matter which document you're using. Of course, you have some different options here, but we'll just concentrate on that. So I'm going to go ahead and click on it. And now we have to name it. I'll call it Swatch Tutorial and I'll press OK. And now you can see we have our own swatch category, swatch tutorial. So let's go ahead and add our first color. So I've created these squares here and I've chosen the color from the color tab. And these are the colors that I want to work with in my next design. So with the first one selected, I'm going to head on over to the swatches panel. And there's this little icon here. It says add current fill to palette. If I select that, you can see we now have that color there. So if I head on over to one of these gray squares down here, I've got that selected. I can apply this color by simply going up to my swatches panel and selecting the color I want. And of course you could do this with all of these, including gradients. So for this one, I made a gradient and I want to add it as a swatch. So same again, I can go ahead and click on this button, but also I want to note that you can just right click and scroll down to the bottom. And you see here we have add to swatches. So I can go ahead and click this one here from fill. If my shape had a stroke on it, an outline, I could sample that color of the outline there. Or I could sample both and it would add the outline color and the fill color of the shape. But for now, I'll just click on from fill. And you can see here we have two colors. One of them is a gradient and one of them is not. And right now I can't really tell when I hover over them. So I can right click and I can go ahead and rename the fill here, or I can delete it, make a copy, or I can edit it. So let's go ahead and add this gradient to this other gray square. I've selected it and now I'll go up to my gradient and click it. And we have a gradient applied. Okay, that's the basics of the swatches panel, but for now I just want to delete one of them because I want to show you an extra feature. So I'll right click on this one and I will delete it. And now we're only left with that green color. So with the green color over here, I can right click on it and you see down here we have some more options. Create color chord. Now I'm not going to go through all of them, but what I will click on is shades. So if I select this one, it will automatically give me shades of this color, making it really quick for me to just get the same color all in different shades. So I could save this as a swatch palette and just call it something else, maybe green shades. And if you're very happy with the swatches palette that you created and you want to make sure you save it in case maybe you have to delete Affinity Designer and reinstall it, you can go ahead and click on the burger menu again and then scroll down to Export Palette. And that's the basics of swatches. This section is all about understanding the layers panel, and it will soon become apparent to you as you start designing with vector objects that you accumulate a lot of layers. So let's see how it works. So I'm going to design a really simple party person. So I'm going to start off with a rounded rectangle. I'm going to click and drag that out like this. There we go. Just drag that down a little bit more. And I need a head. So I'm going to click on the ellipse tool. I'm going to click here, hold down Command and Shift so it starts drawing it out from the center. Okay, there's the head. And now we need a party hat, of course. So I'm going to click on this and go to Triangle tool. I'm going to draw a little triangle hat there. Okay, now I'm going to switch to the Move tool. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. Shortcut is V. I'm going to click on the party hat and just place it slightly sideways like that. In fact, I think I'll make everything smaller. So how do I do that? I'll just click and drag over all of the objects and they're all selected now, as you can see in the layers panel, and I can just size it down. So I can drag from the corner and oh look, I don't want it to squash. So I just hold down Shift and I can drag it like that. I can also hold down Command and just drag down from the center. So somewhere like that looks good. I'm just zooming a little bit. Okay, so I can drag that hat up a little bit. We need some color now to make sense of all of this. So the party hat, I don't want any stroke on that, so I'll get rid of that. I'll go to the color, make it purple. Great. For the guy, I'll just choose some kind of orangey color. There we go. I've got the color for the head and I'll just choose, I don't know, blue again for the body. So very simple, but this is all about the layers panel, okay? So if we go over to the layers panel here, we can see that the hat is on the top. And basically any layer that is on the top will be seen first. And you can see it's lying over the head, which is slightly behind, and that is behind the hat there. So that's the second in line. And then third in line is the body. You see, you can't see through to it. But let's say with the body, I could move it above the head, and now it will be covering the head. So I'll just press Command Z to go back for a second. When you're working with lots of layers, it's really important to know what they all are because some can look very similar. So I suggest you go through each one and name them. So we've got triangle here, it says. I want to call this hat. So I'm just going to double tap here. I'm going to type in hat, and this one I'll put head, and I'll double tap on the last one and call that body. So now I know what they all are at a glance. So like I was showing you, you can click on these layers here. So you can click and drag them up, and you can see as you drag them up, you can see this little blue line. You could just let go and you can see what it's like, or you could drag it all the way to the top. You wouldn't see a difference there anyway. You can do it like that, or you can also use the quick actions. So remember at the top here, we have arrange. So if I click on this one, I just press forward one. Click on that and it's gone forward one in the layers panel. If I go back here, I wonder if I could send it back. Yes, I can. Back one. I click that. So these can be very useful for you. Like the last one here, move to front if it's all the way at the back. So you can use these quick options to arrange your layer stack. And when you get really used to using layers, you can use shortcuts. So with the body selected, I can simply press Command and right bracket key. See in the bottom left-hand corner, you can see Command and left bracket key to send it back. I'll do it a few times so you can see Command right bracket key forward, Command left bracket key to send it back. So you can press that as many times as you want to go up to the top and back. So this can be really useful when you've just selected it from here and you don't want to go all the way to the layers panel. You could just start playing with that shortcut. And also, let's say I wanted to move this whole thing over to the left-hand side. Yes, I can go ahead and select it all like that and move it across. But if I'm going to be moving a lot of things around and there's lots of other shapes around that I don't want to select, I can always do this. I can select them all from here, or I can go into the layers panel. You see here, I select the first one, and if I hold down Shift on the keyboard and click the last one, it will select all of them, and then I could move them around. If I just wanted to select, let's say the hat and then the body, I select the hat first, that's highlighted. I press Command and I click on the body. Now just those two are selected and I can just move them around. But when the layers start getting out of control, you'll start thinking about how to group them. So if I wanted to group all of these together, I could simply select the first one, hold Shift, select the last one, and then I could just right click. And you see we've got a few options here. I could just press group, but remember there's a shortcut, so you could press Command G, but I'll just press this for now. And you can see now that this is in a group, it's called group. You could name that party person if you wanted. In fact, I will. So party person, and then we've got a little arrow here. So I can click on that arrow and see what's within the group. And obviously this group, I can just go ahead and select it and move it around anywhere I want. And remember, we can duplicate it as well. So I could just hold down Command, click and drag, and now it's a real party now. Okay, let me press Command Z to go back a few steps. So also you might want to ungroup it if you don't want that grouped anymore. How do you do that? Well, you just right click on it again and press ungroup. So let's use the shortcut, shall we? I'll select all of them and I'm just going to press Command and G. You see it's in a group already. I no longer want it in a group. Okay, Shift Command G. Now they're not in a group anymore. That simple. Also, sometimes you might want to lock a layer because you don't want it to move. Maybe you're playing around with another portion of the design. You can do that. So right now, I'll select the body, and over on the layers panel, you see if I just hover over to this section here, I can press lock. And now that way, let's say if I just want to select those two, even if I select all of this, it'll only select the hat and the head, not the body, because that's locked. I can't even move it. So the way to unlock it would be just to click on the padlock icon again, toggle lock, and now I can move it around again. Also, sometimes you might want to hide a layer. And basically this is very easy as well. You select the head, go over here, and it says toggle visibility. I can click on that and now it's hidden. It's still there, so if you ever want it back, you could just look here, go through your layers panel, and you can see the white circles means it's visible and the darker one there means it's not. So you can just click that again and now it's visible. You'll also notice in the layers panel, there's something called opacity there. So if I just select the head and go over to opacity, I can drag that down and it's much like the fill opacity right up here. So there's just plenty of ways to play around with opacity, okay? And the other thing is You see here it says normal. These are all blend modes as I cycle through. You can't really see what's going on right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move these two out of the way. I'm going to duplicate this. Remember how we did it before? I just hold Command, click, and drag out a little bit. And I want to make a couple of duplicates and change the color so they're all slightly different. And then I'm going to play with the blend modes. So with the green one selected, I'm going to go over to normal. Those are blend modes. And you see darken, you can start seeing through. It reacts differently to, I guess, the different colors, how light or dark each color is underneath. And you see you can play around with these and get a style that you want. Okay, moving on. Whilst we're on the subject of layers, I want to show you clipping and masking, and specifically the differences between them. I use this all the time and many designers do as well. So we know how to group items, but we don't yet know how to fit this circle into this square, for instance. So I only see the square, but I can see the kind of circle hiding inside. So how we do that is in the layers panel, you'll see that this circle is above the green square. Basically what we do, this is called clipping now, okay? So for clipping, we click and drag onto the layer, just like I am here, and let go. And you can kind of see it's made a group in the layers panel, but also you can see that the circle is now hiding inside of the square. So we can move it around within there and it's done exactly what we wanted it to. If you click away and then you click back on, you can move this square around independently and the circle moves with it. If I want to move the circle inside and change its location slightly, I could just double tap and get through to the layer inside. Now this is called a child layer. The circle is now a child layer. So if you look on the layers panel, we have our parent layer, which is the green square, and our child layer, which is the pink circle inside. Now, if I click on it again, there is a little option in the context toolbar that says lock children. So remember, the children is the actual child layer, the little circle inside. So if I click on that, and then I move this up and down, it's not manipulating the shape of that circle that we put in there. It's locked the child layer. But if I uncheck it and then I go back down and squash it down, you see it's reacting with how I'm changing the shape of this square. So that is clipping. You clip a circle inside of a square. Now let's talk about masking. So let me just delete this one. Let's talk about masking, this one here. So for this one, I want the blue circle to act as a mask so I can see through to the square. So what I will do is I'll go to the layers panel. I'll click on that and I'll just drag it down and onto the actual icon. So I'm going onto the actual square this time, not over to the left. So onto that square and I let go. And now you can see a mask has appeared. I can click on the drop down arrow and I can see it there. Let's play around with it. So now I've clicked it. I'm basically looking through a hole and I'm moving it around to reveal different parts of the square. This is called masking. And again, if I click off of it, and click back on, I can just play around with the square shape. And if I click on the actual mask layer in the layers panel, now I can move around the circle. This is really useful for photos if you're trying to frame a photo in a circle, for instance. In this section, we'll be covering the insertion tools. These tools will allow you to predetermine where your new shape will end up. So if we look at it, it's up in the toolbar and the first one says insert behind selection. So that's where my new layer will end up. So let's go ahead and select it. Now I can go and select a rectangle. And now I will just click and draw out a square. And you can see it already knows to go behind the circle. So it inserted behind the selection. Let's go ahead and delete that and try the second one. Insert at the top of the layer. So I'm going to select it and try again. Click and drag. So you can see how it works now. And the last one, just like clipping and masking, you can go ahead and select it. It says insert inside the selection. So of course my circle is selected. I can go ahead and click on it and I will do the same action again. I'll click and drag out. Right now you can't see it because it's actually inside. And when I let go, you can see that it's just in the bounds of this circle. And if we go over to the layers panel, we can see that it has been clipped inside. See, there it is. This is the child layer now. So that's the insertion tools. So far in this tutorial, we haven't really cared too much about where our objects are landing. Let's say I wanted the head in the center of the body. I don't know exactly where it is. I can try and eyeball it, but I'm not certain. So let's be certain, and I want to introduce you to guides and snapping. This is going to help us achieve this goal. So we'll start off with guides. How do we get those? Well, there are a couple of ways of doing it, but one of them is to go up to View and Guides here. Click on that. This box appears. This is our guides box, and you can see here on the left horizontal and vertical guides. I want to center this party goer right in the center of our canvas, our document. So I'm going to click on this little icon here and add one. So that has automatically added one to the center of the document. And if I click on the horizontal one as well, that will also go into the center. So this is the absolute center of our document. So that's very handy. If you no longer want these guides, you can just select them and click on the bin. Or you just press Remove Guides there. You can also change the color of them, but I suggest just leaving them until you get familiar with Affinity. Okay, let's press Close now. So we're ready to try. So I'm going to click on the body and try and move him to the center. But as I do it, you can see, well, it's not kind of centering. It's still just moving wherever it wants to. Well, this is where we introduce snapping. If we go up here, there's a magnet icon. If we click on that and we go back to our body, I can click on it and move it. And now you see it's kind of snapping. It's acting like a magnet to that guide, which is really helping us to get it centered. So let's go and have a look at these options because you can see a little arrow next to it. I'm going to click on it, and something to note is just candidates, yeah? These are kind of presets of all of these boxes that are ticked. Right now, it's considering what to snap to. So I said I want immediate layers as the options to snap to. What are my immediate layers? Well, all of these shapes around them, they're immediate layers. If I want to do candidate list, I can click on that. This goes further into it, but we're just going to start off with immediate layers. And if you can see the other option there, immediate layers and children. Remember, they're not actually talking about children. They're talking about a shape that maybe you have clipped inside another shape. And then all layers as well. So looking at these options, one of the ones that we definitely want is Snap to Guides. And that one is selected, so I'm happy with that. So let's go ahead and close this. And as you can see, when you snap into the center, it's green on the vertical axis there. And if I just go down slightly and I snap to this one, you can see it's red, the horizontal axis. I don't really care about that one right now. All I care about is getting the body centered. Okay, moving on to the head. Let's just grab that and drag it across. You see, it's very easy to get centered. So I'll drag it up to about there. I know that they are completely centered. And for the hat, I don't really need the snapping on right now. So there's two ways you can go about this, because you can see as I'm trying to place it where I want, it keeps snapping to areas I don't need. So one of the options is to go up to snapping, turn it off, and then you can move it around and it's nice and smooth. Or you can keep it on. And then when you've clicked and dragged on it, you see right now it's still happening. I can hold my finger on the Option button or the Alt button on the keyboard, and now it temporarily disables it. So I can place it wherever I want there, let go, and you see snapping is still activated across the document. Okay, so we've sorted out our party goer. Let's move him off to the side a little bit and show you another way of using guides. So I don't always have to go up to View, Guides, etc. What I can do is just go up to these rulers, either on the top or the left, and just click and drag down, and that creates a new one. So maybe I'll place one here. So I'll drag this square over here and just snap it there. You can see on the vertical axis it's green, on the horizontal it's red. That lets me know that it is touching those guides. Okay, let's drag this one across here and snap that into place. And this one, just to make sure, I'm going to drag it up here and there. If you want another vertical, you just drag from the side. Okay, by the way, if you want to get rid of these, you can just double tap on any of them. So I double tap that one, and you see it brings me through. It highlights the vertical guide that I just double tapped. If I no longer want that anymore, I just press the bin icon. If you want to get rid of all of them, of course, remove all guides and press close. So I hope that was useful. Here's another scenario. Let's say I take this box and this box here, and I place them together like this. And I can see the snapping is helping me determine whether they are together. But if you want to be extra sure, you can go up here into View mode and click on Wireframe mode. When I click on that, you see it's just showing us kind of faint colors, but it's showing us the outline in black so we can really tell whether they are together or not. And that is completely snapped together. If I go off of it slightly, and let's say I just move it in a little bit, and I go on wireframe mode, you see it's showing me that it is overlapping. And if I want to be really sure, I can just do this, click off of both of them, and you can see there's no overlap there. In this section, I'm going to be showing you lots of ways of duplicating objects. So the ones I've shown you already are the old faithful, as I call it, and that is simply you select the item, you press Command C, and then you press Command V, and now we have a duplicate that you can drag out. I'll delete that. The next one is quick and easy. So you select the item, you hold down Command, click and drag, and you have your copy. You can just keep clicking and dragging, Command, click, drag. Okay, so let me go back. The next one is from the Layers panel. So I know I've got it selected here, but if we go over to the Layers panel and we right click and we go down, there it says duplicate. I can click that and now we have a duplicate. And finally, there's Power Duplicate. I'll just change the color for this, a lot more powerful. So there it is. What we do is we press Command J and we have a duplicate. Just like before, I'll just drag that out whilst holding Shift to keep it in a straight line. So the action I've just taken is kind of recorded when I press Command J. So if I was to press Command J again, you can see there's equal distance between them all. So I can keep pressing that and I keep getting the same result. I'll delete those. If I click off it and then on it again, I can apply a new Command J. So I'm going to press Command J now. I'm going to move it. I'm going to make it slightly smaller. And then I'm going to press Command J again. And you can see it's duplicated not only the distance I dragged it, but also the size of the object. So that's Power Duplicate. So here's how to duplicate around a circle, slightly advanced in this stage, but if you want to know, here it is. So I'll select this upside down triangle here. And the next thing you do is just go up to the context toolbar and you see this little crosshair here. It says Enable Transform Origin. I'm just going to select that. I'm going to click and drag this little crosshair that appeared. You see that blue one? I'm going to click and drag it to about here. That's it. Okay, now we'll use Power Duplicate. So I'll press Command J. We have our duplicate, as you can see in the Layers panel. Now I'm going to drag this handle over here. And you know what? I'll just hold down Shift so it will go in increments. I'll drag it to about there. And that's it. I press Command J as many times as I want. Well, until it finishes. And there we go. We've duplicated around a circle. Getting more technical now. Here's another one where you can move and duplicate at the same time. So just draw out your object, whatever it is. Here's my triangle. It's selected. All I have to do is press Return on the keyboard. This pop-up box appears. And basically it has a few options for us. We're going to click on Duplicate because that's what we want to do. We're going to keep it on number of copies 1 for now. And then you can play around with these settings. So the horizontal one, maybe let's put it at 50 and I'll press Return. And you can see it's made a duplicate 50 pixels across. Then you've got vertical. I'm just going to chuck in 10 here. And then I'm going to play around with the rotation. So maybe I'll put that at, let's say 15 degrees. And I'll just leave it at that for now. I can play around with the scale and make it bigger as well. Yeah, let's do it. 110. Okay, so it's getting slightly bigger. Now, this is where the magic happens. Number of copies. I could just grab this and drag it to the side, and you can see what's happening there. It's duplicating and twisting and getting bigger. You can get very creative with this, but I just thought I'd show you. Okay, moving on. In this section, we're going to be covering artboards. Artboards are like multiple canvases within a single document. So in front of us, we have a document and we have just one canvas here, don't we? So artboards will allow you to work on different design parts or parts of a project simultaneously without needing to create separate files. So looking at what's on screen right now, we do have one canvas and a design on it, but perhaps we want to duplicate this and then make variations of it. Maybe we want to change the color of this triangle here, and we want to see them side by side. This is where artboards come in useful. So if we head on over to the Tools panel and we select Artboard Tool. In the context toolbar, you'll see size. We'll have a few options here. Right now it says document, And this will be based on the size document that we have right now. It's 1920 by 1080 pixels, if you remember when we were setting it up. So if I click on document, you can see we have a bunch of other options, some of them very, very old. Look, iPhone 5 is there, but we won't bother with any of that. We'll just keep it on document for now. And then we can just select insert artboard. So I've selected that, and you can see outside this artboard, it's all turned lighter gray now, and we have a name above our canvas that says artboard 1. We can go ahead and name that to maybe design 1, and then press return, and you can see now it says design 1. If you look in the layers panel, it also says design 1. And if you click on the drop down arrow, you can see everything that is in your artboard. Okay, great. Well, what if we want to make a duplicate next to it? Well, we'll just go up to the artboard tool again, select that, and we can click on insert artboard. As you can see, it's made a duplicate of the same document we had. So we can go ahead and create a different design. But if we wanted to create the same design again, well, I wouldn't do that. I would just delete this artboard. So see, I can select it and I can press delete. So I could just copy and paste this. So what I like to do is hold down Command and Shift and click, and I just duplicate it this way. And now I have my second artboard. And I can go ahead and rename this artboard Design 2. And then maybe I change the color of this slightly. So now I have two different artboards that I can work on simultaneously and compare side by side. And also I'll just mention that if you click on the artboard tool again, you don't need to just press insert artboard. You can just click and draw out your own one. So if I click and drag, you can see I could see the dimensions right next to it. I could just let go at this point. And now we have a new artboard, but what is the size of it? Well, you can go down to the transform panel here, and you can change the width and height just by selecting it and typing in whatever you want. So I could actually make it 1000 pixels by 1000 pixels. And now I know the size of that artboard. And when it comes time, I can go ahead and export each one individually or all together at the same time in a PDF. That's the artboard tool. Let's move on. In this section, we're going to be covering the alignment tools. Now, these tools are very handy to quickly align or space out single or multiple objects. I have one object in front of me that I'm going to test it out on. And also I have a vertical and horizontal guide that I've placed there, just so you can see where it lands. So with my shape selected, I'm going to go up to the toolbar and click on alignment. The first set of options we have say align horizontally. If I go ahead and click on align left, you can see it's gone to the left of our canvas. And if I go to align center, you can see, especially with the guides being there, it is in the center, and same thing for align right. Just underneath there, you can see it says align to spread. Our spread is our canvas right now, so that's what it's aligning to. But if you did include margins in your document, you could choose align to margin. Okay, so let's go ahead and select align center, and now align vertically. These are basically the same set of options, but aligning vertically. So I will just go ahead and click on align middle, and it's done it. And you can see from the guides it's worked. And when you're done with aligning, you could just go ahead and click on apply. As you can see, auto distribute is grayed out, and so is this other option here. So let's test it out on multiple objects. Okay, we now have multiple objects all spaced out very oddly, and let's sort them out with the alignment tool. So I'm going to go ahead and select them all. And now we'll go up to the alignment options. So the first thing I want to do is to align them all vertically. So what I'm going to do is go to align vertically. So they're all in a straight line, and I'll click on align middle. Now that I've selected that, I can see that they are all aligned vertically, but I want them to be spaced out evenly. So I'm going to go up to align horizontally, and I'm just going to go right to the end there. This was grayed out before, and I'm going to click on space horizontally. And I've done that, and now they're all evenly spaced out. If I wanted more control about how they're distributed, I could go up to auto distribute, uncheck that, and now there'll be 0 pixels between all of them. But if I go ahead and click on the drop down arrow, I can drag this up or down however much I want, or I could go and enter in a value that suits me, 100 pixels. And then when I'm happy, I can press apply, and I can just click and center it. Okay, let's try the alignment tools on multiple objects that are different sizes and spaced unevenly. And let our main goal be that they're all exactly the same size, okay? So I'm going to select all of them like this. And here's the key. You have to decide which one you want all of the rest of them to be like. So I want this object here, this center one, this one to be the key object. So I'm going to hold down Option or Alt on the keyboard and click. This one is our key object now. So now I can go up to alignment and we'll just align them horizontally first. So I'm going to press space horizontally. Okay, that's done. Excellent. Align vertically. I'm going to select align middle. So I'm happy with the way it looks, but now I want them all to be the same size as my key object. So I go down here, it says make same. Obviously this is a circle, so the width and height are the same on this key object. So I'm just going to select one of them, and you can see when I've pressed it, they're all a bit all over the place, aren't they? But our original item is still the same. So we just have to click on Maintain Aspect Ratio, and it's done. Very easy to do. Okay, let's try it on something that isn't exactly the same dimensions either side. Okay, so this bunch of tall triangles are rotated all over the place. It's a big mess. So we can quickly select them all, choose our key object. Obviously, I want this one. So I'm going to press Option or Alt on the keyboard, select that, that's my key object. Go up to Alignment Tools, align horizontally, space horizontal, yes. Align vertically to the center, yes. And now we go down to Make Same. I'll press Rotation, and that's it. They're all in line, all the same size. Very easy to do, just a few clicks. In this section, we're going to be covering the corner tool, and I have a few objects on screen that we're going to test it out on. So starting with the first one, this yellow square here, I'm going to zoom in so we can have a closer look. So it's currently selected, and if I go over to the tools panel on the left-hand side, there's the corner tool. You can click on that or press C on the keyboard. That's your shortcut. So what we notice is in the context toolbar, it says corner type and everything is grayed out. The only thing I can click is bake appearance, and I don't want to do that just yet. So if we go ahead and look at our shape, we can see the nodes are active now. But if we look in the layers panel, it still says rectangle. So remember before, you can use a shape and it is a rectangle, but then you can convert it to curves so you can see those nodes and further customize it. So as soon as I went into the corner tool, it's showing me the node. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this corner here, and look, as I hover over the node, you can see a little icon. That means it's the corner tool. I can click and drag, and my finger is held down. And if you look at the context toolbar, those corner types are no longer grayed out, and there's a radius, which is telling me how many pixels, I guess, this corner is. So I want you now, before I let go of my finger, look at the layers panel. It currently says rectangle under the yellow square. When I let go, it turns into a curve. So it's basically like converting to curves when I do this action. So what if I made a mistake and I want to continue playing around with this corner? Well, I'd head on over to the corner tool again, click on that, and now you can see the handle is there. So you see this red little circle, that is our handle. So I can click that and I can drag it in and out. And we can look at the top and you can see there's different corner types. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to head on over to the top right node and I'm going to click and drag that in. And now I'm going to choose a different corner type. So this first one is none. That basically will make it back to how it was, which is a pointy corner. I can click this one, which is a round corner, but we're going to go for this option, straight. So now we have a straight edge, we can pull it in and out. Excellent. Let's move on to the next one, bottom right node. Let's use concave and look what that does. So there's our concave option, and the last one, we'll just do it to complete it. Click and drag, and basically that one is called cutout. So the only other thing up here, apart from this radius, which you can enter in manually or drag this up and down, the only other thing here is bake appearance. And I'm not going to click that just yet. That's going to convert it to curves like we've done previously. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the move tool, and I'm going to show you what happens if you scale down and scale up. So right now I'm going to hold Shift and Command and just click from a corner and scale down. You can see it's not kind of retaining its original look as I scale down. And if you don't want that, this is where bake appearance comes in, or convert to curves. So with the move tool selected, we can see up here in the context toolbar, I can click convert to curves. But because we're in the corner tool tutorial, I'm going to go over to the corner tool, click on that. And you see here, it says bake appearance. Basically, that is exactly the same thing. It's just going to bake in that look. It's going to convert everything I've done into curves. So I'll go ahead and click on it. So now that I've clicked on it, I can no longer see those handles and everything is just nodes, isn't it? So now let's go ahead and click on the move tool again and scale it down. So click and drag down and you can see it's retaining its style. Okay, let's move over to this other square that I've created. It's still a rectangle because I used the rectangle tool. And what I'm going to show you here is basically selecting multiple nodes to apply this effect. So I'm going to go over to the corner tool, click on it, and this time I'm going to click and drag over these two nodes, and I'm going to click and drag down on one of them, and you see it affects both of them. And of course you can go back to the corner tool and choose your different types of corner. So I'll just leave it on that for now. Also, I just want to give you a little bit of a hand now, although we're going to go into this a bit later, is selecting nodes that aren't right next to each other. So let me demonstrate. So Command Z to go back. Okay, we're back to our original square. I'm going to select the corner tool again. And let's say I want to select this node on the bottom right and this node up here on the top left. So as this node is selected, I can hold down Shift and I can go over to whatever other node I want and select that as well. Now I can let go. So top left and bottom right are selected. And now I can just go to the corner tool, which is selected already, and just drag like this. So that's one way of selecting them. I will get into this further later, but if I just deselect that and I'll go back to the corner tool, I will just show you how to select in a different way. So if you just hold down Option or Alt on your keyboard, click and drag, and see, like I can draw now. So I can draw down here, get that one, and that's it. So by using that shortcut, I can select nodes that are maybe in difficult places. Okay, let's move on and actually do it on something that looks like a glass. It's very simple, I know, but basically here is what I want to show you. You can use this corner tool on multiple different objects. So we've got this object here and we've got this object here. So I'm just going to select both of them. So you can either do this like I did it before. So I've selected the blue part and now I'll select the drink part by holding Shift. By the way, you can do this from the layers panel as well. So if we go down, I haven't labeled them, I should have done really. This is our drink, this is our kind of glass part. So I can select one of them, hold down Command and click. By the way, if you're selecting more than that, you can just hold down Shift and let's say you go down to here and just click on the last one. But if you're selecting individual ones, you just hold down Command. Maybe you want to select that. You see how it works. So anyway, I'm selecting both of them. Now I'm going to click on C on the keyboard. That's our corner tool. Now I'm just going to select all of those nodes down here. And I'm going to drag it up like that, just because I want a smooth corner there. And I'm going to let go. So right now I can see that this corner didn't really work so well. Not sure why, but I can just play around with that one. So I'll just click off and I'll click on again just to the drink. Select this node and I'll drag the handle out a little bit more so it looks a little bit more even, and maybe this one a little bit more as well. There we go. I'm happy with that. So you can use the corner tool on multiple different objects. Let's do one more example of that with a lot more objects. So here I have a bunch of triangles. Basically, they're not connected. What I'm going to do is just select all of them. I'm going to hit C for the corner tool. I'm going to click and select all of these top ones. And I'm going to drag it down like this. Okay, great. But what if I wanted to make this little section smooth as well? Well, that's where something else comes in. And that's called the Boolean operations, where you can add together multiple shapes. And this is what the next section is about. So here's just a little taster. So I'm just going to press Command Z to go back. So they're all individual ones. I can go ahead and select them all. And I'm going to go up to Boolean operations and I'm going to click on Add. Now you can see in the layers panel that it's just one layer and I can just drag that one layer around. So it's all just one now. We'll get into this in the next section, but now we're going to use the corner tool. So I'm going to press C on the keyboard and I'm going to select all of these nodes at the top here. Now I'm just going to click on any of these nodes and click and drag. And you can see how it works on all of these nodes and produces this really nice smooth wavy pattern. And if I really like this, I can go ahead and click on Bake Appearance and there we go. Moving on to the next section. Oh, actually there's one more thing that I almost completely forgot to tell you. So if you just go ahead and grab your rectangle tool and just draw one out, basically you can use the corner tool from here without even entering the corner tool. So if we look in the context toolbar, remember it always helps us out this bit. It says corner, and of course I showed you this earlier where you can just choose the corner type, straight, etc. So we'll just keep it on rounded. You can also head over to here. You see it says single radius. If I uncheck that, it gives me all of these other options. And basically TL means top left, so it'd be this section. TR, top right, and you get it. So I could do in each individual corner separately. So here I can just do maybe a little bit. On the top right, I can do maybe a lot more. So just so you know, you can actually do some of these actions within the shape because they're quite smart. Okay, now we can move on. In this section, we're going to be covering Boolean operations. And basically, this allows you to add multiple shapes into one shape, or using one shape to cut into another shape. So in the last section, I showed you how to add all of those triangles together as one shape. Basically, this is what this will allow us to do, plus more. So where are these? Well, they're in the toolbar just up here. You see they're all grayed out right now. So we need to select a couple of objects or shapes. I have a pink circle and a blue square. So I'm just going to select both of them. So the first one is selected. I'm going to hold Shift and click the second shape. Now they're both selected, we can see they're no longer grayed out and we can play around with them. So the first one is add. And as you might imagine, it would add these shapes together. But before I click it, I just want you to take note in the layers panel, the pink circle is above the blue square. So when I click add, I want you to know that the pink circle will take on the color of the layer underneath. So I'm going to press it now, add. So there we go. They are now just one shape, one layer in the layers panel, as you can see, and also it's turned blue. So simple enough. If you were then to click on the node tool, you can see that you can further play around and customize this shape, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to press Command Z to go back. Okay, time to move on to the next one, subtract. So I'll select both of them again, and now I'll go up to subtract. I'll click on that. So basically the circle has acted like a cookie cutter into the square underneath. So looking at these icons, anything that is blue remains, anything that is gray disappears. So let's move on to the next one. So I'll press Command Z to go back. They're both selected. Let's use intersect. So I'm going to click on this, intersect. And you see, just like the image here, the blue one remains, the gray has gone. Command Z to go back. Let's try XOR. Okay, let's go up to XOR. And I click on that, and basically it's done the opposite of what we previously did on intersect, and there is nothing left in the middle. Again, we'll press Command Z to go back and try divide. You can see where this is going, right? So it's just going to divide all of these into 3 different shapes as it shows there. So up there, I'm going to click on divide, and we can see that actually the colors of the circle remain, and so does the square. But if we pull it apart, so I'll click on this, that's 1 layer, that's 2, and that's 3. So basically this has cut into the shape based on where the outline was. So I'll just demonstrate that by pressing Command Z to go back, and it's back into its original form. Okay, so if we head on up to wireframe view mode, just up here, click on that. If we zoom in, we can see where these outlines intersect. And basically this is where it is cutting, and it's leaving those 3 individual shapes left. Okay, let's uncheck that. Okay, this next one is merge curves, and the icon isn't exactly clear what this does, but imagine if you have 2 objects here, they're 2 different layers, and you want them to just remain on the same layer. You want to merge these curves, so select both of them, go up to merge curves, click on that, and now you see, although it's taken on the color of the blue, they are now acting like one individual item. But this is more handy to use when you are drawing with the pen tool. And I know we're going to go into that later, but I'll just demonstrate quickly. So I'm going to grab the pen tool and I'm just going to create a few lines here. Okay, so let me go give it a stroke and increase that stroke a little bit. Okay, so we've got one. I'm just going to use power duplicate here just to show you. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 layers here. And what if I just wanted them to act as one? Well, I'd select all of them, all of these individual curves, and click on Merge Curves. Now they just act as one. If I head into the Node tool, click on that, you can still see I can play around with them individually, but I can just move them with the Move tool, easy like that. Okay, moving on. In this section, we'll be covering the geometry tools. Now, it's a little bit advanced for a beginner, but I wanted to place it here as it's similar to the Boolean operations where you're, using a shape to cut into another shape or separating different curves. So skip ahead now if it's not for you and come back when you're ready. So the geometry tools can be found right next to the Boolean operations, and of course they're grayed out just like before. So I just want to start off with the first one, which is separate curves. And if you were watching the Boolean operations, if you were watching the section just before this, you'll know that we selected a bunch of objects and then we merged those curves by pressing merged curves in Boolean operations. And then they just turned into one layer in the layers panel, if you look over there. So in this section, it's basically the opposite of that. So you want to separate the curves. Right now, I can just move them around as one. And you can see it's just one layer. If I go up to the geometry tools and click on separate curves, you can see it's now broken it down into 4 separate squares. I'll delete those. Same thing for this. This is an example we used before. They are merged right now, as you can see, just one layer. I can go up there and press separate curves again. And now you can see they are each individual movable curves. Moving on to the next one is fill holes. And, of course, it's very easy to understand what that is, because as I drag it around, you can see there's holes punched in this square. So simply go up to geometry and click fill holes. This is quite useful perhaps if you're downloading vector items from different websites and you're trying to customize them to your liking. Maybe they have some holes in there. You could just click on fill holes. Okay, I'm going to show you cut curves with key objects first, just because it's a little bit more useful. I don't really use remove inner curves too often, but cut curves with key objects. This one here. So this is it down here. I've basically made it look exactly the same. So we have 2 items here, 2 objects, and they're overlaying each other. So if I select both of them and I go up, you can see that it's grayed out cut curves with key objects. So how do I activate that? Well, this section here, this object, I want this to act as a knife and I want it to cut into this circle underneath. So with both of them selected, I'll simply hold down Option or Alt on the keyboard, and then I choose the layer I want to be the knife. So obviously I wanted this S to be the knife, so I'm just going to select that, and you can see in the layers panel it's slightly lighter. This is now our key object, our key cutting object. Now I can go up and you can see it's highlighted, and I just click once on it and you can see it's broken it into 2 pieces, and that little S acted like a knife. Okay, I'll just quickly cover remove inner curves. So we will use this as an example. There's 2 separate objects, okay? If we merge them together, so I'm going to select both of them and go up to merge curves in Boolean operations. Now they just are one shape here. But what if we wanted to remove all of these inside curves here and just keep this outline here? Well, seems as they're merged, we can go up to geometry and click on remove inner curves, and it's gotten rid of everything that was inside of that outline. Okay, let's move on. In this section, we're going to be covering compound shapes. And much like the Boolean operations we used before, compound shapes allow us to non-destructively add or cut away from a shape. Let me demonstrate. So much like before, we have a circle and a square, and I'm going to overlay it just like last time. And also just like last time, I can go up to Boolean operations, okay? But before I click anything here, I need to ensure that it's going to be a compound shape. So there's a couple of ways of doing it. One of them is to go up to layer and then click on compound group. That's one option. Another option is to go over to your Boolean operation and you decide the one you want, hover over it, hold down the Option or Alt key on your keyboard, and then simply click. So it looks like nothing has changed. It just added them together like last time. But if we look in the layers panel, I'll just drag that to the top there, you can see it says compound and it has a little arrow next to it, and I can click on that and it will reveal what's inside. So these are technically now the child layers. So I can just select the circle and click on it and move it around. So it looks like they're separate, but actually they are together. So I'll demonstrate that by clicking on the actual compound layer, the full one in the layers panel, and then let's apply a gradient to it. So I'm going to head on over to the gradient tool, shortcut G, and I'm going to click and drag it down like this. And you can see that it is just one layer. Okay, I'll press Command Z to go back and click back on the Move tool. I want to show you what this little icon is here. So within the compound layer, there is this little icon next to the ellipse tool. And basically this is the same icon that is add. in the Boolean operations, so it's telling me what it's doing. But I don't have to keep it like this. Like I said, it's non-destructive, so we can click on that and then we can cycle through to subtract maybe. So if you look at the shape, it's now cutting into the square, intersect, XOR. So there we go, it's non-destructive, but let's keep it on add for now. Okay, let's get another shape involved. I want to add this triangle into here. So the way I do that is to simply go to the layers panel, click on the triangle, and I will just drag it up into it. So now it's part of this compound group, and I can drag it across. And just to make sure, I'll click on the compound layer again and change the color. And you can see it's all one shape. But what if you don't have any more shapes left to drag into that group and you want to create your own shapes based on these tools on the left hand side? Well, first of all, you go over to the compound layer and click on one of the child layers. These are the layers that are part of the parent layer, which is the compound. So let's click on triangle, the child layer. I can head on over and let's grab a star. And now if I just click and drag a star out, you can see it's now taken on that same color and it's part of the compound group. I'll just press the move tool and move it somewhere a little bit better. So maybe here. So with each of these shapes, you can decide what they do. But let's keep it all on add. And then if you're happy with this, then you can make that permanent move of converting it to curves. But as a beginner, compound groups are really handy because you don't actually have to commit until you actually really need to. So I'll just go ahead and click on convert to curves now. And you can see it's all just one shape now. There's no compound layer and that's it. The only way to go back though would be to press Command Z, okay? So as I press Command Z, you can see it's a compound layer again. If I didn't like what I was seeing there and I just wanted to start afresh, you can actually just select all of those layers. So I select the first one, hold Shift, select the last one, and I'll just drag it out of that compound layer. And you see it's just an empty compound layer now. I can press delete and we're back to our original shapes. So that's how to create compound shapes. In this section, I'll be briefly covering the knife tool. I've covered most of the tools of Affinity in depth on my channel, so you can go and check that out for a more in-depth review of it. So where is this tool? Well, it's on the left-hand side in the tools panel. The shortcut for it is K. This is the icon. I've redesigned the icon so it's more identifiable. So let's go ahead and click on the knife tool. And you can see the icon has changed of my cursor. It's now a knife. And you can also see it in the context toolbar. We have some options. But for now, I'm just going to use it as default. So on this ellipse here that was selected, I'm just going to click and I'm going to drag down like this. And when I let go, what has happened? If we look in the layers panel, it's now 2 layers. And what I can do, just while still in the knife tool, I can click once on that section and it's highlighted it. And I can either press delete, and that's just gotten rid of that section, or I can press Command Z to go back. And I can either head to the move tool, which is V, and I can click and move it across. Maybe I want to create something like that. Or I can press A, the node tool, and start playing around with this side a little bit more. But as you can probably see, it's quite a jagged edge, not very smooth. So what I'm going to do is press Command Z to go back to its original state. Now I'm going to use K on the keyboard. I'm going to use that shortcut now. I'm going to head up to the context toolbar. So the first one, it says Options, Straight Line. I'll click it. Now I'm going to click and drag. See, this is just dragging out a straight line, so I could just lop the top off. And of course you can include the Shift key to keep it in a straight line. So I can let go, and now it's just lop the top off like an egg, and there it is. So press Command Z again. The next option is Auto Close. So if I click on Auto Close, and I will click off of straight line again, basically I can do this. I could go inside of it, draw a line, and then you see that little red dot. As soon as I go close to it, it's going to connect together and complete the shape. And now it's cut a little hole out. So if I press V, I can just remove that. Okay, I'll press Command Z again and go back to the knife tool. I'll click off of that. And the next one is Stabilizer. Stabilizer is available in the pen and pencil tool, which you'll see, and the paintbrush tool, the vector brush tool. So I'm going to select that. And the first option under Stabilizer is rope mode, and the next one is window mode. Let's just quickly use rope mode, and I'll just show you. So rope mode, I'm dragging along, and you can see there's this rope that's helping me make it a little bit smoother. Okay, great. But let me press Command Z to go back. You see this length? If I just click on that and drag it up, I can increase the length of that rope. So again, I can click and see the rope is a little bit longer, and it's making it a lot smoother. And there we go. That's really nice and smooth, isn't it? So that was rope mode. I'll press back a few times and we'll try the last one, which is window mode. And when I click on window mode, it says window 25. So let's just try it. Click and drag it. And if you can see, when I speed up, it kind of follows me like a rubber band. That's what that's doing, the window. So if I just press Command Z one more time and we increase that window, I will click and drag from over here. And you see it's kind of a lot more controllable. And there we go. So I kind of call that rubber band mode. So that is the knife tool. If you want to see more, go see the full tutorial. In this section, we're going to be covering the contour tool. The shortcut for that is O on the keyboard, and this is what the icon looks like, and it's over on the left-hand side in your tools panel. So if you click on that, we can get started. So the contour tool is basically going to allow us to offset our path. So if we click on this shape here, this gray square, our path is basically this square shape here. So if I go ahead and click and drag it in, we've offset the path. So the original shape there is shown by the blue outline, and obviously the new one where we're dragging it is our new location for this path. And we can drag it out as well, and you can see it goes beyond those boundaries. So I'm going to let go now. So why has it given us a rounded edge there? Why didn't it stay nice and pointy? Well, let's go up to the context toolbar and have a look at the options. So we have radius, where we can drag it in and out. And also we have contour type, and this might seem familiar from the corner tool. So we have round joins, that's what it's on right now. That's why it's rounded corners. And then we have miter joins, basically sharp corners. And then we have bevel joins, and you can see what that has done. But let's keep it on the round joins for now. And then you've got miter, and that will help you with your miter joins. And then we've got cap, these options here. Better to use these on an open curve like the one down the bottom, this black line stroke basically. So let's go on to fill. Right now it's on auto closed, but if we click on the next one, which is force open, it basically punches a hole through that shape. So if I click and drag in and out, you can see what it does. It basically looks like an outline now. And you can play around with that as much as you want. And the last one is force closed. But I'll keep it on force open, and let's say I'm happy with it, I can press bake appearance, and now it's nodes that we can play around with and manipulate further. You can also use the contour tool on text, and this comes in really handy. So I'm going to go ahead and select the text here. It's still typable, by the way, so there we go. I'm going to go ahead and click on the contour tool again, and then I'm going to just drag it inwards like that, just to make it skinnier. So this works, doesn't it? But it's a little bit rounded in the corners there. So you just go up to contour type and select the one you want. So I'll just select miter join, and look, it's just a skinnier version of those letters. And you can drag it out as well, of course. So I'm going to press Command Z to go back because I want to show you a use case for it. And of course you could do this with the stroke panel, but this one is pretty handy. It's quite quick to do basically. So we have high. Let's say I wanted to create a sticker. I'm going to create an outline to it, maybe 2 outlines of different colors. So what we'll do is just duplicate it to begin with. So I'll press Command J. And you can see in the layers panel, we have 2 copies now. With the one underneath, I'm going to change the color to purple. And now I'm going to hit O on the keyboard for the contour tool, and I'm going to click and drag out. And you see if I drag it all the way out like this is why it could be handy for stickers, because all these letters are now joined up so they could be printed as one, or good for t-shirts as well. There's many use cases for this tool. So I've done one. Let's make another copy of this one. So I can press Command C, Command V this time. And let's change the color again. So I'll just choose this color, I guess. And we can click and drag down. And you can see what it does. Get creative with this one. Okay, moving on to the next example. We have a circle, and I've just used the Boolean operations to attach a triangle onto it, basically, so it's a little bit more unique. And we have our trusty square in the background. Basically, with this one, what my goal is to create an outline and then cut into this shape so there's a distance between them. So what I'm going to do, just like the text, I'm going to Command J, that's to duplicate it. I'm going to click on the bottom layer. I'm going to change that color to, let's change it to white so it matches the background, because I want to create that distance. Now I'm going to click on O for the contour tool, and I'm going to click and drag outwards. So there it is. I'll just press on the move tool so you can see it is just a white layer version of it. And I'm going to press on the contour tool again so we can get those options up. You can see here it's rounded on this sharp corner. I could click on miter if I want, or the bevel as well. But I'll just keep it on round because I think that kind of looks cool. So I'm happy with the way it looks there. And now I want to cut into the blue shape behind. So I'll go up to Bake Appearance, and you can see it's just a curve now. And now I can select, whilst that's selected, by the way, I can hold Shift and click on the shape in the background, and then go up to Boolean operations and just click Subtract. And you can see now there's a nice distance between them, and mission accomplished. Okay, let's look at the last option. And this is basically just one stroke, and I'll just go on the node tool to show you. It's just a stroke. There's no fill or anything like that. So with this one, I'm going to click on O for the contour tool again, and I will just click and drag to see what happens. And as you can see, if I go right, it goes bigger, left goes a bit skinnier. So basically, it looks like it's creating a box just from a line, which is cool. So this is where the cap comes in handy. So if you look up here at no cap, this is what it's on right now. If I go ahead and click on round cap, we get a kind of long pill-shaped object. So the contour tool is basically very, very handy. Let's move on. In this section, we're going to be covering the pen and the node tool because they work seamlessly together really well. Just to note that I have made a very in-depth tutorial on the pen and node tool, so you can go and check that out. This will be for the basics, okay? So you can get a good understanding of how this works. So we'll start off with selecting the pen tool. And like always, it's on the left-hand side in the tools panel. And as I hover over it, the shortcut is P on the keyboard. So I'm going to select it. And the first thing I'm going to do is check my fill and my stroke. Of course, I've already done it, but for fill right now, because we're just drawing these strokes, these outlines, we want to set the fill to none. So just click on this button here, and then we go over to stroke, choose your color, and then we go over to the width, and let's place it on 25. Okay, then click off of that. Let's begin. So to start off with, I'm just going to click once and then twice. So in its default state, this is how it will work. So you have two squares either end. These are called sharp nodes, and they're called sharp nodes because there's no curvature in this line. So that's what we're going to concentrate on to begin with before we go up to the context toolbar and look at all those options. So I'll zoom out and we'll just keep drawing out these sharp nodes. So I'll click again and again and again, and you see there's no curves anywhere. I'm just clicking once, twice, three times, etc. So these are all sharp nodes, and this blue line is our path. So if you look in the layers panel, we have one layer, that's our sharp nodes layer. And let's say we want to start drawing out another line. Well, if I just start drawing over here, if I click once more, you see, actually, it still thinks I want to continue drawing that. So I'll press Command Z to go back a step. From this point, you just want to press Escape. So if I press Escape now, you see the node, it changed color. That means that Affinity knows now that I'm finished with that line for now. So let's start drawing these smooth nodes. So to begin with, I will just click, and this time I will drag. And you see this, it's a circle, and that is called a smooth node. And these handles each side are called handles. So from this point, I can just let go. See, I've drawn it out like that. And this is the trajectory of the line. So if I click around here, and I click and drag, you see it was going to be pointing up that way because that's the way the handle was facing. Okay, so let's keep drawing those out. So I'll click, drag again. And you see I could drag it really far and change it like this. So I'll just keep doing this. So we're only using smooth nodes right now. And they've got handles on them as well. Those handles mean that we can play around with them later. That's where the node tool comes in. But for now, we'll just use the pen tool in its basic default state. So I want to create a new line now. I have two layers. I press Escape. Let's mix it up a bit. So this time I will start off with a sharp node. So I'll click once, and I'll click once again there. And then this time I will click and drag. And you see we've got a kind of wave shape going on here. I'll let go. And I'll go to about here, and I'll click and drag. And I'll do the same again here. And then from here, I'll just click once. And you see, when I click once, it's just a sharp node. If I don't drag, it will end up being a sharp node. And then if I click once more, there we go. So we've used sharp and smooth nodes in the same line. Okay, let's press escape so we can draw a new line. And this time I want to concentrate on those sharp corners, those cusps. So this is where it gets a little bit more technical, okay? So we'll click once and we will click and drag this time here. Really, when you start, you should click and drag if you want that to be smooth to begin with, and then click and drag again. Okay, so we have two smooth nodes there. But what if I wanted that to be sharp now, just remaining in the pen tool? Well, there's an easy way. You just press Alt or Option on your keyboard, and you see as I hover over this handle, if I hold Alt or Option, see this little pointy icon appears. Basically, that's telling me I can get rid of that handle. So I'm going to click once, and now you see it's turned into a sharp node. So from this point, I can click and drag, and you see now I have a sharp cusp there, a sharp corner, and I can go up and make another smooth one. And let's say from this point, actually, we want another sharp one. Okay, let's just do it one more time. Option and click, and then drag like this. There is another way as well, which I'll show you on the next wave, I guess. So if we click and drag to make another smooth node, before we let go, we can hold down Option, and then we can just drag this handle to where kind of we want the next path to lead. So if I let go at this point, see it's facing down there. If I just click and drag here, you can see initially it wanted to go this way, and now I'm dragging this way, it's going in this curvature. So let's do that one more time. So I'll go up here, and then I'll hold Option, I'll drag it around, I'll let go, and then I'll click and drag like that. So there's some of the basics of using the pen tool. So here's a scenario when you first start using the pen tool. You'll be clicking along as I showed you just now, and then you'll press escape because you're like, I want to draw a new line. And then you'll start drawing that new line, and then you'll think, oh no, actually I wanted to continue drawing along the first line. How do I do that? Well, of course, we'll press Command Z to get rid of those previous steps. So how do I continue drawing from this node here? Well, it's simple. You just hold down Command, and then you go ahead and select the node. And now you can see it's changed color, and that means I can continue drawing. So click, 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 click. So right now, this is considered an open curve because I haven't completed the shape yet. So I'll just show you by adding a fill. So I'll just make that some kind of yellow color there, and I'll just go back down. I'll just hold down Command and tap on that little one again so it knows that I want to continue to draw out from there. So right now it's open and you can see the fill. Yeah, it's kind of looking a bit odd really, isn't it? What we want to do is complete the shape. So as I hover over the first node that I started drawing from, you can see a little icon. It's a circle. It's basically telling us the circle will be complete if we click here. So I will. And now this is called a closed curve. We've completed the shape. So this shape that we've just drawn out is all sharp, right? It's sharp nodes all around. And a little taster into the node tool at this point, because the node tool and the pen tool, they work together so closely that you almost don't realize you're using the node tool sometimes. So let's say this node here, it's sharp right now. What if we wanted to turn it into a smooth node? Well, you just hold down Command or Control on a PC, and you just hover over. But you see, before I hover over, this is turned into the node tool now, just so I could select this node. So I'll click on it, and then I'll let go. You see I'm still in the pen tool, and I still have the pen tool's context toolbar options. I can go over to convert. Right now, sharp, it's already sharp, so we don't want that. We can go to smooth and click on that. Great, it's now a smooth node, and that's what we wanted. Okay, let's have a look at the different modes in the context toolbar. So the one we started off with, the one I've shown you so far, is just pen mode, this one here. So obviously we can do sharp nodes like that. We can click and drag to get those smooth nodes and so on. So I'll just delete that and we'll check the next one. So this is called smart mode and it works slightly differently. So if I just click once, you can see it's a round circle, looks like a smooth node, but it has a little dot inside of it. And if I just click once more up here, I can see it already has handles on it. Looks slightly different. This is smart mode, remember? And when I click once more, you see it's kind of worked out for itself what the curvature should be on this path. And you can just keep clicking around like this, and it will automatically decide how smooth each one should be. And I'll finish the shape there, and there we go. So that's smart mode. I'll press delete on that one. So the next mode is polygon mode. And basically this one is going to allow us just to draw in sharp, straight lines. And even if I click to drag to get that smooth node, it will not let me. So you can just click around like this and you're never getting a smooth node. Okay, next mode, let's have a look, and it is line mode. So this one, I'll click once, click twice, click 3 times, click 4 times. So it only allows us to draw individual straight lines. So I could do that, it's not going to continue along. So this could be quite handy if you're doing a lot of straight line work, I guess. Press Command Z to go back, get rid of those. The last part I want to show you is this one right at the end here. It's called rubber band mode. And if I select that one, and we'll go back to our original pen mode. So this one is quite cool actually. So if I click once here, and you see here, it's just this line is already here. I will click once again. And then let's say I do a smooth node here. When I let go, it kind of has this projection line. So it's kind of showing me what the curvature will be like if I tap here. So I'll do another smooth node here. And this time I'll end with a sharp node. So you see the curvature here? If I click, it was exactly as it projected. So obviously now that I've got a sharp node, it's gone to a straight line. So I can just click once here. But if I just click and drag there, it already knows I'm in the smooth node and it will give me that projection line again. Very handy. So whilst I still have this shape open, I just want to show you an action that you can perform. So I haven't closed the curve yet, but I can go up to action and just press a button and it will do it for me. So I can press close curve just up here. When I click it, it just knows exactly where the start and end node was and just fills it in. Okay, let's briefly cover snapping whilst we're in the pen tool. So we can enable snapping here, but first of all, I'll try and draw something without snapping. So imagine I want to draw a straight line out like this, and I want it to be perfectly down in line with that. Well, nothing is happening. There's nothing snapping. So I can just go up here and I can turn on this one here. It says align to nodes of the selected curve. So I can click on that. And now if I keep drawing, you see as I hover over here, this little line tells me I'm perfectly in line and it kind of magnetizes towards here. So I could just click once here. And when I go up, you see here, it's snapping to this node over on the left-hand side and it's showing me the dimensions between. You see here, the dimensions of the vertical and horizontal. And I could just continue now and everything's perfectly in line. So this could be very useful for you to use this. And of course, there are other snapping options. If you want to know and go further in detail with that, go and check out my full tutorial. And of course, right at the end, you can click use fill or don't use fill, but you can also just do it from here, fill like I did at the start. Okay, now I want to show you how you can just use the shift key to get perfectly straight lines. So I'll click once there and I'll plan to jot my node over here somewhere, but as I don't have snapping on, I can just hold down shift and we get this yellow line here. So I could just click there and I know I've got 2 perfectly lined up sharp nodes with a completely straight path. And this also works vertically as well. So I can do that again. And also it works when you're going up at an angle. As you can see, I'll just go around like a clock. So what I want to do now is just click on snapping and use both of them together. So that snapping is highlighted and I will just hold down shift and click until I go up until it lines up with that node just over there. So there it is. So now I can just click and I know that's perfectly lined up. So I've created a little assault course to test out all the things I've been talking about. So I'm in the pen tool and just the pen mode, nothing else is selected. So here we go. Let's zoom into the first one. So this one, these all look like they should be sharp nodes. So I'm just going to click once there and once there. And I'll just keep clicking on each of these points because there's no curves here whatsoever. So that was pretty easy enough. So let's go to the next one. In order to draw a new line, I have to press escape. Okay, let's go down here and see what this is about. So I know that I need to click and drag out a smooth node here. And maybe about here I will click and drag again. And then it looks like it just goes down and up here. So I'm going to click and drag from there as well. So from this point, I can get rid of this handle. So remember, you can press Option and you can click on the handle and that's got rid of it. So now it's just a straight line going across. But how do I make sure it's a straight line? Well, I can either use the snapping option or the shift option. So remember the shift option here? I'm going to use that one this time. So I'm going to hold down shift and I'm going to click where I think it ends there. This is another sharp node scenario, so I'll click once there. And this one here is definitely a curve. So what I can do is click like this and I can let go, and I'll do the same thing again. Option, click on the handle. And then this time I'm not going to use shift. I'm going to go up to snapping, click that on. And I just want to be able to go in a straight line and end about there. So that was relatively easy. Okay, great. Let's move on to this. So we've got a wave and a sun. So this sun is just a perfect circle there. I'm going to press escape so I can draw that new line. So I'll try and figure out where the center is here. So I'm going to click and drag out. And I want to make sure that it's level. So remember, I can hold down shift and that will level it out. And I've just kind of got to decide how far I should pull out. So this circle is going to have about 4 nodes on it. So I'm going to click about here and drag out. Oh, look, I was almost right. I'll go down to the center here. And now look, because snapping is still turned on, I know that that is the center. So click and drag out whilst holding shift. Okay, and up here it's snapping, so I can click, hold down shift and drag up. And the last one I can click and drag. There we go. So that's not too bad. It's not perfect. I messed up a little bit there. That's where the node tool will come in, which is next. So on the last one, let's try and tackle this wave. So because I closed that last shape, I no longer need to press escape. So I'll click once there. I'll drag to about there, and then I will drag out whilst holding shift so everything stays in line, and I will let go. So around about here, I think I will click and drag like that. And then on the last point, I will click and drag like this. And before I let go, because I know there's a cusp coming up, I can hold down the option key and I can drag it around to where I think it should be. So maybe somewhere like that. I'll let go and I'll place my new one about here. I'll click and drag it there, almost perfect. And I can do the same up here, just click and drag until I get to this section here, and I just click and drag out like that. So I know I need to go straight down, so I'm going to hold down option, click on that handle to get rid of it. So from this point, I think I'll just hold down shift and to about here. And because snapping is turned on, I'll need this now. So I'll just go over to this node and you see it's kind of meeting up. I'll click and then I could just complete the wave. So that didn't work out too bad actually. Let's move on to the node tool to see how that can help us. In this section, we're going to be covering the node tool. So I've been using the pen tool a lot, and we just used it on that course that I just did. But let's say that you didn't do too well if you were going to try it. Well, you can use the node tool to clean this up. So let's just learn by doing. So I'm going to click on the node tool. The shortcut is A. So I've clicked on it, and now I'm going to zoom in to this first one here. And I'm going to try and clean this up. First of all, I can select the item like I've done there, and I can see all the nodes. If we look at the context toolbar, we have many options, but some of them are grayed out. So if I go ahead and just select one of the nodes, you see some of the options appear. So it's based on what you've selected, it will give you different options. So for the basics, you can click on a node and you can move it around like this. You can also click the path here and click and drag it like this. And I'll just press Command Z to go back. And you can perform other actions. But for now, let's just try and tidy it up so it matches the gray line in the background. Let's go ahead and click on the first node and place it where we think it should be. Okay, excellent. And we'll just keep going through, clicking the nodes. And these are all sharp nodes, as you can see, and just clicking them so they all line up. Okay, that was easy enough. Let's go to this next one. It looks all over the place. So I'm going to select it and I can see the first node is the smooth node. So I'm happy with that. I'll just line that up properly. And the next one, this one really should be smooth. So in order for us to turn it into a smooth node, we can either go up to convert options in the context toolbar and choose the middle one here, which is smooth. Click on that. There is another way to do it. And that is if I press Command Z, and that is when we hover over the node, we can simply hold down Control and click. And that's turned it into a smooth node again. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag it up here, grab the handle and twist it around. So these smooth nodes have handles and you can use the node tool to play around with them. So the next one just looks slightly out of place. So I'm just going to drag it down to about here. And I'm just going to drag this handle inwards and across like this until it perfectly lines up. So this next one should be completely flat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to the snapping options up here. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to go back to the node and I'm going to drag it down, and you see it's snapping to the node on the left. Okay, that's great. So this one looks like it should be completely flat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this node up here. And in fact, I don't need snapping on right now because it seems to be snapping to something over there. So I'm just going to place it around here. And one of the ways you could do it is this. You can hold down Option, you can hover over this handle and click once on that, and you can go over to there, hold Option and click. So that's Alt key, by the way, as well for Windows. Another way you could do that is if I press Command Z to go back, when you hover over the path here, you can hold down Option and you can see a flat line icon appears, and I could just click once and then it just turns into a flat one, and it's got sharp nodes both sides. So the next one is me just dragging it down, and this seems like it went straight into place, so I'm happy with that. And lastly, I know that this needs to be completely flat, so I'm going to need to turn on that snapping again and just drag it down, and there we go. That's all perfectly lined up, and I'm quite happy with the result. So the next one is a circle. I'll just turn snapping off for a second. One of the things I could do is, first of all, just try and get all of these points where I think they should be. So I'll drag that to here, and this one to here, and this one over here. I will turn on snapping at this point because I want all of these nodes to line up because there's only 4 of them. So I'm going to click on this one, I'm going to drag it to about here, and I know that lines up with this, and I'll do the same with this bottom one here. Okay, that's lined up nicely. So I know I need to turn this into a smooth node, but I can always just drag this handle down. And when it gets to a certain point, it just turns into a smooth node, you see. And with this one here, I will just select this and I'll go up to Convert and I'll click on Smooth. So it looks like I need to drag this handle out a little bit more. So I'm going to drag that, but I don't want it to affect everything else. So I'm just going to press Command Z. I'm going to hold down Shift and I'm going to click, and it's going to stay perfectly vertical. So I can just drag down there, and I'll do the same thing with this side as well. Hold Shift, click and drag. And I'll do the same thing for this side as well, but this time I'll just use that shortcut and press Control and click. And that's turned it into a smooth node. Again, I can hold down Shift, click and drag up here. If I thought that these were equal both sides, I could just hold down Control, click and drag, and it will bring it out both sides. But you know what? In this scenario, I'm not going to do that. I could hold Shift just to double check. No, it's not quite there. So what I'll do is press Command Z to go back, and I'll just hold down Shift, click, and just drag down. So that seems to be perfectly lined up. Okay, so now we're going to try and line up this one, and this is all over the place. So we'll start from the beginning, and this one is smooth node, and I don't want that. So I could just hold down Option and click once, and it's turned it into a sharp node. And yeah, that's about right there. In fact, I could turn off snapping at this point because I can see it's slightly over. So I can select both of those and bring them up slightly, click off, and then continue along. So this one looks like it's kind of almost in the right place, but it seems like it's missing one. So what we can do with the node tool, we can add them. So just hovering over this path, I could just click once here, and it's added a node. And obviously it's a smooth node because either side was smooth. And I actually want this to be a sharp one. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hold down Option and click and drag that in like this. And for this one up here, I'll just click and drag it up to see whether it matches. Okay, it's matching pretty well. I think with this one, I need to drag it out slightly. And if I don't want it to move around when I'm dragging it, I can just hold down Shift. There we go. For this one, it just seems like I have to drag it in there. And sometimes it's good to just try and drag all of these nodes into the place where you think they're going to be, if you are tracing something that is, and then make the changes that you need to. So like this, I know that that should be a sharp one, so I'm going to hold down Option, click once. So going back to this one to try and fix it, I'll just drag this out slightly, click on that node again, drag it out slightly, there we go, something like that. And this needs to be played around with a little bit, so I'll just click on that node and bring that up. And this one could probably go down a little bit. So that's done. So I need to know that this is completely in line. So what I'm going to do is just turn on snapping again. This one here, align to nodes of selected curves. So I'll select that and you can see it snapping to it. So over here, I can just grab this one, place it in the corner, and you can see it snapping to this one over here. And it hasn't finished. I have to continue drawing along. So what I can either do is press on the pen tool again as it's selected and just click once on there and it's completed. Or I can press Command Z to go back, or I can simply head on up to the context toolbar, and under the action, you can see one here, it says close curve. I can just click on that and it's closed it for me. So this one here, I'll just select that. You can see it has many nodes on it. There's too many, I think. So there is this option, and I don't use it that often, but it's called smooth curve. So if I just click it once, you can see there's less smooth nodes on there now. I click it again, there's even less. And the more you click it, it kind of tries to work out what's the best way to make it smooth and have less nodes. It doesn't always work, but it seems to be working pretty well. Okay, I'll turn snapping off now and just show you how you can break things apart slightly. So if I just select this circle here, if we go up to action, you can see break curve is there. You'd have to select one of them first, and let's press break curve here. So it looks like nothing's happened, but if I go ahead and click on one side, you can see it's broken it apart. If I wanted it to go back together again, I just simply click on it and drag, and it's together again as one shape. If that doesn't work for you, let me just break it again. If that doesn't work for you, you could simply put them close to each other and you could select both. Now this isn't going to work perfectly here. So I've selected both nodes, and then I could go up to join curves. And now it's joined them together again, but obviously it's not working so well. So I could just delete that and then just hold down Control and click, and it's turned it into a smooth node. And then I go about trying to fix it again. Also, there's another way. If you want to break this apart into different sections, let's say you don't want this path between these two nodes, you could just hold down Control on the keyboard and you see there's a little X there, and I could just click once and now it's gotten rid of it. And again, choose both of those nodes and you can join those curves again. So you can either press close curves or join curves there. Okay, I just want to briefly cover, whilst you're in the node tool, how to select things, because we know how to select this big object here, but how do we select individual nodes? So I'm in the node tool right now, and let's say I wanted to select these three. That's fair enough. I could just do that and it's pretty easy. I can click and drag all of those around. But what if the selection was a little bit more difficult than dragging that? Well, you could just hold down Option, click, and you could just draw around the nodes that you want to change. Let's imagine if it was a little bit more difficult. And then you can perfectly select those three, and then you can move them around. Another trick, whilst these are still selected, is to use the transform button. So up here underneath transform, there's transform mode. I'll click on that, and now we can see this box. Basically, I can move this box around like this, kind of like I was before. I'll press Command Z, or I can grab this handle here, which allows me to rotate all of these nodes at the same time. Just like this, and this can be really useful so you don't have to go about changing every single individual node. You can make the wave a lot bigger, you see? And then once you're done that, just uncheck that transform mode, and then you can go in and just make the changes so it still looks okay. So there we go. Okay, now let's join forces, the pen tool and the node tool together. We'll use them in unison as we draw this wave again. So I'll start off with a sharp node, and I will hold down Shift and I'll click and drag like that. And if I go up, I can click and drag out a smooth node. But let's say at this point, I'm not happy with the direction it's going. I could just hold down Command, and you see that temporarily puts us in the node tool. And then I can drag these handles and drag them to wherever I think it should go, but I'll just kind of leave it where it was. And then from that point, I can just go ahead and click and drag. And if I'm not happy with how it's worked, I could just click on Command and drag this across. The alternative would be for you to go over to the node tool or just press A, and then you're in the node tool permanently. But then you'd have to press P again to end up back in the pen tool. So I like to use them together in this way. So we know that we need to get rid of this handle. So I'm going to click once there, still in the pen tool. I'm going to click and drag that there, and oh no, I've made a mistake. Quickly hold Command, drag it down a little bit, and drag this out slightly. Yeah, there we go. And now I'll continue drawing it. Okay, I've made a mistake. Need to hold Command, click, drag that over there. And yeah, this is looking okay. Okay, I need to hold Command, click this one out a little bit. So this is how you can use them together to make your design life slightly quicker. Obviously, I need to use the snapping here, so I can just hold down Command, click, and drag. There we go. And now I can just click and finish it off. So that's how you use them both together in unison. In this section, we're going to cover pressure profiles and the width tool. So far, we have been playing around with the pen tool and the stroke width. So right now I've got an open curve, just this outline. I can go up to the stroke panel and I can play around with the width like this, but it's all uniform. It's all the same line weight, isn't it? But how do we make it, let's say, skinny on each side and then fat in the middle? Well, this is where pressure profiles come in, and also the width tool. And technically both those things I've just named do the same job, but I want to show you the different scenarios where you can use them. So just to let you know, pressure profile is under the stroke tab up here, and it's just this little one down here called pressure. And the width tool is over there on the left hand side in the tools panel. Let's start off with pressure profiles. So with my curve selected, I'm going to go over to pressure and I'm going to click on it once. You can see this little graph has appeared. And if I just click this one and drag it down, you can see it's doing exactly the same thing as the stroke width was. So what else can we do? Well, if you click once on the left hand side, you see the color changes slightly, and then you can just drag this one down. And you see it's gone thin on the other side over there, and I can drag it back up. And if I go ahead and click on this side here, you see right now it looks like there's a little dot in the middle. If you click once more, that goes away, and then you can drag it down, just that side. Another quick way of doing that would be to just hold down Option, click, and drag, and then you could just drag it immediately. So what else can we do? Well, you can add extra nodes, or pressure points, I should say. So in the middle, I'm just going to click once, and I've added a pressure point. So now I can drag down, and you see both the left and right side have gone skinny. So if you look at this graph, the left side of the graph is like the left side of this stroke, and the right side is like the right side of the stroke. So it works kind of in unison as we drag it up and down. But you don't have to end it there. You can keep adding more. So I've added another couple there, and I'm going to be adding another couple here as well. And we can see what that will do for us. So you can see it's looking a lot different than what it originally looked, and you can play around with that as much as you want, the pressure profiles. And if you actually like one of these pressure profiles, you can go ahead and press Save Profile, and that will just be under there, and then you could just click on it every time you select a new curve, and it will have this kind of style on it. So I'm just going to press Reset. So that works pretty well for this. But what happens if we use this pressure profile on a closed curve like this? Well, basically, when I click on the pressure profile, I have the wave selected now. Wherever you started drawing your first node, and remember, we started drawing it from the left side, and then we went all the way around, and then it ended here. So I know that this is the kind of starting node. So when I go ahead and drag this side down, you can see that it's starting to become thin just on this side here. And it doesn't look good right now, does it? So if we add a pressure point in the middle and then we go drag it down again, we can see that the thinnest part is here, and that's where we first started drawing the wave. So that was our first node we jotted down. Right now it also doesn't look too good, so I'll just bring that up a little bit. And let's say I want to really work on this area here. I have to kind of guess where the thickest bit is. So if I click on this bit here and make it thicker and maybe that thinner, I know that that is the location of there. And it can get a little bit tricky if I just wanted that point to be completely skinny. So it's not always good in all scenarios to use this pressure profile. We could go ahead and add that pressure profile we saved before from the line above and click it, and this is what that will do. Okay, I'll just press Reset as that didn't look too great. Okay, cue the width tool. So we're going to go ahead and click on the width tool over here. Shortcut is W. So I've clicked on that, and now I will select the curve that I want to add it to. So I'll select this top one again. Basically, we can just add a point in the middle to start off with. So I'll just add a point there, and you can see it's been added, and there's some little handles there. I can click and drag these in and out. And if we look in the context toolbar at the options available to us, the first two are this: lock line weight. So that is on right now. So if you look, if I drag in and out, I can't drag out further than that because it's locked the line weight to whatever the width was in the stroke panel. So what I can do is uncheck that, and then I can go ahead and bring it out as far as I want. But I think it looked a little bit better before, so I'm just going to press Command Z. I'll lock that again. What's the next option? Lock point ordering. So let me add another couple of points. So I'll add a couple there. So we've got 3 in a line now. So as that one is already selected, lock point ordering, I will drag this one over here. And look, it doesn't let me go past this point here because I've locked the point ordering. And it also doesn't allow me to go further out because I also have line weight locked as well. Okay, what are the other ones? Snap to curve nodes. So when I click on this one, you'll see just there's a little white dot. If I go back to my node tool, you can see there's one node there, one node there, and one node there. If I just add a couple more, just so it's more obvious, I'll go back on the width tool, and now you can see those little dots there. Basically, this snapping option, snap to curve nodes, allows us to drag these widths that we included, and when we go past the node, it allows us to just snap to that node, and that's pretty neat. Okay, so the last option is under snapping, snap to widths on same curve. So if I select that one as well, and let's say I uncheck lock line weight, I'm going to drag this out really far, and I'm going to add another width here, and I'm going to drag that out really far as well. When I get to a certain point, it will snap to the same width as this one. So this one is the thickest one on the line. And as I drag it out, you can see that it kind of changes. I'll zoom in post-production for you. So that is snapping to that weight. If I had, let's say this one here, if I drag this out and then drag it back in again, it's snapping and it's showing in purple the ones that it's similar to in width. So that's what all of those options do. But let's just make it look okay, shall we? I will lock the line weight here. I'm going to bring this down, and I'm going to bring this side down as well. And you know what? This one here I no longer need anymore. So I'm just going to double click it, and then I can get rid of the width point. I can move this up and down to get the smooth look. Okay, so I think that's done. A lot more control with the width tool. Okay, let's go down to the wave and see what we can do with this one. So I'm still on the width tool. I'm going to click on it once, and now I'm going to go up to our options. I'm going to lock the line weight because I don't want it to get thicker than that. I'm going to click on snap to curve nodes. Just so I can see the actual nodes of the curve I drew. So I'm going to start adding my width points now. So I think I'm going to add one around here, and I'm going to add one around here as well. And up here, I'll just add one to this kind of top part here. So I can start dragging that in because I want this bit to be the thinnest part, this sharp corner here. And as the wave comes out, it gets thicker. And let's say I wanted it to be a lot thinner here. Maybe I'll just place it around there and drag that in. Okay, that's looking okay. There are some artifacts going on here, so I can try and fix that by adding another point. There we go, I fixed it. And zooming out, what else do I want to do? I want to try and make this the same size as that side. So I'm going to go up to my options again. I'm going to do snap to widths on same curve. So I'm going to select that one, and I'm going to go ahead and click on this. And you see it's snapping down, and it's purple, and you can see on the right hand side that is also purple, so that is equal. So I could just leave it at that, and the width tool did a pretty good job. So definitely use this width tool when you're using the pen tool or even the pencil tool. So far with both of these objects, we have applied the pressure profile on it, and we saw how that affected the pressure profile graph. And also we went on to use the width tool. This is the one that we've used with the width tool. So if I just select the top one, you can see that has also created a pressure profile for that and the wave. So this would be the pressure profile for the wave that we created with the width tool. So technically they're just doing the same thing, but there's just different ways of going about it. In this section, we're going to be covering the pencil tool. Now we're going to cover it briefly, but if you want an in-depth tutorial with lots of examples, I have made one, so go and check that out. But for now, let's find the pencil tool. So over in the tools panel on the left hand side, you can see there it is. I will select it, or you can press N on the keyboard. That's the shortcut. So looking at some of these options in the context toolbar, the first one is the stroke color. You can select whichever one you want. I've chose orange. Then we've got width. This is basically your stroke width, just like the pen tool. So I can click and drag this up and down. And remember, alternatively, you could go to the stroke tab and change the width from there. So let's just click and drag now, and I'll just try and draw out some kind of shape like this. And just so you know, I'm using the trackpad on a Mac right now. I'm not using a graphics tablet. So we can see that the line is the same thickness all the way around. It's a little bit wonky. We can fix that, by the way, with some of these options up here. But for now though, we have one layer in the layers panel. But what if we wanted to continue drawing along this line? Well, we just go up to sculpt mode here and just toggle that on. And just make sure that keep selected is also turned on. And basically, keep selected will allow you to see this path that you've just drawn out with all the nodes so that you can go over to the last node that you drew out and just click and drag from there. And we can keep drawing and it will continue that line. So now it's just one layer still. Okay, let's delete that and look at auto close. So auto close will automatically close our curve. So right now, if I click and drag out like this and auto closes on, you can see there's a little red dot there. That's waiting for me to get close to it. So I can go up, and as I get closer, a little chain icon appears there, and that's telling me I can let go now. It will connect them. There we go. Now it's a closed curve. If I didn't have auto close checked, I could do the same thing, and now I will not see that chain link, and I could just let go and they're not going to be linked together. Okay, I will check auto close again, and I will just press delete, and I'll also uncheck sculpt mode, and we will just draw out that same shape that I tried to draw out. And because I'm using just a trackpad and not a graphics tablet, maybe my hand isn't very stable, so it's a bit all over the place and there's lots of nodes. We can fix that with stabilizer mode. So if I just check this one here, and it's much like the pen tool, same options. Once I've checked it, I just choose which mode I want, either rope mode or window mode, and I can set the length of the rope. So if I set the length to, let's say like 50 for now, and I will try again. So I'll click and drag, and you can see there's a rope there, and that's the length of it, 50 pixels. So I'll just drag this around, and you see it's allowing me to draw a lot smoother curves, and it looks a lot more pleasant, doesn't it? If I wanted this rope length to be a lot longer, I could try that. So let me just delete these. I can click and drag, and you see I have a really long rope now, and I can just try it. Maybe this is better for if you're drawing on a really big canvas. So there we go, less nodes there all around, very effective. Okay, I'm going to delete that, and window mode, exactly the same as the pen tool that we used this option on. I'll just click over to that one, and you see window instead of rope length, and we can just click on that and drag it up and down. So with this one, it's basically like a rubber band. So if I click and drag like this, you see it chases me. So the faster I go, the longer it gets, and the slower I go, the shorter it is. And that's also helped me to create a very nice curve. Okay, let me delete that, and I will just uncheck everything so it's as it was before. The next one I want to look at is controller, and this is all about pressure sensitivity. So obviously when I draw out like this, the stroke thickness is the same from start to finish. If I head to velocity, this one will make the line thickness thicker the faster you go and thinner the slower you go. So I'll just do a little example here. So I'll just go along really slowly here, and I'll draw a Z out. I'll go quick down. You see it's gone a little bit thicker, and then thin here. So that's velocity for you. And I will delete everything there, and we'll look at the next section. So this one is pressure. Now, if you've been watching from the start, you probably would have seen me go into the stroke tab here and go down to pressure, and there's this pressure graph. So I'll leave this on for now and try and do the same thing again. Remember, I'm using a laptop with a trackpad. Now it is pressure sensitive, this trackpad, but let's see how we get on. So I'll click and drag. So if I press in really hard, it will go to the full thickness of the stroke width. And if I ease up a little bit, it goes much thinner. And you can see I'm not doing a very good job here, am I? Let me try that again. You can see when I let go, it kind of tries to smooth it out a little bit, but it hasn't really worked too well in some scenarios. Like here, it's a little bit sharp, isn't it? It's kind of hard doing it with your finger on a trackpad. So I'll just try and do that again. Yep, it's very difficult on a trackpad. But we can go over to the stroke tab here, and I can show you the pressure sensitivity. So this line that I've just drawn out, this one here, I can drag these points up and down and make further amendments to it. But I'll just press reset for now because I don't want that to appear next time I draw something. Okay, I'm going to delete those. Just press on the move tool and select both of them. Press delete. Now I'll go back to the pencil tool again and the pressure tool. So this pressure option is much easier to use when using a graphics tablet. So I have a Wacom in front of me and I'm just going to switch over to that. I'm not going to use stabilizer yet, but let's see how we get on. So I'll click and I'll ease up now, and then I'll press really hard, and then I'll ease up, and then I'll press really hard. You can see that worked, but it still looks pretty bad. So this is where you would get the stabilizer option involved. So I'll delete that. I'll go up to stabilizer here, and I'll keep it on rope mode for now, and maybe I'll drag that down a bit, the length of it. Okay, so we're using the graphics tablet, and we're using rope mode stabilizer. So I'll try again. Yeah, much easier this way. And in fact, I will try again, but I'll increase the thickness of my stroke. So I'll just whack that up and we'll try. I'll go light to thick, to light to thick, to light to thick. And that's me basically pressing very lightly as I'm drawing on the graphics tablet. And then now I'm pressing really hard. And now I'm easing up a little bit. And now I'm pressing really hard. So that works really well. So if you are doing a lot of line work, these graphics tablets can help you a lot. Final thing, whilst I'm still on the pencil tool, if we look at the ends, you see it's round here, and here's looking a bit sharp. We can still go over to the pressure profile tab underneath the stroke tab here, and we can play around with these. So you see here, if I drag this up and down, it changes how this looks. Let me just show you. There we go. So I can drag it up and down, and maybe I can get rid of this point. I could just press delete on the keyboard. So that's gone into a nice smooth end there. I'll just thicken that up a bit. And this end here, I want to sort this out. So this would be the right side of the graph. I could just click on this node, bring it down, and maybe play around with this a little bit more. There we go. So everything looks a lot smoother now. So that's the basics of the pencil tool. If you want more examples, go and check out my full in-depth tutorial. Okay, moving on. In this section, we'll be covering the vector brush tool. So like always, go to the left-hand side on the tools panel, select vector brush tool right here, or you can click B on the keyboard, that's the shortcut. And now we'll look up at the context toolbar at which options are available to us. So first of all, we need to choose our paint color. So I will choose black for now. I'll keep the width as it is. And look, there's opacity there. And that's how transparent our brush will be when we start painting. And there's some other options here, but for now, I've got my color and now I need to choose a kind of brush. So head on over near the layers panel and you'll see a tab called brushes, click on it. So we are under the acrylics section, which I believe is default to Affinity Designer. And I'm going to select one that I like. Acrylic stroke 12 looks good, so I'll select that. So now we have a paintbrush and black paint. So what are the other options before we start drawing or painting? Well, we've got the stabilizer, just like before in the pencil tool. It allows us to draw really smooth curves, smooth lines by using either rope mode or window mode. So it's on as default, so I'm going to leave it there. And then there's blend mode, which I'll show you. And then controller mode, which just like the pencil tool, we can change how it reacts in terms of pressure sensitivity. But for now, let's just start off with the basics and paint with our paintbrush. So you can see as I drag it along, we have a head of the paintbrush and a tail, just like it is there. That's how it's been designed. What if we want to change color? Well, from this point, I could just switch over and maybe I'll choose orange and I'll just click and drag again. Actually, let me try that again. So it's actually on the canvas. There we go. Okay, so we can choose the different colors as we're painting. But what is this blend mode about? Well, I'm going to show you now. So right now it's on normal, and I'll just make the brush smaller by using that shortcut I showed you earlier, the left bracket key or the right bracket key. So I've made it smaller now. I'm just going to zoom in here and I'm going to click and drag this out. Right now, there's no blend mode on, but this will change how the paint stroke here is blended with the background. So I'm just going to click on it and click on lighten. So I'll click and drag, and you see as I go past this layer, it's just the layer underneath. I'll go to layers and show you. It's on the bottom layer there. So it's lightened up because the blend mode is set to lighten. I'll just try one more. Let's go for difference. and I'll click and drag it across, and you can see that's how the difference blend mode has affected that. Okay, so what makes this a vector brush? Let's have a look at that. So I've painted it out, but can I do anything to it afterwards? Well, I can click on the move tool and I can select this here. I can still move it around, and if you look at the layers panel, each brush stroke I painted is on its own individual layer. So if we head to the node tool, I'll go ahead and click on that. We can see that we have an open path there with these nodes, and I can click and move them around like this. So I can actually make changes after I've painted it out, which is pretty cool. And I have all of the handles as well, just like with the pen tool and the pencil tool. But I want you to know at this point that this isn't actually a true vector brush. It's actually a raster image that's being stretched or repeated along a vector path. So this actual brushstroke you're seeing here is actually made of a raster image. So if we zoom in, it should stay completely sharp, but as it's not a vector, it's kind of pixelating a bit. This is actually doing pretty well, pretty smooth, but it is a raster image. And I'll go into that more in a bit. So what else can we do with vector brushes? Well, over here, I have a couple of shapes drawn out just with the ellipse tool or the rectangle tool. So with one of them selected, I can go up to stroke here, just like we did before, and play around with the width. But let's say I wanted to make this a brush stroke. This actual brush stroke here, I want to apply that. How do I do it? Well, if you go up to style just above and you head right to the end there, it says texture line style. When I click on that, this is going to enable me to apply a brush. So I can go ahead and click on brushes, and I can choose exactly the same brush. So I'll click on that, and you can see now it has applied it. And we can go ahead to the ellipse, the circle, and I can click on that, and you can see it's done exactly the same thing. So if you use the pencil tool or the pen tool, you can apply brushes to them. You don't just have to use this vector brush tool to create things with the vector brushes, if you know what I mean. Okay, let's go ahead and look at the controller options. So I'm going to click on the vector brush tool again, and up here it says controller pressure. You can go through and choose the one you want. You can choose none if you want, and then when you go ahead and draw, let me just make the brush smaller. So if I click and draw this along, it's all the same width all the way along. But if I click on pressure and you're using a graphics tablet or maybe the trackpad, you can go ahead and click and drag along very lightly, and then if you press in more, it gets a lot thicker. Like that. So if your pressure isn't working, you can go ahead and make these changes here. Now let me show you how these brushes are made, because I was talking about them not being kind of true vector brushes. So I'm going to go ahead and show you that. So in the context toolbar, you'll see there's a button called More. If I click on that, it will open up the brush defaults. So this brush that we've got here, these are the defaults of that. And here you can change the brush width up and down like this, and you can see how it will react there. You can change the size variance. So this is important when you're using the controller. How thick and thin do you want it to go as you're applying pressure? And also you've got the opacity variance. So how transparent will it be? And down below, this is the thing I wanted to show you. This is the image that makes the brush. So if we look on the left-hand side here, we have the head of the brush here, and that is the head there. And then all the rest of it, this lot here, is being stretched along the path. So you can see here, body is set to stretch. If I just wanted this little paintbrush here, which is actually a raster image, by the way, if I wanted that to repeat, I just press repeat. And you can see this is what it would do if I set it to repeat. But it doesn't look great like that, so let's leave it on stretch. And also you'll see this corners, although this is getting a little bit more advanced. I just want to show you so it makes sense to you. If you're using the paintbrush on something that has these quite sharp edges, you can play around with how it handles those sharp edges. Right now it's set to pull, so it pulls along that corner. But if you want it to overlap, you can click that, or fold over, you can click that one. So you can set the brush up how you want. If you don't like anything that you've done and you would just want to go back to default settings, just press reset down here. And remember, when we just used the controller, we selected pressure at the top there. This brush default is set to pressure for the size variance. Okay, so let me just close this and I'll show you a couple more things. So I'll go on the move tool and I'll just select this brush here. This is the one we used the controller pressure on. If you want to continue playing around with the thin parts and the thick parts more, You can by using the width tool. So head on over here to the width tool, stroke width tool. You click on that and you can see this is where I try to press quite lightly and then I try to press really heavy and it got thicker. So if I slightly messed up, I can click on this and I can drag it in and out just like that. And also, just so you know, you can go over to the stroke tab and you can see the actual pressure profile of it there, and you can also play with it there. Okay, let me delete all of this, and I want to explain to you that there are some vector brushes, true vector brushes that is. So if I head along to the vector brush tool, select it, and I'll just keep it on orange for now. I will go ahead to my brushes and I will click on it and choose basic. So these are all kind of preset vector brushes that you can choose. So let's say I go ahead and choose this one here, solid brush with pressure. So I'll just go ahead and draw out a line. So I'll click it and press in a little bit. It's got pressure on it and then let go. There we go. So I've got one line there. So with this, I can go ahead, if I like this, I can convert it to curves because right now it's a stroke. So this is a true vector brush because if I go up to layer, expand stroke, you can see now I have a shape and it's got lots of nodes around it. And if we go to the layers panel, we can see it's now a curve. And of course I can go ahead and change the color of that to whatever I want. Okay, so now let's try the other way. So I'll press on the vector brush tool again. I'll choose a different brush. Let's go back to the one we were on before, acrylics, and I will choose that same one again, acrylics 12. I'll click and drag out. There we go. So now that I've got it selected, I can go up to layer and I can press expand stroke. Nothing happens because this wasn't a vector to begin with, it was a raster image. Okay, one last thing. When you've painted out your brush, basically you don't have to keep that one. You could just cycle through all the other brushes until you get to the one you like. You can even go on a different pack, like so here's one I made, and let me just get rid of the stroke color on this one. So you can change it on the fly, just click around to all the different brushes until you get the one you want. So some brushes are made to work on an open curve like the top one here, and some are made to work on a closed curve like a circle. They're just different brushes. So if I clicked on this one here, this is not made to go around in a circle and continue to link, but this one is. Okay, let's move on. In this section, we're going to be covering the Shape Builder tool. Now, just to note, I have made an in-depth tutorial of this with many examples, so you can go and check that out. But here I'm just going to be showing you the basics so you can get started basically. So in order to use this tool, we need to make a couple of selections. So we have two shapes here, a triangle and a circle. I'm going to select these two. Once I've selected them, I need to select the Shape Builder tool. The shortcut is S on the keyboard. So I'm going to select it. What's the first thing that we notice? Both shapes now have this kind of faint blue outline around them. And as I hover over each section, it's kind of highlighting them. If we go up to the context toolbar, we can see a few options we have. The first one is action. And if I hover over the plus button, it says create a new shape from the selected areas and remove used areas from original objects. So basically it wants us to make a selection. But first of all, I'll just cycle through the other ones. I will just say about these actions, they're very similar to the Boolean operations that I've shown you before. So this one, the plus, wants me to add shapes together. If I go over to Boolean operations, you can see add. It's basically the same thing as that. It's just a different way of doing it. And the minus button over here under action, so delete selected areas from object, just like the Boolean operation subtract. And the last one we've got here is create a new shape from selected areas. So instead of us adding or deleting from these current objects, it's going to create a new one based on our selections. So let's talk about how we select. Well, there's a few different ways. The first one being you could just click once on the object that you want, make another selection over here. I'll just click once again and I can select that one. So now they're all selected. That's one way of doing it. If you don't want that, you could just simply click again to deselect, or all of them you just press escape on the keyboard. Up here it says drag method and freehand. So that's the one it's on right now. We can also click and drag around to make our selection. I'll press escape. The next one is line. So this one is click and drag out basically just one line. So I could skip over that one and go to there. That's another method. I'll press escape and I'll go to marquee. And basically this is the old school sort of click and drag a selection box and make your selection. But for now, let's just stick to freehand. There are a couple of other options here: clean up internal curves, connected curves, unused curves, and use style from first selected areas. But this is covered in the more in-depth tutorial, so go and check that out. But for now, let's make our selection, and we will use the action plus. Okay, so I'm going to click on this and I'm going to drag across to all of them. So all of them are selected right now. I can go ahead and click on the plus. So I've clicked on the plus and it's turned into one big shape. And if I click on the move tool, I can move it around. The original one is no longer there. So why did it turn into a black outline? Well, if you look over here on my colors tab, I kind of had it on no fill and stroke to black. What if I didn't want that? Well, let's go back a step. I'll press Command Z to go back, and I'll press on S, the shape builder tool. This last box here says use style from first selected area. So I've checked that, and now I will make this selection. So click and drag, and I'll let go, and then I'll go up to action and I'll press plus. And now you can see the first one was orange, and now the whole thing is orange. If I click on the move tool, you can see the original object is gone. It's now just one object. I will just quickly cover this once you get faster at using this tool. I'll press Command Z a couple of times, go back on the shape builder tool. So before we were making our selection like that, weren't we? And then going up and pressing the action button. But instead, you can go up to the action button, you can highlight it. Now when you make your selection, and you let go, it will automatically perform that action. So let's move on to the other shape and we'll go through the rest of the options. So I've highlighted them, I've pressed S for the shape builder tool. I'm going to head on up to action and just uncheck that. So this one, minus, we're subtracting parts of it. So let's say we just wanted to subtract the middle section here. I've selected it and I'll go up to minus and I'll press it, and now the middle is no longer there anymore. I could also keep doing it. So I could select that and click on the minus again, and it will get rid of that. Okay, the last option. Let's try it out on this one. So again, I will highlight it. I'll press S on the keyboard for the shape builder tool, and I'll head on up to create a new shape from the selected areas. So I'm just going to do that, and I'll do it to the whole thing. So remember, it said it's going to create a new shape. So I'm going to go ahead and click on it. So you can see it's all gone orange now. If I press the move tool and I just select this layer, I can pull it away and we see I have my original design underneath, and that's great. So I can still continue to keep making different versions of this if I want. So that's the basics of the shape builder tool. There's one more option I want to show you. This is one of the reasons I use this tool quite a lot. And much like the Boolean operations example I showed you earlier, I'm going to do the same thing on this. So I've highlighted them all, and note this time it's just a black stroke with no fill. So I'll press on S, the shape builder tool. What my goal is here is to basically cut into this circle, this big triangle here. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and select this portion here and this portion here. And I'm going to click on minus because I want to get rid of it. Okay, that's done, but I can see that it's kind of cut into this section here. So I'm going to select this portion here, so let's make it all one, and then I can go up to the action and press plus. And now when I press on V, the move tool, they are still individual objects, but it's done exactly what I wanted it to do. Go ahead and check the full tutorial for many more examples. In this section, we're going to be covering the Vector Flood Fill tool. Now, much like older programs, you could just use a paint bucket, click once inside of a shape, and it would fill it with color. This is kind of similar, but it's quite confusing, so I'm just going to try and break down the basics so you can make use of it now. The Vector Flood Fill tool will react differently depending on the shape you are going to flood. So we have just outlines here. We're going to start off with that and then move forward. So I have one shape selected. I'm going to go ahead and go to the Tools panel and select the Vector Flood Fill tool. The shortcut for this one is R. I'm going to go ahead and select it. And before I do anything else, I did read in a few forums that people didn't have it there and they were wondering why it was missing. If yours is missing, just simply head on up to View, head all the way down to Customize Tools, click on that, and then there you'll see the icon. You could just click on it and drag it into your Tools panel. Okay, as always, we'll go up to the context toolbar and look at some of the options. Now, it may seem like very few options, but actually it can get quite confusing. So just to begin with, we're going to leave it on the default settings, okay? So with the default settings on, go ahead and select a color, and I'll just select some kind of blue color there. And then I'll just head on over to the shape I've selected and I'll just press once. So now that I've pressed that, I'll just press on the move tool and we can see in the layers panel, we have the outline ellipse here. That's our original shape. And underneath we have this circle. And this circle has a fill that we just chose, of course. So basically we're left with two layers, the original one outline and the new fill layer. Okay, let's go ahead and select two. So I will click and select these two remaining circles here. Now I'm going to go back to the Vector Flood Fill tool. This time I'll just press on the shortcut R on the keyboard. It can be handy to use this if you want to quickly fill multiple items, maybe with different colors. So I could just go over here and make it purple and click. I'll choose a different color and click. And as you can see in the layers panel, it's starting to look a little bit messy now, but basically we have three outlines here and I'll move them all around and we have three fills that have been added. Okay, let's try the Vector Flood Fill tool with three shapes that are overlapping each other. These all just have outlines, so let's go ahead and make our selection. So I'll click and drag it over these three, and then I'll go ahead and click on the Vector Flood Fill tool. And leaving the settings as they are on default, I'm just going to go ahead and hover over these. And I just want you to note, actually, just like the Shape Builder tool, it's kind of allowing us a selection. You can see as I hover over, each area gets highlighted. So what we can do in this scenario, let's say if we just wanted to fill this area in here, I could just choose a color up here in the color tab and then just click once there, and then I could click once again there. What we're left with is just the shapes of wherever these circles overlap. So in the layers panel, I'll just select these two. This is what we're left with. And these all arrived underneath our three circles here. Using the same shapes, I'm going to try it a different way. So I'm going to go ahead and select them all again, and then I'm going to click on R for the Vector Flood Fill tool. And before we were just clicking once, weren't we? We clicked once there and we clicked once there. This time I'm going to click and hold my finger down, and I'm just going to drag it along like this. And I'm still using all the same default settings. I'm going to let go, and we're going to see what we've been left with. So I'll press on V, the move tool, and I'll go ahead to the layers panel and look what we've got. So I'll choose all of those outlines, just drag them up there, and underneath we can see what we're left with. It's just one single shape, so it works very similar to the Shape Builder tool. And notice that this shape is underneath on the layer stack. Okay, here's another example of what the Vector Flood Fill tool can do. So I have two layers. One of them is just an open curve, just one stroke there, and the other one is our trusty circle. So with this one, I'm just going to highlight them all again. So all shapes selected. I'm going to go ahead and press R on the keyboard for the Vector Flood Fill tool, and I'm still going to leave all the same settings as they are. So this line, watch what this does for us. So just because it's laid over this circle, I can go ahead and hover over both sides. If I just click once, we'll see what's happened. I'll press V on the move tool, and what we can see is these two layers were left on top in the layer stack, and this layer underneath has been filled and is underneath in the layer stack. So this line here just acted like a knife. So let me illustrate what will happen if you start off with a solid fill like this. No outline, just a solid fill. So I'll go ahead and select the first one, press R on the keyboard, and leaving the settings as they are default, I'll choose my color, which I've done already, and I'll just click once. As you can see in the layers panel, we still only have two shapes. So basically it's just swapped over the blue with the orange. Okay, so we have these two circles, both of them have solid fills in them. So what happens if we overlap these shapes and then go and use the Vector Flood Fill tool? Well, I've got them both selected. I'm going to press R for the Vector Flood Fill tool, and I will just note at this point, this is where it gets confusing, because when you first start using this tool, you might just want to put two shapes together that both have fills, and you'll be maybe confused about the results. But after I show you this confusing bit, I'll show you a clearer example of what it's doing. So right now, I can head on up to the insertion mode up here in the context toolbar, and I'm just going to tell you what they are. So this one says inside. This is what it is as default. And the second one is in between. Okay, so we'll leave it on its default settings. So I'll go down and I'll just select this middle one here, and I've chosen a purple color. Okay, so I'm just going to click once and let's see what's happened. So I'll click the move tool, and you can see in the layers panel we have this blue circle, and I'll just move it out. This blue circle now has that purple in it, but the purple only appears where the shape intersected it. And if we look in the layers panel, there's a little drop down arrow there. We can click on that and we can see that this shape here has been clipped inside of the blue circle. And if you recall, when I was talking about the layers panel, I showed you clipping and masking. So this is basically what that has done. And it might be a bit confusing. Let me go back, Command Z, and we'll choose a different option. So both of them selected again, I'll press R on the keyboard. I'll go up to insertion mode and click on in between. I'll click on that and I'll do exactly the same thing with the same color. I click once. If I look in the layers panel, you can see now we have 3 shapes. Nothing has been clipped inside of anything. And actually that shape that we just created is not in between anything. So it's confusing, right? Okay, let's move on to make it clearer. Okay, so we have a new shape and it's just a circle and then just one open curve, one stroke, just one line, and it's overlaying the circle. I will highlight all of them and I'll press R on the keyboard. We're going to go up to insertion mode and we're going to click on inside. And now we're going to choose a color. So I will choose some orangey yellow color. So I want you to pay attention to the layers panel. We just have 2 layers there, the circle and the line. And we've chosen our color. We're in the vector flood fill tool and we're going to highlight and flood the bottom half. So I will click once. And remember, we chose insertion mode inside. So I'll press on V, the move tool, and we'll go and have a look at the results. So you can see we still have our line here. So I'll pull that off. And then we have our circle. And inside of that is clipped our new flooded area. So the insertion mode said it would place it inside, and that's what it's done. It's basically placed it inside of the blue circle. So the blue circle has become a parent layer and the orange half circle has become a child layer. Okay, let's try that again, but with the in-between insertion mode. So I've got the shape selected, I'll press R on the keyboard, I'll go up to insertion mode and click on in-between. And I'll use the same color and I'll just highlight the same color as well. I'll flood that section. Keep your eye on the layers panel again. I'll click once and now you can see, if I click on the move tool, we have the top layer is our line. The middle layer, so in between, is where we've just flooded. And the bottom layer is our base layer, our fill. So all 3 different layers here, like that, but they're kind of stacked on each other like this. That's in between. So using exactly the same example again, I'm going to highlight them, press R on the keyboard to enter the vector flood fill tool. We'll leave insertion mode on in between. And I just want to show you the fill modes. So you can see here, fill mode says add on top. So this one is smart refill and this one is knockout. So these fill modes are, I think, more useful when you're using layers with gradients, with some transparency in there, or maybe a PNG that has transparent properties. But for now, I'm just going to show you knockout and how it can help us here, just with these same shapes. So I'm going to go ahead and select the same color again, and I will just click on here. You can see that my vector flood fill tool icon is not there anymore, but I'll just click once and let's look at the results. So we're left with quite a few layers here. Basically, on top, we have our single line and we have in between the original shape. So this is our original shape. In between that is our flooded area. So I can pull them apart now. And just like the layer stack, I'll order them. This is basically what we're left with. So the line has acted like a knife again, and it split the original layer. So it's kind of knocked out the rest of the blue. So that's knockout. And also, you'll probably notice that there's one layer underneath here that there is no fill, no nothing. That has been left over as well, so I could just delete that. Okay, let's use the vector flood fill tool to apply a bitmap. So what is a bitmap? It's basically like a JPEG or a PNG. The PNG can have some transparent properties as well. So I'll select the first one, which is the circle, and we'll press R on the keyboard. And now we'll look at the insertion mode. We'll just keep it on inside. And fill mode, we'll keep it on smart refill. And over here, this little photo image here, when we click on this, we can choose on our file system on our computer where this JPEG or PNG is. But before we do that, let's just apply a fit mode. Right now it's set to none. And then there's max fit, minimum fit. So I'll just choose minimum fit for now. And this is how that picture will fit inside of here. So I'm going to click on this. And then I'm going to go to my desktop and just choose this one here. It says dots. I will click on open. And nothing has happened. Well, that's because we've just chosen the bitmap image, but we have to apply it. So I can go ahead with the vector flood fill tool and just click once. And as you can see, I have this PNG that I've uploaded, and wherever it's blue, that was transparent, and wherever it's black, that was just black. So I can click on these arrows here and drag it inwards. I can hold shift to keep it steady. And you see, you can just apply this bitmap image inside. Okay, let's try that again, but this time I want to apply it to this rectangle here. and I'm going to choose a different fit mode. So again, I'm going to press R, and I'm going to press stretch this time as well. And then as it's still selected in my color palette, as you see there, the fill is still there, I will just click once. And you can see it's stretched to fit this rectangle. And it doesn't look great, does it? So we can drag this in and oh no, we still can't fix the aspect ratio. So what do? Well, we can hold down Control on the keyboard, click once and drag in. And you see there's like a little line there. If I go to there, it snaps into place and now the aspect ratio is back to normal. Okay, that's that. Okay, now I'm going to show you how to use the Vector Flood Fill tool to flood a shape with not just solid fills, but fills with transparency. So let's say like a yellow that has 50% transparency, or maybe a gradient that goes from pink to completely transparent. So let's get started. I have my shape selected. I'm going to click on the Vector Flood Fill tool. Insertion mode doesn't really matter at this point. The fill modes matter at this point. So the first one says add on top. We'll just get started with that. But before I do that, I need to select a gradient. So that's what we're going to be doing. So I'm going to head on over to swatches over here, and I'm just going to click and show you the affinity gradients. So here it says you have black to transparent, white to transparent. These are like presets that are already made, but I've made some that will be a bit more obvious. So here I've got pink to transparent. I'm going to select that one. Now I'm going to go ahead and just click once on our circle to flood it. So I've clicked, and what do we see? We see a line here, and this is basically kind of like our gradient tool where I can just click and drag it and move it around wherever I want. Okay, so let's look at the layers panel. Where is this extra layer? How can we manage this gradient? Well, when you apply a layer with transparency, it's all controlled in the appearance panel. So up here next to swatches, I'm going to click on the appearance panel and we can see the blue circle here. This is our base shape. That's the fill for that one. And then just above it, this is the gradient that we applied. So I want you to take note, as we're in the fill mode plus add on top, it has added on top in the appearance panel. And what this mode will allow you to do is add multiple of the same layers, even if it's the same color. So I'm just going to go ahead and click it once more. So I'll click once again, and you can see we have two of the same fill layers here, same color, everything like that. The plus fill mode will allow you to do that. Just add multiple of the same ones. Of course, you can go to swatches, and I have another example here, orange to transparent. I can click on that, and I can click add again. If we go to appearance panel, we can see we have that new one and we have two of the same fills there. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back a few steps. I'm going to press Command Z until we have no fill again. Okay, and this time we're going to go ahead and click on Smart Refill. So once I've got that selected, I can go ahead and choose my gradient. So let's choose the first one again, this pink to transparent. And then I'm going to go ahead and click Apply. Same thing happened again. Let's go up to appearance and we can see this new fill layer is there. If, however, I press again, it will not let me add the same fill twice. I have to make a different color for it to work. So I can go to my swatches again. I can choose that orangey one, click on that and go back to the appearance panel. And now I can just click on this once more. So it's allowed me to add two different fills, but different colors. If I click once more, it will not allow me to do it. So Smart Refill cancels out duplications. Okay, let's go up here to Knockout. This is the last fill mode. If I click on that, what do you think it will do? Knock it out? So remember, I'm still in this one here, the orange gradient. I go up to Appearance and I'll just click once. It has completely knocked out everything that I've done before, even the base shape. So now all we're left with is a gradient from yellow to transparent and nothing else. So that's those three modes there for you. And I'll just add on to the end here, okay? Of course, we've used the Vector Flood Fill tool to click and add our different gradients, etc. But let's say you go back to the Move tool, and you're back in color and you just click away from it. If you click back on it, how do you control it? Well, we know that we can go to the appearance panel and see what's inside. What if we wanted to control this gradient and change the direction of it? Well, you simply go over to the gradient tool here and you just select that and see this line has appeared again and we can start playing around with that. Also to note, on top of that, you don't have to use the Vector Flood Fill tool again from here. You could simply just go to Add Fill here in the appearance panel. So I just click on that and we've added another one. I can click on it and then I can choose the gradient that I want. Let's say blue to green. Okay, so I've added that in there now. So now I have two. I could drag this on top if I want and start playing around with that. And you see it's all getting a little bit confusing, but just so you know, you can do that. If you wanted to delete just one of these fills, look, there's a little bin in the corner, so you can just click on that. Okay, the last section of the vector flood fill tool is fill to visible boundaries. That's the last option that we haven't chosen. So I'm going to select these two shapes here, and I'm going to go ahead and click on the vector flood fill tool, and I'm going to head up. I'll just leave it on in between and smart refill. Doesn't really matter at this point. This is the thing we're looking at. Options. It says fill to visible boundaries. Now I'm not going to select it yet because I want you to have a look and understand what we're looking at here. So without that on, when I hover over with the vector flood fill tool, you can see the different target layers, the different shapes it's telling me are this part of the triangle, this little pointy bit of the triangle, and the rest of the circle, okay? If we head on up to fill to visible boundaries and click on it, now let's see how it reacts. So the visible shape right now, because it's on top, is the triangle. So as I hover over this section, you see it's not paying any attention to this intersecting line because it's not visible. The circle is underneath in the layer stack. And when I go over to the circle, the visible boundaries that you can see, because it's underneath the triangle, is just this Pac-Man shape here. So let's go ahead and uncheck it for now. Fill to visible boundaries is off. So I'm going to select this right portion. I'll click once with my blue paint and let's see what it's done. It's basically filled it up to this line and made a new shape. That's what happens there. Let's go back a step. Now I'm going to press on the options, fill to visible boundaries. So as I go down, I'm going to click. Yes, it just filled it to the visible boundaries that it could see. I'll press Command Z and we'll try it on the circle. The only thing you can see here, because it's underneath the triangle, is the Pac-Man. So if I click on it, what's it done? It's created a new shape of a blue Pac-Man. So that's the difference between fill to visible boundaries on versus off. Okay, in this section, it's time for us to start placing text on the canvas. We can use the artistic text tool to begin with. So in the tools panel over there, you can click on it or you can press T on the keyboard. That's the shortcut. When I click on it and I long press, you'll see there's another option underneath called Frame Text Tool. Basically, think of it like this. Artistic Text Tool is for the big headlines, and maybe you've got a paragraph underneath. That's where you'd use the Frame Text Tool. Basically, anything more than a couple of sentences. So, Artistic Text Tool, let's begin. Now that I have it selected, you look up in the context toolbar. All of these options will help us to format our text in some way. So there's a couple of ways to get started, okay? You could just click on the page anywhere. Just click once and you see I'm ready to start typing now. All of the settings that are currently active in the context toolbar will apply to this, like so 150 pixels font size, blue color for the font, Arial for the font family. So I will just start typing A, B, C, little c there. So that's one way of laying it down. Another way is to just click and drag. And this way I get to see the font size. Like right next to it, you see there, the dimensions. And when I'm happy with it, I can just let go. And now I can start typing. Artistic, there we go. So what can we do from this point? Well, let me head on over to the Move tool. I can grab it and place it wherever I want. I can go up to the Alignment tab and I can just center it on the document there and press Apply. I can rotate it. And by the way, lots of these changes that we can make here apply to all the shapes that we've used before. So in a shape, you also get this handle. You can do this. You can squash it down. You can skew it like this. And you can resize it like this. And obviously this is changing the font size. As you can see above, it's changing. Okay, let's look through some of the options in the context toolbar. So the whole thing is selected right now, and I want it to apply to the whole thing. But if I just wanted it to apply to a couple of letters, I could just highlight them like this and then go up there and make the changes. But for now, I want it to apply to all of them. So I'm just going to press on the Move tool and head on up. So over here, of course, is our font family. If I click on this, over on the left-hand side, it says all. That's all the fonts that are available on your system, your computer. And then we've got recent. These might be fonts that you might have used quite recently when using Affinity Designer. And then you've got used, which is the fonts used on your actual document. So let's say you've got maybe 3 different fonts on the go. It will show 3 fonts here. And then you've got favorites. So whilst I'm still in recents, I want to show you, if you head on over to the right-hand side, you can see there's a little heart next to it. If you press this heart, that font would then go in your favorites. So you don't have to go scrolling through hundreds of fonts, but we'll leave it on Arial for now. And right next to it is font style. And of course, italic, regular, bold, italic, bold. I'll click on bold. So all the usual settings that you might know about already. And we've got font size. Of course, we know about that. You could just cycle through it going up and down like this, or you could just enter the amount yourself, maybe 200 you'd write there. Let's make it 250 actually. And of course you've got bold, italic, underline, all of those things that could just be toggled on and off. Very quick and easy. Of course you've got color as well. So you can choose whichever color you want and you can add a gradient, but I'll show you how to use that in a bit with the gradient tool because it's much easier. And of course you've got all of these other options here, but one of the most important ones is aligning. So let's say right now, it doesn't really matter which one I press because I've only got one word there. But if I just click on the end there, I just double tap, you see I'm ready to start typing again. Let's say I press return and I start typing in text. So now it becomes apparent that this is all aligned to the left. This text word is not in the center. So I can head on up to align and press align to center there. And also you can just highlight individual words in there and go ahead and change the font size. So maybe I want it to be about this big, and I can change this font color as well, like this. But I will say that I really don't like playing around with two words in kind of one text box. I prefer to just press Command Z. I'll go back. Yeah, so I prefer to just copy and paste like this. I'm just going to hold down Command as I'm dragging that off, and then I can make the changes to this. So maybe I just write text here, and then it's a little bit faster for me to kind of move around and place wherever I want. If, however, I did have text written underneath there, and let's say I pressed off and I pressed on again, when I change the color of this, it's going to change the color of all of them. And I'd have to actually go in and select that one and then change the color of it. I'd rather work separately. So I've got two different layers here. And what else can I do to them? Well, we can stylize them somewhat. We can head on over to the stroke tab over here and start applying a stroke. So I'll just click and drag that up. And then we can go and change the color of that by going to the color tab, clicking on the stroke color, and then maybe we'll make it orange and make it a little bit thicker. So I'll go back to stroke and whack that up. So you can play around with the stroke width, etc. Let me zoom into that. And remember, you can play around with the order of your stroke and, just play around with the different alignment options that you have there until you get the one you want. Obviously right now you can see it's kind of rounded on the corners there. You can click on the sharp one over there, the miter join, or the flat one. Up to you, get creative. But I'll just whack that down a little bit so it looks better. So what else can I do? Can I use a gradient? Yeah, sure, you can use a gradient. For now though, I'll just get rid of that stroke so it's more obvious. Okay, let's apply a gradient. So we just head on over to the left-hand side and you see it says gradient tool there. I can click on it and just drag it like this. And I can choose the different colors I want from it. So I could just go up here. For the left side, I'll choose like purple, and for the right side I'll choose a lighter blue. Something like that. There we go. Back to the move tool. So I've applied a gradient, easy enough. Anytime I want to make a change to it, I can press G on the keyboard to get to the gradient tool again and then make my changes. So one of the things that you'll use quite often if you work with text is just like kerning. So there is an actual extra panel for this, and I'll show you where that is. But a short way and quick way to do it is just you see these two, the R and the T are quite close together. If I just double click in here, I'm ready to start typing again. Now I can just hold Option on the keyboard and just click on the right arrow or left arrow just to space it a little bit more evenly. And then I can use the right arrow key to kind of shuffle along and maybe make some more changes to the spacing between these letters. So this is another quick way of doing it. But if you really want more options, you can go ahead and reveal different panels. So there's quite a few that are hidden right now. So if I go up to Window, and then I go down to Text, see all of these are different pop-up boxes or panels that we can choose. So I will just choose Character for now, because this one's quite useful. And you see when I've clicked it, it will pop up there. If I want, I can actually drag it into my studio down here and like dock it. You see like where it's light blue there, or I can dock it up here, but I'll just keep it next to the text for now. So with this one, of course, we have even more options. And you see down here, we have the kerning set to auto right now. Type in the values you want. You've got tracking and baseline and all these other ones that you might be used to if you're used to working with text. But just so you know, these are here and you can dock them in your studio wherever you want. Or you could just simply click on the X and get rid of them once you're done with it. Okay, another thing is you can actually convert this to curves. So obviously I've applied a gradient to it. And by the way, you can still keep typing and the gradient will be there. So I can just type in gradient. Ooh, things are getting big now, aren't they? So let me zoom out a bit and just resize that. So you can see I'm still typing and the gradient is still revealed. Let's say I'm happy with what I've done here and I actually just want to convert it to curves because maybe I want to make some additional adjustments, like maybe making a really long T or something. Well, I can just right click on it and I can go down and press convert to curves right here, or I can just hold down Command and press return. And if you look in the layers panel now, I'll just get rid of this extra text so it doesn't get in the way. So if we look in the layers panel, if I open this drop down arrow, you can see all of the different letters are individually in a line here. This is good if you want to, maybe you just want to make this one slightly bigger, and maybe you want to head on to the node tool and maybe like squeeze these in. By the way, I have no idea what I'm doing right now. Just showing you can change a few things. So I'm deleting a few nodes there. Maybe that big T like I was talking about, I could just select those nodes, bring it up like that, and maybe I will just select those two nodes and bring it out like here. So there we go. You can do things like this. And maybe you don't want this big group anymore in the layers panel. Well, you could just literally select all of them like this, and then you can go up to Boolean operations and you could just click add. So now I could just drag it out of that group, delete that empty group, and now I have just one layer with all of these. I can continue to playing around with my gradient tool and get creative. Whilst we're still on the subject of the artistic text tool, I know a lot of people when you first start, maybe you want to curve text around a shape, maybe like a circle. Well, I'm going to cover that just so you know how to do it. So you can head on over to the left-hand side and grab your ellipse, click on that and just click and drag out like this. Okay, let's say you want to type around this circle here. Well, you can head on over to the artistic text tool, just select that. And now with that, you can just head on over, and in fact, I should probably change the color of this because we're not seeing everything. Maybe I'll make it this color. Okay, I'll click on the artistic text tool again. And you see, as I come close, there's a little T there. And that means that it's ready for me to lay down my text. So I can click, and you see I've got really big text there, so I'm just going to make that smaller. Maybe I'll make it like 30 pixels. And from this point, I can start typing. So I'll write the same thing again. I'll do it all in capitals this time. Artistic. Yeah, I'll just call it artistic for now. Okay, so from this point, you can see that on the left and on the right, there's these two little triangles. What are they? Well, basically, they are allowing you to drag and kind of place into the center here. And I can grab this one here and drag that. So now with both of these being kind of snapped into place, I know that that is centered up there. And I can keep typing as well. Right now it's set to align to center. So every time I type now, it should always be centered. So I could type in text tool. So at this point, you could play around with the baseline grid. So head on up to the context toolbar, click on that, and then you could just drag this up and down. Maybe you want it to be kind of centered on that circle line there. So that's one thing you can do. Also, I should probably show you that if you go back on the move tool and you click and rescale, it will actually rescale with the circle. So you see what's happening here. And if you go even lower, you see, oh look, I've got another line here. Or if you want to rescale and you don't want it to do that, you can click on, you see this little circle here, you just click on that and you can resize down and it won't affect the text at all. But going back to that other piece of text, you saw another one underneath, didn't you? Well, if we head on up, if I just double tap that, let me zoom in. If I press return now, it will go to the bottom half. So I can type something else again. Affinity Designer. Okay, great. Doesn't look very centered, does it? Well, I could just grab this little triangle here, place it up here. It kind of snaps into place. And I can head over here, and there's a green one just kind of hiding, actually. I almost missed that. Slightly darker green. So now that I know that's centered and I can go to the baseline grid, let's say for this lot here, I could just click and select. I can go to baseline grid, click and drag it out a little bit like that. And of course, from this point, you can do whatever you want, but you can grab the ellipse tool again and just click and drag out. Maybe you want a circle here and maybe a picture, photo or something like that. But basically that's how to type around a circle, and that can work with the pen tool as well. So you could just click with the pen tool, make some kind of shape like that, and then you could go up to the artistic text tool again, and then just click and start typing. And then you can go on the node tool and you can start playing around with the node and maybe to fine tune it to your liking. So that's the artistic text tool. In this section, we'll be covering the basics of the frame text tool. So imagine you have a title already laid down on your document, and now you want to add some paragraphs underneath. Well, you'll head on over to the Tools panel, and you will long press on the Artistic Text tool, and you'll reveal Frame Text tool. So I'm going to select that. And one of the first things you'll notice is that the cursor is different. It's got a T there. That's for frame text. And up there in the context toolbar, we have pretty much exactly the same options that we had for the artistic text tool. So font type, font size, color. Let's change that to a black color. And you've got alignment options, but none of that matters just yet. Let's just go ahead and create a frame for our text. So I'll just click and drag out a box like this. So now that I've let go, you can see in the layers panel, it says frame text. That's our new layer. And from in here, I could start typing, or I'll just paste in some text that I got from the internet. So what's going on here then? Well, we have a frame and it seems like the text isn't properly fitting in there. Well, we can play around with this box and manipulate it to work for us. So on the side there, I can click and drag, and you can see it reshuffles to adapt to the box. But if I didn't, let's say I've had it like this, you can see there's a little red eye there. Well, that's because the frame doesn't fit the text. So I can drag the frame down and make the eye happy. Now it's gone away. You can also drag it up like this. And if you want to ignore that there's actually hidden text, you can click on that and it will tell you there is more text here, just so you know. So I'll just uncheck that and bring it down. Maybe I'll resize it so it looks a little bit better. So what else can I do? Well, just like the shapes that I showed you earlier, you can rotate it. You can hold down Shift to go into 15-degree increments. You can kern it as well. Let me try and kern it. There we go. You could do this. I'll press Command Z to go back. And one of the important things is, of course, you can highlight all the text and change the font size. But what I like to do is just see this little handle just down here. If I click on that, I can resize the frame and it resizes the text at the same time. So that's really neat. Remember that one. Of course, you can go ahead and play around with the different alignment options. There's align left. I can click on this one here, justified left, but I'll just keep it on the center one for now, the middle, align to middle. I can go ahead and change the color. Maybe I want this to be a little bit blue. That's fine. Also, I can go ahead and add a gradient to it. I like to use the gradient tool for this. So I can go over here, or press G on the keyboard, and you see all the text is kind of highlighted here. I could just click and drag down like this, and then I can choose my different colors. So the bottom one, I'll maybe choose like purple, and the top one, I'll choose like light blue, which it is already. And I just press the move tool, and there we go. We've applied a gradient to it. If you are setting up a box and you don't actually have text to put in, and you just kind of want it to be there as a placeholder, you can go ahead and do that. So I'll click on the frame text tool again. I'll click and drag out like this. And then I can go up to text and then insert filler text. And you see it's just filled it up with some text. So another cool thing you can do is place text inside of a shape. So what you do first is, let's grab a triangle and I'll click and drag that out. Yeah, somewhere like that would work. So I can let go. And from this point, I just right click and I'll just scroll down until I can see convert to text frame. And you could use this with any shape, or you can even draw your own shapes as well. So I've clicked on that and you see, look, it's ready for the text again. So I'll just press Command V to paste that in. And now I will start playing around with this text box to make it work a bit better for me. There we go. So we have a triangle there and it already has all of those gradients applied and the colors, etc. So that's a really cool way of doing it. I'll delete that and just show you how you can just create your own shape. So I'll use that triangle again, just up here, but I'll also use, let's say, a rectangle as well. And I'll just kind of place it around there. I'm not thinking too much about this. I will add them together with the Boolean operations. By the way, you can use the pen tool as well, just to draw a random blob. And now that I've done that, right click and go down to convert to text frame. And I can press Command V again, and that's just going to paste in the text that I've already got. And I can see it's not really working so well right now. So I'm going to change the font size. In fact, I have to select all of it. So just select anywhere, hold Command A, and that selects all of the text. And then you can go up to the size and you could just cycle through to one that kind of works for you. That will do. I know it doesn't look great right now. You could actually go in and just highlight, let's say, Affinity Designer. Maybe I'll do it one word at a time. I can go in there and make that one bold. Maybe make it a little bit bigger. And I can do the same thing with designer as well. Bold, let's make it slightly bigger. And you can do this and even like change the color of that as well. Darker blue or this color, that will do. So you can see the frame text tool is very flexible and useful to use when you're using text. If you want to go even further and you want more options, get Affinity Publisher, it's really good. In this section, we'll be covering the FX tab. And basically this will allow you to apply effects to text or shapes, whatever design you have, in an instant. So I'm going to start off with this simple circular shape here. And what I'm going to do is head on down underneath the layers tab. There's something called layer effects. I'm going to click on that and you see this pop-up box has appeared. And there's many different options here, but we'll start off with a simple one that's probably used quite often, and that is outer shadow. So I could just go ahead and click on that and you see it's applied a shadow to it. And we've got all these options that relate to it. So I can play around with the opacity of this. I can click on the radius. You see it blurs it a little bit. So we'll keep it kind of midway. And I can click on offset as well. So if I click on offset, it basically drags it inwards. And so it's kind of directly behind. If I drag it this way, it's like there's a light source on the top left and it's shining down and casting this shadow. I can also change the direction of that said light source by playing around with angle down here. So I can just click on that and I can change the direction of it. Alternatively, if you're more hands-on, you can click on the offset tool, just click on that, and then you can actually grab that shadow and play around with it yourself. And of course you can change the color of the shadow, but I'm just going to leave it as it is for now. And also the intensity, which I think I've just shown you, but there we go, there's intensity. So that's one effect. So one important thing I want to show you is this thing here, scale with object. By default, it's usually off. So let's just leave it as it is and we'll press close. Now, if I scale this object down, you'll see that the effect is looking completely different. So if you're designing something small and let's say you want to make it bigger, you want the effect to remain the same. So what I can do, head on over to my layers tab and you see on the layer that I have the effect applied to, it now has an FX icon. I can just click on that and the pop-up box reappears. So now let's try clicking on scale with object and I'll press close. We'll try again. So as I scale down, you can see it's exactly the same as it was when it was at its big size. Okay, great. Okay, one last thing on this. Actually, I can overlay it and there's a shape underneath and I can go back into the effects tab again and you can play around with the blend mode. This blend mode will affect whichever effect you've got. So I've got a shadow here. I can click on multiply and go down to average. Let's say, click on that and you'll see it changes based on the layer underneath. But for now, I'll just place it on normal. Okay, and I'll press close. Another really important thing, especially that will save you time, is the ability to be able to duplicate this effect onto different layers. So in the layers tab, we have this purple circle and then we've got this triangle underneath this blue one. If I want to copy the effect from this to this, I simply go over to the layers tab, click on that FX icon, click and drag it down and let go. And now you can see it's applied it to the triangle shape. Okay, let's apply a layer effect to this text here. The text is still typable, by the way. I have it selected. I'm going to click on layer effects and the pop-up box will appear. I'll just resize this so you see what's going to happen here. I'm not going to show you all of the inner shadow, inner glow, outer glow, because they handle the same way as the outer shadow. So what I'm going to do here is just show you bevel and emboss. And you see when I click on it, it's already showing me the result, but there's 4 different types. So there's pillow, there's emboss, there's outer, and there's also inner as well. So let's have a play around with some of these settings. I'll just zoom in a little bit so you can see better. So we can play around with the radius, and you can kind of see what's happening here. And also I can soften this. And also I can change the direction of the light. So it says inner, it's kind of like these letters are sunk into something. So I can drag this down further so I can see more of the shadow. So imagine the sun's coming from this way and it's creating these shadows, and then the highlights are affecting this part here. I can bring down the radius more to change the effect of it and bring down the softness too. So you can have a good play around with that. Also, if you didn't like the highlight color or the shadow color, you can go ahead and click on these. And remember, there's blend modes applied as well. So if you didn't want a black one, you could have, let's say, a purple one. But right now it's not really showing, is it? It's because the blend mode is on multiply. If I just chucked it on normal, you'd start to see it. and I'll bring it out slightly more. And you can see this purple start coming through a little bit, and you can play around with it until you get the effect that you want. I'm just going to go back a couple of steps, Command Z, and there we go, back to around about here. And I want to show you there's profiles. These are pressure profiles, and there's a few presets here. So if I clicked on that one, it would make it look more like it has a bevel. And if I click on this one, you can kind of see what's going on. If you look at the letters, it's flat, and then it curves up, and then it curves around. And this is this shape here, isn't it? And you could just cycle through those, whichever one you like, or you can actually play around with them yourself to make those changes. So that's bevel and emboss. And of course you have other ones as well, like you can combine these two. So you have outline here. Let's say we wanted to add an outline onto this. I can click on that, and I could bring up the radius, and I can change the color of it as well. Maybe something like that, maybe a bit lighter. And I can align it to the inside, the center, the outside, anything you want here. And then the fill style, is it solid color? Is it a contour? Is it a gradient? You decide. So you can get creative and combine all of them. If you no longer want any of them, you just simply uncheck them and you just press close and you're back to normal again. Okay, now I just want to show you how you can create a kind of bowl effect. And I made a tutorial on this like years ago, but I'll just choose some kind of blue color like that. And I'll go down to layer effects. And this time we'll click on 3D. And I'll bring the radius up like this, and you can see it's starting to look three-dimensional. But the important thing here is the pressure profile. So if I click on that, I'll choose one of these to begin with. Yeah, I'll choose this one here as a starting point, just like that last example I showed you. And then I can start playing around with the look of it. So let's say we want this bit to be kind of flat down there, and we want this to come up like this. And you can see this is kind of like looking at a plate from above, or a bowl. And you can go ahead and change the direction of the light here. You can get really creative and start adding in your own little nodes in here. Have a good play around with this. All of these other options here, like diffuse, etc. It's all about lighting, like specular, shininess. So get creative and don't set limits for yourself. Okay, so that's the layer effects. Let's move on. In this section, we're going to be covering the Style Picker tool. And this tool will enable you to basically copy layer effects and styles, fill colors, and apply it to other objects. This works on shapes, text, etc. So the first thing we have to do is select the target layer. This is the layer that we want all the styles to go onto. And the next thing we have to do is go on over to the Tools panel, and we will click on Style Picker tool. Now that I've selected it, you can see the cursor has changed and it looks a bit like the color picker tool, but this one is the style picker. And we can see in the context toolbar, we have all of these options: stroke, fill, layer opacity. They're all checked right now. So this style picker, if I was to go over to this orange FX and click on it, it would copy all of these things. And then I could apply that to anything I want. But I don't want to apply everything. Let's say on this one, to start off with the basics, I just want to copy over this stroke. So what I'm going to do, I could uncheck all of these, but I could just be quick and select none. Okay, now I'm just going to select stroke because that's the only one I want to copy over. And I will just click once on it. And you can see it's transferred across just the stroke. And notice that the style picker looks full now. It's not empty anymore. So at this point, I just want to unload that and get rid of it because I might want to pick something else. So I'm going to click on empty or unload. So now let me copy over everything, like the color, the stroke, the size. It's slightly bigger. So now I'll go up to all. So all of them are selected. Now I'll just click once and you can see it's transferred everything over and it looks exactly the same. Okay, let's go ahead and press unload. And now I'll click on the move tool so I can make my next target selection. So this is my new target and I want to copy over just the 3D effect, not the color. So again, style picker tool, head up, click none, choose layer effects because that's a 3D layer effect. I'll select that one and I'll just click once. And you can see it's applied it. Excellent. I'll unload again and I'll click on the move tool and I'll select the last one. So if you're wondering what layer effects are actually applied to each of these layers, so you know what you're copying over, you can go ahead and click on the layer effects. These are all the layer effects that are on that, just in a shadow. And also you can notice that this is a different font to my target layer. So I know that it's a layer effect and it's a different font. So I've chosen my new target layer. I'm going to go ahead and click on the style picker. And now I'm going to go up and I'm going to click on layer effects. and I'll just click on character settings. So now I can go and just click, oh no, I want the fill as well, don't I? The blue fill. So I'll click on that. That should be everything. So now I'll just click once on it and you can see it's completely copied it across the layer effect, the font, the fill, the lot. One last little tip here, when it's loaded, you can keep applying it. So I'll select my target layer again, go back down to the style picker. I'll leave them all checked and I'll just click once. And of course it's applied it like I just showed you. But now that it's loaded, you could just select just one letter if you want, or two even. And basically it applies it like that, very quick. In this section, we'll be covering the styles panel. And it's similar to the style picker tool in a way that you can apply a style very quickly. But this one allows you to create a style and store it so you can use it over and over again in the future. So where is the styles panel? Well, in your studio, you'll see over here, there is a styles tab. You see layers is here and styles is just over here. If you don't see it, you can simply go up to window, scroll down, and then you'll see styles there, tap on that, and it will appear somewhere here in the studio. So Affinity has included a few styles as default, as you can see here. And basically how you apply them is just you click on whatever shape you want and you just click on apply. But I'm going to press Command Z because we're going to make our own style. So over here, I have what looks like a sun, and I'm just going to show you what it's made of. So it's just one layer, it's an ellipse. It basically has a yellow outline, a stroke. And then we have a gradient going from kind of a reddish color to an orange color. And that's it. That's all that's involved with this. So I can create this into a style now. So let me go over to the styles tab again. First things first is we need to create a new category. So I'm going to click on the right hand side and say add new category. And I'm going to call this Affinity Lesson. Okay. So now I've got my shape selected. This is the style I want to create. I can simply right click and I can go down to the bottom here and it says create style. I'm going to click on that and you can see now I have one style selected. So with this style, what can I do? Well, we can go over here to this word and I can simply go over to the styles tab and I can just click once. There we go. It's applied very easily. If you want to rename this style instead of just style 1, you can just right click on it, click on rename style and type whatever you want. So I've made another one here as well. It's just another circle, but it's got a 3D effect applied to it. So if I go to the layers and go to effects, this is what I've applied to it, just the 3D thing. And I've got a blue color fill. So from this, I want to make a style as well. So over to the styles tab, just so I can see it, right click, scroll down to the bottom, create style. It's been added. Now I can go over to this boring triangle here and just click style 2 and it's applied it. And of course, when it's applied, you can actually further manipulate it by just going into the layer effects tab and playing around with it as much as you want. So that's the styles panel. In this section, we're going to be covering the warp tool. Now, as the name suggests, it allows you to warp objects, whether it's text, whether it's a shape, but they have to be vector. So just so you know, I have made an in-depth tutorial on this, so you can go and check that out, but we're going to be covering the basics here. So let's start off with a basic shape. So I'm going to be applying it to this square here, but before I do that, it's going to be more evident if I have some stripes in there. So I'm just going to turn on snapping so it just gets into the middle there. And I'm going to clip it inside of the square shape. Now they all move around as one. I can turn snapping off now. Okay, so where is this warp tool? Well, if you go over to layers, just underneath, there's a little icon there. This one here, it says warp as you hover over it. Click on that. Once you've clicked on it, you'll see there's a few options here: mesh, quad, perspective, etc. To begin with, just select quad. Now that I've selected that, you can see in the context toolbar, we have those same options again. If we click up here, we could cycle through them, leave it on quad for now. We have some snapping options, which I'm going to show you. We have mute mesh, that's coming up as well. And then we have convert to curves right at the end. So you can warp as much as you want here, make the shape you want, and then if you're really sure you want to keep it, you can convert it to curves, which means it bakes in that style. But just know that if you do apply this warp tool at this point and you don't click convert to curves, it is non-destructive. So if you warp to a shape that you like, but then later on you want to make changes to it, or you want to go back to its original shape, you can do that. So let's get started. So now that we're in the warp tool, what can we notice? Well, we have 4 nodes on the outside, but they're round this time. They're kind of like warp nodes. I can go ahead and click on these and drag it around, and you see as I've put those stripes in there, it's more evident what's going on. So I can play around with these corners as much as I want, and notice it still says quad. But if I go ahead and let's say drag this side out, so I'll click and I'll drag that out like that, and I'll let go, you can see that it's now turned into mesh. The warp mode is now mesh, it's not quad anymore. And basically, you can further customize it now. When I think of mesh, I think of some kind of grid. These nodes here, we only have 4 of them because we started off with a quad, but they allow us to just click on the sides somewhere. So I'll click there, and you see now I have a path going along, and I can play around with this handle. And we can start creating our own mesh. So I could just add a couple of nodes there or junctions. Let me just play around with this one up here, and I'll hold the handle, and it's just like when we were playing around with the shapes. You get these handles and these nodes, but these are called junctions in the warp tool, and you can see I can pull it out and I could do this, and it kind of happens quite smoothly. I'll do it on this side as well, might be a bit more evident. There we go. So it kind of looks like a flag now, and I can hold this side and pull that out as well. So these are round right now, and if we go up to junction, I've got that one selected. It says it's a smooth node, but I can switch it to a cusp, which is basically like a sharp node. So I'm going to click on that, and you can see it is turned square. And now when I hold this handle and move it, it kind of comes to a sharp edge there. Whereas this one, if I hold it and do this, it's a lot smoother, isn't it? Let me hold the vertical one actually. There we go. It's a lot smoother, the transition there. So you can play around with the different junctions. Let's look at snapping. So if I just move these 2 down, be a bit more obvious then. Okay, so we'll go to snapping. The first one is just like snapping with the nodes in the pen tool or the node tool. So the first one says align to nodes of selected curves. If I select that one and I just click on one of these, as I go down, you see it will snap to these different junctions. So if you're a bit particular with your design, you can turn that on. Okay, let me move this one up. What about if I selected 2 of these? Well, I can just hold and select 2 of these nodes here. This is the one I will grab. I will click on it and move up. And you can see it's snapped to the node on the right. But if I keep moving up, will it snap to that other one that I've grabbed? No, it isn't. So this is where the next option comes in, the snapping option. Snap all selected nodes when dragging. So I'll click on it and just show you. So I'll click and drag that up. Yes, it's snapped to the first node. I keep dragging up, and yes, it's snapped to the second node. So those are your snapping options. And you see now we have a mesh. There's these lines going left and right, up and down. If I no longer want to see that, I can just click on mute mesh, and I'll kind of see the mesh of the warping that I'm doing, but I can see the original shape behind. Okay, now let me show you how it's non-destructive. So let's say I keep it like this strange warp that I've done. So I no longer want that anymore. If we look in the layers panel, we can see that it has created a warp group. And if I click on this arrow here, you can see in there is the original layer that I had. So if I click and drag that out, you can see this is the thing we started with. But if I click and drag it back in, you can see it takes on that shape again. So that's non-destructive. You can always take it out of that warp group and it'll be back to the way it was. Okay, I'm going to click off now. And if I click back on it again, how do I get back into those warp options? Because I'm not seeing them anymore. Well, you simply head to the node tool, or you press A on the keyboard. And now you're back in the warp tool mode. So let's convert it to curves. Let's say we're really happy with it. We're not going to go back. Let's go up and just click on convert to curves and see what happens. So I've clicked it and there's this bounding box around it. But if we look in the layers panel, we can see group here. If we just click on that, inside, this is the group that we want. So I can drag that out. And you see this group here, I no longer need that. It's just an empty group. And if we look at this and if I just look what's inside of it in the child layers, I can see all of those stripes are there. They're all nodes and they're all curves. So that would be the destructive way of keeping your item as it is, but you don't need to do that unless you're absolutely sure. Okay, let's move on and try it on some text. So I'm going to delete that and let's move down to this warp text here. So like before, I've got it selected. I'm going to go down to the warp tool, click on it, and this time I'm going to choose one of these other ones. So arc horizontal. So as soon as I've clicked on that, it's given us this arc. And if we look up in the options here, we have a value. we can click on that value and drag it in and out like this. So it's a very quick way of adding an arc to some text. Also, I can go to arc vertical and it will show me what it would look like there. And you can just cycle through, seeing which one you want. And when you do find the one you want, you can continue to customize it further. So bend horizontal, there it is. You've also got fisheye. These are presets of things that you could actually do yourself, but it just makes life slightly easier, doesn't it? And then we've got twist as well. But for now, let's keep it on arc horizontal and leave it like that. Okay, moving on to the last example. In fact, I'll get rid of that so it just gets out of the way. Okay, so we've got the Welsh flag here in front of us. Basically, just like my first example, we had a square with some stripes clipped inside of it. And this is much the same. I have a shape, a rectangle shape, and the inside there is all of the design. And it's all vector. I can go ahead and apply it to this. So again, we'll go down to warp, click on that. I will start off with quad, because I'm going to make it kind of wave in the wind, I guess. So the first thing I'll do is I can click and drag on these two junctions here and drag it up. And then I will just click and drag this down, and I'll click and drag this down as well. And then this handle appears because I've just pulled those sides out, and I could just keep playing around with it like this. So starting off with quad was quite a good idea. Obviously now it's turned into mesh again, as you can see, and we can make further amendments to it. So I can add a couple more of these points here. Maybe it's really windy, so this one I want to go up and whip out like that, and I want to drag that out as well. You can get really creative with maybe how it's blowing in the wind. Add a couple more in the center there so it looks super warped. And you can keep adding to this as much as you want. And this is a pretty bad example actually of how a flag might wave in the wind. But if you check the full tutorial, you'll see I actually did it quite well. So there it is. There's the basics of the warp tool. Let's move on. In this section, we'll be covering the assets panel. And this assets panel is extremely useful as it allows us to store design elements that we like, that we might have made and we want to reuse over and over again. So where is this assets panel? Well, it's not anywhere here right now, so let's go and find it. So go up to Window and click on Assets, and the Assets panel has now appeared. And as you can see, it's already opened up on an assets pack that I've created previously called the Tropical Creator Kit. So here's how it works. I can just click and drag out one of the designs. Great. If I want that same one again, I can just keep dragging multiple versions out. You have a category, and you have subcategories. Let's go and create our own one. So the first thing you do is go up to this burger menu here and click on that. We'll click on Create Category. And let's name it. Let's just call it Tutorial. And I'll press OK. So now we have a new category. Okay, let's say you have designed this, and you know you might be using it over and over again for thumbnails. Well, rather than putting it on that hard drive, you still can, of course. You can place it in the Assets panel. So I can go over here and just click and drag it and let it go. Now it doesn't matter what project I'm on, I could just open up my assets and I can go to my tutorial category and I can just drag an asset out just like that. So it works for simple designs like this, and it also works for more complex ones like this. So you can see in the layers panel, this has lots and lots and lots of layers inside, and I can still store that up there with my assets. So now it's added, I can click and drag out another copy. So we've made a category, and technically this one here would be a subcategory where it says assets. You can go ahead and rename it. If you want to create another one, let's say you want to split everything so it's very organized, you could just click on the burger menu again, go down to create subcategory, and now you've got a new category and you can go ahead and rename it. If you filled your assets up and you think, you know what, I want to save this for future use just in case I have to reinstall this program or whatever, you can just click on this burger menu again, and then you can just go down to export assets, and that will export it as a .af assets file, and then you could just install that onto Affinity Designer, whether it's yours or somebody else's. And once you no longer need the assets panel anymore, you can go ahead and close it. Just click on the top burger menu there and click on Close Panel Group. And that was the Assets panel. In this section, we're going to have a look at the Stock tab, and it's a quick and easy way to get through to a stock site and just drag off photos or vectors for your design projects. So where is this Stock tab? Well, it's hidden right now, so let's go find it. We'll go up to Window, and we'll go down to Stock, this one here, click on it, and then this pop-up panel appears, the Stock panel, and you see here we have Pixabay or Pexels. you can either go on their actual website and have a look around and download, or you can go through here. So Pexels just has photos, and Pixabay has photos and vector elements. So let's search for a cat in this search box. So I'll just type in cat, and I'll take this one up here. So I'll just click and drag it onto my document, and I'll just resize that because that is absolutely huge. So I have a picture of a cat, and what if I wanted a cat vector? Well, I'm going to scroll down and find a simple one, just a silhouette. So I'm going to click and drag that onto my document. Now I'm finished with the stock tab. I can go up to the burger menu and press close panel group. So if you look in the layers panel, we have an image. You can see the little image icon next to the cat. And then for this vector item, it says we have an embedded document. So how do we go about editing this? Well, if you double click it, it opens up into a new page in Affinity. You see there's our tutorial page and there's the embedded document page. So I could make a change to this. Let's say I make it red, and then I go back to our original one and it's still red. But I like to just copy it. So I'll just select it here in the embedded page. I'll press Command C, and then I'll go back to my original document. I'll delete that one and I'll press Command V. So now I can just do all my edits without having to go over to the embedded page. And I can simply just delete that embedded page and go about making my changes. So it's a very useful way of just getting some stock images, really. And you can go ahead and maybe just place this cat head in a circle. So I've just made a circle there, and I'm going to go in the layers panel and drag it onto the circle, and that's clipped it inside. So that's the stock tab. In this section, we're going to be covering symbols. Now, symbols let you create copies of an object or design that all stay linked. So if you change one, all the others update automatically. So I've made this really boring company logo. I've just knocked this up, and we're going to turn this into a symbol. So how do we do that? Where's the symbols panel? Well, it's hidden by default, but if we just go up to Window and then go down to Symbols, there it is, just click on that. So now we've got the Symbols panel open, and I just want to show you in the Layers panel, here is our logo. It's just a group that contains two shapes. So I can select the group there, and then I can go ahead and click on Create. So now we have the logo in the Symbols panel, and if you look in the Layers panel, it now has an orange strip on it that says Symbol. So what can we do with this? Well, basically, now that it's a symbol, we can make copies of it. So I can either copy from here, so I could just hold Command, Shift, drag across a little bit, and now we can see we have a copy and it's also a symbol. Or I could just drag from the Symbols panel, click and drag it out, let go, and now we have another copy. So we have 3 copies now. So if I just go in and I just double click so I can just get to this sun shape layer, if I go ahead and change the color of it, let's say I make it green, all the other duplicates are linked, so they all update automatically. So everything is looking exactly the same. Okay, cool. But what if we just wanted to change, let's say, the middle one? We want to change this to a different color. How do we do that without affecting everything else? Well, you just go on Synchronize here, and you just take that off, just toggle it off, and then you can make whatever change you want to make. Let's say you want to make it quite yellow. And then you can look in the layers panel, that layer that I just changed, it has this broken orange one, and that means it's not synced anymore. But if you did press sync again, and you went to change just this shape here, and you change the color of it, it would update across all of the rest of the design. But you just wouldn't be able to change this one and it be synced to the others, okay? So that's when you take sync off. Let's go to the last one, which is still fully synced. So if I change something here, you see it's still fully synced to the one on the left. So let's make it completely detached. We no longer want this group to be a symbol anymore. We could just go ahead and click on Detach. So now it's completely detached. You see the layer in the Layers panel. It no longer has that orange line on it. So any changes I make to it won't affect any of the other layers. And you can't really come back from this. If you want to make another duplicate, just drag in from the symbols layer, okay? So that's the basics of it and how it works. So let's just try it again so it beds in. So if you want to delete the symbol, just go in there and press delete symbol. Do I want to confirm to delete? Yes, I'll just delete all of these other options here, and I'll just take this one down into this artboard here. Okay, the real scenario. You've just designed the logo. you want to make it into a symbol so you can place it on here. So any future changes that you're asked to make will happen automatically. So with it selected, we'll select the group, we'll create the symbol, excellent. Then we'll just drag that over to our other artboard and line it up, excellent. You get a phone call, hey, we don't like the green, we want it to be orange. Okay, no problem, I can do that. So just to be sure, you'd make a copy of this artboard. So you just hold Shift Command click and drag down. So you've got your copy now. And what you want to do now is just detach these ones just so they don't change. And now you'll concentrate on making this circle here orange. So you're going to go up and click on the orange one here. And now you've made it orange. Excellent. You send it off. They like it. Excellent. But then 2 weeks later, they come back and say, actually, we like the green. Well, you've already got it. So that's fine. Okay, let's switch to another document and we'll see what happens in the symbols panel. So I'm going to click another one that I have open here, and you can see the logo is completely gone. So obviously don't rely on that symbol to be there across multiple documents. So here we have a surfer. So I'm going to make a symbol out of that one. So I'm going to press create, and that's made it into a symbol. Now I'm just going to drag out a few copies of him. There we go. And let's say I want to change the t-shirt. Of course, we've done color before, haven't we? So I can do that because the sync is on, but also I can go in and let's say, let's make the surfboard bigger maybe. So I can click on the surfboard and make it bigger like that. And it changes across all instances. So maybe he's on a really big surfboard now. And you could do that with pretty much anything there. I mean, I have plenty of layers. You can change things like the shorts, the hair even, you could make slightly bigger. Maybe he's a big hair surfer. And there we go. You can see it all. Let me turn off snapping. There we go. Look, he's bald and now he isn't. He's got loads of hair. So basically you can see what happens here. Actually could be quite useful for building up big crowds of people and just changing some of their t-shirt colors. Okay, that is the symbols panel. In this section, we're going to be covering grids and also isometric grids, and these can be useful for maintaining composition and spacing when you're designing. So how do we see these grids? Well, you could just simply press on Command and apostrophe and it will show one. And if we just start here, I'll just select a rectangle and I will click and drag out like this. And notice how it's snapping. I'll zoom in a little bit more. Notice how it's snapping as I get to the grids. This is because my snapping is turned on up here. And if I click on this, I can go down and say snap to grid. That's selected. And I can snap to baseline grid. That's these other faint lines in between, kind of like a subgrid. So you can select whichever ones you want here, and that helps with designing. So I know that this has fit perfectly in this square here, and I can see it's helping me snap into place. And I can make a copy of that. Let's say I press Command J to power duplicate, and then I move it across so it snaps into the next location. I can press Command J again, and I can see that it perfectly lines up all the way. So this is the simple way of using grids and spacing out. Let's have a look at the other options that we have. So to do that, head on up to View, and then Grid and Axis. So I'm going to click on that, and you see this pop-up box appears. And basically at the top, we've got a couple of presets, one for creating icons, one for isometric. And then we have show grid here. Toggle that on and off. You can see the grid appearing and disappearing. And then we've got pixel grid. And then we have mode. Right now it's on automatic, so it's automatically created this grid to fit our document size. And you can see these gray lines, the grid. If it's a bit hard for you to see, you can just whack up this slider to make it easier on the eye. You can also change the color as well. If I go ahead and click on basic, you can see we just have a basic grid and it says spacing 64. I could change this to 100 if I want, and you can see they get slightly bigger. I'll just leave it on 64 for now. And you see divisions, we just have one at the moment. If I click on 3 and then press return, you can see we have the subgrid underneath, but I'll just leave it on 1 for now. So that's basic. You can set it up the way you want it. And then when I click on advanced, here's where things get quite interesting. We have grid type standard. So that's what it's on right now. I can click through all of these, and these are all kind of presets. So we've got isometric, dimetric, trimetric, and 2-to-1 triangles. So there's all kinds of grids that you can get set up really quickly with and start designing. But if I just leave it on isometric for now, you can go down, and I'm not going to go too far into this. You can customize it the way you want it. on your first axis, second axis, etc. You can create a plane set, and we'll go into that a little bit later. This little pop-up box appears. It's basically the isometric box. This is what we'll be using, but I'll just get rid of that for now. So you can go further into that, but we'll just keep it to the basics for now. And then also you have cube. That's the last one. And basically this allows you to kind of manipulate this cube so you can see how the grid reacts. So you can customize it to how you like. So this is kind of like left and right, spinning in one place. And if I go here and drag this up and down, I can get kind of a different view. So if you are creating an isometric kind of design, this could be quite useful when you get more advanced. But for now, let's just go on this preset here, which is isometric with planes. So I'm going to click on that and I'll just leave it on that one. Okay, I'll press close. So we're ready to start designing now. But first I want that isometric box again. So how we get that is we go up, we go to window, and then we go to isometric. So here it is, we have it with us now. So let's just go ahead and draw out a box. So I'm going to click on the rectangle tool, and as my snapping is turned on, I'll just click about here and I'll just drag out a shape about this big. So why did it draw it with the plane? Well, because this option was selected, edit in plane. Let me continue with this. So right now it's on top, so that's why it drew it that way. But if I click on side, let's say front here actually, it changes, the grid changes. So I can go ahead and draw out another one. Let's say I start from here and I click and drag up. It's drawing it as if it's the right side of this cube. I can go ahead and make it slightly darker so it looks like a proper cube. And then let's say I want to do the other side. I can click on side and then click and drag out another box, snap it into place. And then maybe I'll make this one a little bit lighter. And in fact, I'll make the top one a lot lighter. So there we go. I can turn off this grid at this point, just Command apostrophe, and just see what it looks like. So we've just made a cube pretty much. So I'll turn it back on and I'll show you another way we can do it. So I'll just delete those layers. And this time I'll turn off edit in plane. So I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to put it back on top. And now I'm just going to draw out a square. So I'll just click and drag out. I'll hold shift to keep it perfectly square shaped. And then from this point, I can go over and I can click on fit to plane. So now that I've clicked it there, I can click on the move tool and I can just line it up to the grid. You see, it's not perfect because I kind of guessed, but then I could just pull it out and there it is. It fits in place. And I can do that with the side as well. So if I go ahead and draw another one out, let's say like this, I can go over to, let's say this side. I'll click on that and then I'll click on fit to plane. Then I click on the move tool and I can try and line it up. Oh my God, I got it perfectly right. That's amazing. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, so that's another way of doing it. And of course, there's other options in here. You see it says like flip horizontal in plane. You can click on that. You can click on flip vertical and you see like, let me just show you. This is the top of it. As you can see the handle. And if I click on flip vertical, you can see it's gone upside down now. So if I had some kind of pattern clipped in here, it might be more obvious. And you can rotate clockwise and anti-clockwise as well. But for now, let's just delete all of that and we'll just try and make some kind of building. So I just want to show you something I created before in it, and that is this one here. So using this same grid, I was able to create this big kind of skyscraper you might find in Miami, just with the windows going around like that. I can turn on the grid so you can see Command apostrophe. You can see how it kind of lines up. In fact, I think I might have used a slightly different grid, but anyway, so that's one version. We'll try and create something like that. And then I'll just click off of that. And I'll show you when you get more advanced, you can start creating things like this. So this is something I made in a previous tutorial. You can zoom in really far to look at all the kind of drinks, but this was all done on an isometric grid as well. So I'll just get rid of that for now and we'll start from the beginning. Just make something simple. And by the way, if you do want to change the grid at any point, you don't need to go up here again. You could just click on this grid settings and play around with it from there. So for now, we're going to hit top and we're going to hit edit in plane, and I'm going to select the rectangle tool and I'm just going to drag out a shape that I want. I'm holding down shift to keep it in a perfect square. That's my first one done. I'll make it light. Now I'll create the side. So I'll just click on side and maybe I'll start from down here. You see it's kind of lining up because I've got snapping on. Yeah, down here. And I'll click and drag that up and I'll just try and snap it into place. I'll make this slightly darker there. and then we'll do the front side. So again, I'll just click and drag down until it snaps into place, and I'll make this even darker. Okay, now I want to create those windows that go around here. So I can actually reuse this shape that I've got. So I'm going to press on the Move tool, and I'm going to press Command C, Command V. I've made a copy. I'm going to make that lighter. And now I'm just going to drag this down, and snapping is going to help me place it into the right place. So I'll just place it about here. We'll make them a lot thicker. And from here, I can just press Command J again and just hold Shift and click and drag that up to the top there. And I can press Command J once more, and that's done. So that's one side of the windows done. I can make my life easier again by just selecting all of those windows, pressing Command C, Command V. I've got a whole load of duplicates now, and I can just go up to Transform and Flip Horizontal. Now I can just move it over to the side like that until it snaps into place. So I'll turn off the grid so we can see what we've made. So Command Apostrophe, there we go. I probably need to change the colors of some of these things, but you can see we can make kind of a tall cube building looking thing, and we can start adding doors if we want as well. Let me just make one now actually. So I'll just turn on my grid again. I'll just copy this window here. I'll hold down Command and click and drag it inwards. I'll change it to, I don't know, let's say a yellow color just so it's obvious for you. And we'll make it really small actually. And then I'll just drag this down into the middle somewhere, maybe a little bit smaller. And there we go, we have a door. So this is how you design with grids using the isometric grid and this isometric panel. So you can get creative and make something like SimCity. Okay, that's grids and isometric grids. In this section, we'll be talking about the Place tool, but not a lot because it's quite simple to use really. On the left-hand side, you'll see Place tool there. Basically, it's a way for you to place in either PDFs, JPEGs, PNGs, things like that, photos. So all you have to do is just click it and it opens up your desktop and you can go ahead and choose a photo. So I'm going to choose one there and click Open. And then you can just click and drag out your photo to whichever size you want. When you let go, you can see in the context toolbar, if I click on this, it will tell me the image DPI at that size, at that scale. I can click on original size if I want. I'm not going to because it's going to be too big. And then you can press replace image as well. So you could just click on that and maybe replace it with a different image. Also, it includes things like fill. So you could actually just click on that and it will just apply a kind of fill layer to it. Could be a nice quick way of doing it, but I prefer to do my photo editing in Affinity Photo. But anyway, this is what it does. One good way of using it, actually, this one is, let's say if I wanted to clip it inside of this circle here. So I'll just place it over in the layers panel. I'll just click and drag it on top and it will clip it inside. Maybe I want a few of these photos here. So I could just make a copy by holding down Command and dragging it across. And then inside there, I could just click on that photo again. And maybe I could just replace it with another one. So it's a quick and easy way of adding photos to your document or even PDFs and things like that. In this section, we'll be covering Pixel Persona. So far, I've been showing you Designer Persona, where we've been able to create with vector objects, vector items, and using all these tools that help us create those. So if we switch over to Pixel Persona, this is basically a dedicated workspace that allows you to work with raster or pixel-based graphics alongside your vector elements that you might have designed in Designer Persona. So Pixel Persona is particularly useful for when maybe editing a photo or retouching it, or maybe you want to paint in texture using all of these raster-based tools. So let's have a look around the UI and see what's different. So I'll just go up to Personas again, and I'll just click on Designer Persona so you can see the user interface as it is. And if I click on Pixel Persona, you can see that on the left-hand side in our tools panel, we have different tools. And all of these will be able to help us either create or edit our raster-based images. Let's have a brief look at the tools. So of course we have our Move tool, and then we have all of these ones here. These are all basically selection tools, and they'll help you select parts of your image and either cut them up, copy them, or just paint with inside of them. So we have the rectangle marquee tool, we've got the elliptical one, we've got the freehand selection tool, which is basically known as the lasso tool in other programs. We've got selection brush, and we have the flood select tool. Moving down, we actually have a pixel tool here, and it's a pixel brush that allows you to paint individual pixels. We'll go into that later. We also have, of course, our paintbrush tool, And you see next to each of these is the shortcut, so this is B. And of course, underneath this, we have some tools that will allow us to manipulate whatever we have painted. So the erase brush, the flood fill tool, we've got dodge and burn, we've got the smudge tool, blur, and sharpen. And then we've got a color picker tool and a hand so we can move around our document. But if you have a trackpad, you can just go ahead and put 2 fingers on it and move it around like this. Okay, let's start by using the brush tool. So I'm going to head on over and click on that. You can click on B, the shortcut, on the keyboard. The next thing I'm going to want to do is choose a brush. So I'm going to head on over to the brushes tab and select one. Affinity does provide lots of different free brushes. I'm going to be using one of my ones for this example. So I'll select my brush, and now I'll go up to the color tab and choose my color. I'll choose some kind of blue color there. Before I go over and paint anything, I can look in the context toolbar and modify the brush size. So I'll just make that slightly bigger. So from this point, I can just start painting. So I'm going to click and drag down just to paint our first line. And notice how this assistant has popped up here. It says the assistant has added a new pixel layer and you're now painting on that new layer. I can press X on that and we'll just have a look at our layer. So I'm going to head on over to the layers tab and see what we've made. You can see it says pixel right next to it and there's a little icon here that says it's a pixel layer. So unlike using the brush in Designer Persona, if I just click on V, the move tool, I cannot use the node tool because it's not available in here. So I can't manipulate this the same way I did before. Also, let's zoom in here and you can see as we zoom in, it's just made of pixels. This is a raster based brush, because we're in Pixel Persona. So there's many things you can do to it after you've painted, but for now you can see there's a bounding box around it. You can go ahead and rotate it like we did before with all the shapes in Designer Persona. You can drag this out and squeeze it out. You can do all those same things. Okay, let's go back to the brush and paint again, but let's choose a different color this time. So this time I'll choose some kind of orange color and I'll just go ahead and paint. So one of the things you'll notice, unlike Designer Persona, is actually all the layers that I've been painting on have been exactly the same layer. So each time I put the brush down on the canvas, it keeps adding to that same layer, as you can see here. So let me delete this layer and I'll show you how to add multiple pixel layers. So I'll just go back to blue brush and I'll just click once here. Okay, we have one pixel layer. Let's say I'm painting something and maybe I want to add a new layer that's just for orange. Well, you go down here underneath the layers panel and you see it says add pixel layer. If I click on that, we now have a new one. It's empty. I can go ahead and choose a different color. So I'll choose that orange color again. And now I can just paint. And now you can see they're 2 separate layers. I can hit the move tool, V, and I can move them around independently. So you can build up layers and get creative with that. Of course, you can change the blend mode over here as to how that layer reacts with the bottom layer. Okay, starting from afresh, let's look at some of the options in the context toolbar for the brush tool. So I'll leave it as default. I can just paint something like this. You can see we've got a new pixel layer. I'm going to go ahead and make a new pixel layer. So I'll click that. And now we'll go up and have a look at opacity. So this is what opacity does. Basically, it changes the transparency of your brush. So you can go ahead and click and drag out and you can see it's looking lighter. That's because it's like 50% transparent. If I let go and I start painting again, I can start building it up so it's less transparent. So every time I take my finger off the trackpad and click again, it's building it up. And I can just keep doing that, and the lighter areas have more transparency, the darker areas have less transparency. So that's how opacity works. Let's create a new pixel layer. So I'm going to go down, click on add pixel layer. And for this one, I'm just going to whack opacity back up. We're going to look at flow. I'm going to bring that down to, I don't know, like 30%. And when I start painting with this one, I'll just do the same movement again. It starts building up. So I don't have to take my finger off. It will gradually build it up to create less transparent portions of it. So that's how those two work, opacity and flow, because you'll probably be using that a lot because in this, there's only a paintbrush tool and a pixel tool for you to actually start creating. And looking at the other options as we go along, we've got more. Basically, this is how your brush is set up and you can change the size, the spacing, the accumulation. I wouldn't play around with this if you're first getting started. The next one is force pressure, and basically if we don't toggle that on and we just paint something out like that, you can see it's all the same thickness. If we click on it, it will basically change the pressure sensitivity. So I'm on a trackpad right now, but if you were using a graphics tablet, it might be slightly easier. You can lightly press as you're painting, and as you apply more pressure, it gets thicker and thinner. And also we can use a stabilizer on this brush, so you can just select that, maybe choose rope mode and increase the length. We can click and drag, and we can use this rope to help us achieve smoother lines. Also, we have this symmetry feature here. If I just check it on, this line appears and it basically allows us to kind of mirror image whilst we paint. You see it's kind of copying what I'm doing both sides. So if I just click and drag around, it will copy what we're doing. Okay, so you can also click on mirror so it performs slightly differently. So I'll just delete that and now I'll do it again. This is a kind of mirror image. And if I just delete that, you can see up here it says symmetry 1. I can change that to like 2 or 3 or 4, anything we want really. So I could just start painting here. And you can create a mandala-like effect. And of course, we've got the blend modes like I showed you at the start. And the next one is wet edges. So let's go ahead and paint without wet edges first. So I'm just going to paint a layer there. And now I'm going to go over to wet edges and paint again. And basically you can see the inside, it looks kind of dry. And on the outside, it's a more saturated blue, making it kind of look wet. And the last one is basically you can only paint on areas that aren't transparent. So right now, if we look at our pixel layer, we have 2 paintbrushes. Obviously, they are not transparent, but everything around it is. So if I select Protect Alpha, and let's say if I change a different color there, yeah, I'll choose a different color. And now I'll start painting. You can see I can start painting from here. And when I drag it over there, it only turns up on the area that isn't transparent. So you can kind of paint within your paintbrush. Now that we have a good understanding of the paintbrush tool, let's move down to some of these other tools. And these will help us either erase or smudge what we've already created here. So underneath we have the erase brush. Shortcut for this one is E. When I click on it, basically there's the brush. You can see it's slightly different to the one we were just using. You can use any of the brushes as an erase brush. So right now it's on basic, and I'm just going to switch over to it. Here's our basic set of brushes. If I click on, let's say this one, round brush, it's a completely hard brush, and I can just click and erase it like that. It's quite sharp, isn't it? So these are all presets, so I could go down to one that's a little bit softer maybe. So round soft brush. And in fact, I can increase the size of this. By the way, use the right bracket key or left bracket key to resize on the fly, much quicker and easier. So now if I just paint across, you can see it's a lot softer. That's because the hardness is down. You can go up to the context toolbar and you can change the hardness. So you decide how soft or hard you want it. So I could just drag it up a little bit more and make it slightly harder. And of course you can change the opacity as well. So I could just bring that down a little bit and I could just slightly erase it, making it a little bit more transparent. And the more I click and I'm clicking off and clicking back on, the more it's kind of making our brush disappear. And like I said, we can use any brush on our eraser. So now I have my stipple brush and you can see I can erase with this brush. So it kind of makes more sense that I would erase it like this if I've made a mistake. So you can use that too. Okay, let's switch on over to our layers panel and we'll play around with the next one, which is the flood fill tool. Shortcut is G. If you click on this, you can choose a color from the color tab and then you can just go down and just click once. And you can see it's tried to fill in inside of this circular brush stroke here. And if you click again, it just makes it more intense. Now the next couple, which is dodge and burn, I'm going to use them on a photo because I find they're better useful for that kind of scenario. But we can click on smudge. So obviously this one will allow us to smudge this brush a little bit. So wherever you click from and drag it out, it will smudge it across like that. And of course in the context toolbar, you can play around with all the settings and the strength, how much you want it to smudge like this. Okay, let's go down and try out the blur brush tool. And in fact, I'm just going to switch over to the basic brushes. And I will just start painting with it. So you can see it's kind of blurring it out here. And again, you can play around with the settings in the context toolbar. And the next option down there is the opposite, basically. It's a sharpen brush. Again, I will use this on the photo. And then finally, you have the color picker tool. And this is basically where you can just click it and you can choose a color. Let's say you have a few colors here, or maybe it's on your desktop somewhere. You can just sample a color. So let's say I want this color here. I'll just click once. You can see in the color tab, it's switched over to this color. And then if I grab my paintbrush tool and start painting, it will be that color. So from this point, I really want to show you how designer persona and pixel persona can work perfectly together. So we're going to head on over to designer persona again, top left, and I'm going to grab myself an ellipse tool and just drag out a circle. Now I'm going to change the color of the stroke. I'm just going to get rid of it actually, and I'll make it a kind of light orange like this. So this is a vector circle, okay? Now we can head on over to pixel persona. And now I can select my brush and I'll just choose a color. So maybe like a darker orange would do, something like that. I'll just make my brush slightly bigger with the right bracket key there. And from this point, I will just start painting. And you can see I can paint within the bounds of this circle, which is really cool. I can change the opacity slightly as well, so I can build it up. Let's do it on that side. And then I'll click again and let go and start clicking again and start building up that edge there. Can make it slightly darker again, and you can see what you can do here, painting inside your vector object. And if you look in the layers panel, you can see there's my vector object, still a vector, but inside I have a raster layer which contains my brush strokes. Okay, so let me just show you. If I delete this inside layer, we're still in pixel persona. If you wanted to paint on top, you simply go down to add new pixel layer, and then you can go to your paintbrush tool and you can start painting from above. And we bring up the opacity again. So you can start painting like this. And then later, if you wanted that to be inside of the circle, you just click on the move tool and you can click and drag it down and let go. And now it's a child layer inside the circle. I use this feature all the time. Okay, now we have a photo in front of us. I got this from the stock tab, but you can just drag one from your desktop or wherever it is on your computer onto your Affinity Designer document. If you want to use one from the stock tab, just go up to Window and then Stock. And then in here, you can type in whatever you want and then just drag out a photo from there. See, this is the one that I dragged out. I'm going to close this group. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and select this image, and from this point I want to talk about an issue that you might come into in the future, and I just want you to know why things happen the way they do. So right now I've got the image selected. In the layers panel, this photo is called an image layer, as you can see as I'm hovering over it. If you go up to the context toolbar, you can see that actually it's at 27% scale right now, so it's not at its full original size. I can click on original size and it will scale up. And this is actually how big it will be compared to my document size. Now my document size is 1920 by 1080 pixels. And if we look up at the true image size, it's 5000 by 3000, okay? Stay with me here. So because it's so big, I have to scale it down so it fits inside of my canvas. So why am I telling you all of this? Well, basically, I want to tell you that when you scale a photo down, an image layer, and then you go ahead and make a destructive edit, let's say I use that smudge tool again, as soon as I apply the smudge tool to this photo here, this image layer, it will no longer be an image layer and it will be turned into a pixel layer. And at that point, it will no longer retain its 100% quality. Affinity Designer will recalculate how big it should be based on the size of my document. So let me illustrate further. If I go ahead and make a copy of this, in fact, I'll make it smaller first, and then I'll make a copy, Command C, Command V, and I'll drag it off to the side, place it in this corner here. So at this point, let's zoom in, and it's still looking good quality, isn't it? Let me go ahead and apply the smudge tool. So if I click on the smudge brush tool, and I just click on him and start dragging it around. You see here, the assistant says, the assistant rasterized the layer you previously had selected because it was not a raster layer. That's correct, because it was an image layer. So if we go ahead and look at the layers panel down here, you can see this image, this is the one I just used the smudge brush tool on. It's now a pixel layer. So what's the big deal? Well, if I click on the move tool and I scale it back up, maybe kind of to the original size that it was when I first showed you, and I zoom in, you can see it's really pixelated now. It's really bad quality. That's because when I applied the smudge brush tool, it was this big. So all that kind of data was lost, and it basically just rasterized it at this size. It baked it in, and now I can no longer have that quality again. So basically what that's telling us is, if you're going to make a destructive edit, and I'll show you non-destructive edits in the future as well, but if you're going to go ahead and use the smudge tool directly on the photo, it's better to work at a much larger scale. Remember, you can always scale down, but you can't always scale up after you make destructive edits. So let me delete that layer, and you see our original layer is there. Remember, I scaled it down, I haven't done anything to it, so I can just scale it up and it's still amazing quality. So now I will apply that same smudge brush tool to this larger scaled image, and I'll just click and drag on his face. And you can see it's not that pixelated at all, still looks pretty good. So if I scale it down, now and I have a look, you see it's still the same quality that it was when it was fully scaled up, because that kind of resolution is locked in. So when you're working with images, just work at the bigger size and make your edits. If you need to scale down later, that's fine, you can do that. But I thought it's important for you to know at this stage. So I'm going to press Command Z so it goes back to its original full size. It's now an image layer again. Okay, now that confusing bit is out the way, let me show you the rest of the tools. So before I begin, I'm going to make a duplicate of this high quality image here because I don't want to lose it. So I'm going to press Command C, Command V to make a duplicate. And for the bottom layer, I'll just call it original, and I will toggle the visibility off. And that's just for safekeeping. I can come back to it later. If I'm going to be making destructive edits, I want to know I can go back. So in this one, I'll just call it new, and we'll start using one of the tools. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in, and then we're going to select Dodge Brush Tool. Shortcut for this one is O on the keyboard. I'm going to select it and just make it slightly smaller. So basically this one will lighten your image. So if I click and drag, you'll see it's slightly lightening it. And if I take my finger off and then click and drag again, you can see it continues to lighten it. Every time I touch down and take my finger off, it's lightening it. And of course you can play around with the opacity of it, so you can build up slowly. So I can click down here once, you see it's on 100%. I can click again, you see it kind of just builds up. You can bring that down. So maybe you want to work a little bit slower like this, and it's just a gradual one, so it's not so obvious what you're doing. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. So I'm going to press Command Z to go back a couple of steps to its image layer state. There we go. And now I'll go to Burn. And this one does the complete opposite. It makes areas darker. So I'm going to make a really big brush here, and I'll leave the opacity around here and the hardness. It's really soft. So now I'll just click and drag, and I can gradually build up this corner so it's much darker. Maybe I want everything to center on the warrior over there. So that's the Burn Brush tool. So the next one is Sharpen, and we'll go in and we'll see if we can sharpen an area of it. So I'm just going to click and drag, and you can see it is sharpening this bit where it's starting to look a bit unreal, extremely unreal. So you can use this on slightly defocused photos, etc. So we've used these tools here. All of those were destructive because I cannot go back to the original state right now. It's a pixel layer. Okay, let's apply some non-destructive edits to this photo. Now, Affinity Photo is the full-featured photo editor, so if you want more options, go for that. Otherwise, let's have a look at the adjustments. So down the bottom there, I can click on Adjustments, and you see I have a whole host of options here. I will choose a simple one to begin with, so Brightness and Contrast. When I click on it, look in the Layers panel. There is a layer underneath called Brightness and Contrast, and we still have an image layer. I can bring up the brightness in this pop-up box here, and the contrast as well. I'll just make it super obvious. And then if I no longer want this anymore, I can go over here and toggle the visibility off and on. And you see it hasn't rasterized this image to a pixel layer, so that's a non-destructive edit. I can also just delete this layer. So just press delete on the keyboard and we're back to the original photo. Another non-destructive edit you could do is to apply a mask. So if we head down to the bottom here, you can click on Mask Layer. And you see we now have a mask layer underneath the original photo, and the colors tab is turned to basically black and white. So what we're going to do is we're going to mask out the edges of this and make it quite soft so we only see the warrior and a little bit of blue sky. So the first thing we'll do is get our paintbrush. So I'm going to click on that. I'm going to make sure my paintbrush is pretty big to begin with, maybe like this big, and we're going to go over. So the thing you have to remember here when you're applying a mask is black conceals, white reveals. So if I go to black here and I hover over, and in fact, make sure your opacity is set to 100 to begin with, just so you can see the full effect. So I'm going to make my brush bigger. You can see as I start painting, I'm concealing parts of the image. So they're no longer visible anymore. I'm not painting it white. And if I go over to the white in the color tab, I can start painting it back in. So I can start revealing parts of the image again. So let's go ahead and mask this image. I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to have a pretty big brush here. And I'm just going to start painting like this. And you can get a smoother result if you turn down the opacity maybe, or make the brush slightly bigger. But I'm just going to do that so it's like a dreamy little bubble, maybe like that. Oh no, I messed up. What am I going to do? Well, I can simply go over to the white, and then I could just paint in a little bit where I think it should be. There we go. So I'm revealing it again. And I need to go back on black and get rid of those edges there. Okay, so basically this is masking, and you can have a look what we've done over here in the mask layer. You can see it's quite small, isn't it? If you want to have a closer look, just hold down Option or Alt on the keyboard and click on it once. You can see black is the places that we've concealed and white are the places that we've revealed. And you see I missed a little bit down there. So back on the brush, I'll make sure I'm on black and I'll just paint that bit away. And now I can go back onto the mask layer, hold down Option or Alt on the keyboard, click, and there we go. And remember, it's a non-destructive edit, so it's still an image. So that's excellent. Let's make another non-destructive edit. This time we'll use one of the selection tools up here. So I'll click on the elliptical marquee tool, and what I want to do is just take a circle of this, and I don't want anything else around it. So if we look at the settings in the context toolbar, we have feather. I like feathered edge on this one, so I'm just going to keep it around there. And then from the center, that's where I'm going to drag my marquee. So I'll just click and drag out, and to stay in a perfect circle, I'm going to hold down Shift, and I'm just going to drag out to about there. And I'm going to let go, and that's done. So I'm just going to go ahead and press Mask Layer. Okay, now I want to deselect my selection because I'm happy with that. So I can either go up to Select and press Deselect there, or I can press on the shortcut, which is Command D. Okay, so that worked pretty well. What else can we do? Can we apply an adjustment layer? Yes, you can. So let's go down to our adjustments again. Click on that, and perhaps we will choose this time, let's go for a crazy one, recolor. So you can see that it's been added in there, and we can change the hue and the saturation to whichever one we want. Let's make it some kind of blue color, maybe change the lightness a bit, and that's good. That's all done. So there it is. There's our adjustment layer on the top. We can just drag that down onto the image, so now it's just affects just this image here. So it's non-destructive, so I can just delete those two layers there, and gone. Okay, let's use the selection tools to make another more refined selection of just this poppy here close to the edge. So of course I can head on over to the freehand selection tool, click on that. We have a few options under type. This first one, the freehand, this is not going to be what we want. So I can press Command D. There's polygon, which is just straight lines, and then there's magnetic. I can click on that just to show you what that does. I can click and drag, and it's doing a pretty good job, but I know that the edges of this are a bit blurry, so it's not going to work that well, I think. Yeah, okay. So it's doing a pretty good job, but it's not perfect. I'll just finish it as I've started, and there we go. I'm going to press Command D to deselect that. You could also use the flood select tool where you just click once, and it will kind of automatically show a selection area. You can click and drag down to change the amount that it selects, but I don't want to use this one either. What we're going to do is use the selection brush tool. So I'm going to click on that, and we can have a look at the context toolbar and just check the width of our brush. It seems about the right size. I'll leave everything else as it is. So let's start making our selection. So I'm going to click and drag up. Oh, the brush is a little bit too small, so I'll just press the right bracket key, and I'll just click and drag up even more. And you can see it's doing a pretty good job of making that selection. It has missed out this little portion, so I can just make the brush smaller with the left bracket key and just get it in there. If you do overdo it like this, maybe, you can go ahead to mode and click on subtract, and then you just brush that away. So obviously it is a little bit soft, so I can't expect it to do an amazing job, but I can make these little adjustments if I want, or I can go ahead and press refine. So I'm going to click on that now. We've got this box that's appeared. Everything red here is basically going to be deleted, and obviously everything that isn't is going to stay. So what I will do, I'll just click on overlay, and I'll just go to black and white, because I like to see the black, because the black conceals and the white reveals, doesn't it? So I can have a closer look at this and maybe play around with some of these options here. If I zoom in, I can see it's a little bit jagged on the side there. So I could potentially like feather it a tiny bit just to smooth it off, bring down the ramp slightly, or bring it up. But if you bring it up, you see it's getting more of the outside, so I don't want that. So I could just bring it in slightly like this and just see how we get on with that one. You can mess around with this a lot, but obviously I don't want this tutorial to go on longer than it should do. So I will just press apply. And now I can apply the mask. So down to the mask I go and click on it. Now I'll press Command D to deselect, and you can see it's done a pretty good job there. And of course we can add another adjustment layer if we want. Maybe we'll go on HSL this time and maybe just change some of the hues here. Maybe make a green one. I don't know why you do that, but you can see that I've made an edit to an image layer. That image layer hasn't turned into a pixel layer, so it's retaining its quality. I can grab this adjustment layer and just place it on the image so it's all together as one. Also, you can cut parts of your image up with the selection tool, but first of all, your photo needs to be a pixel layer. So what I do is press Command C, Command V to make a duplicate. I'll hide the original, and with the one left over, I could just right click, go down to rasterize, click on that, and you can see in the layers panel it's now a pixel layer. Now I can go ahead and click on the marquee tool. Let me just click on that one, drag that out, and from here you can either grab the move tool, maybe you want to move it over here, or you could just press Command C to copy it, and then what you want to do is just deselect everything, so Command D, and I'll delete that. Now I'll press Command V, and then this is what we're left over with, so that's a way to cut it up. So the last tool I want to show you in Pixel Persona is the Pixel tool. Shortcut for this one is Y on the keyboard. When I go ahead and select it and look at the brush width, it says 1 pixel by default. And if I click and draw, you can't really see the benefit of it, but it gets much more interesting when you have a smaller document. So we're going to go ahead and change ours. So I'm just going to go up to Document Setup, and I'm going to change our dimensions to 32 pixels by 32 pixels. And I'll press on OK. So before we start designing, because we're making pixel art here now, like retro pixel art, I'm going to go up and click on View, and we're going to have a look at our grid. So I'll click on Show Grid. This will help us. And by the way, if you want to hide and show grid really quickly, just hold down Command and apostrophe, and it hides it, and press it again, and it shows it. So I'm going to go over and click on our pixel tool. I'm going to choose a black color for now, and then I'll just try and draw a mushroom shape here. So I'll just click and drag out something like this. You know what? If I hold down Shift and click and drag, I can do just a straight line and just go up like that. It's kind of okay, isn't it? I'll draw the base here. And there we go. We've got our mushroom. We can color it in if we want. But yeah, you can create pixel art in this. What would this be called? 32-bit, I guess. I'm not sure. Let me know in the comments section. So we've got our mushroom and we're painting kind of retro art. So that's Pixel Persona. In this section, I'll be covering the basics of exporting your completed designs. So let's say you've finished one and it's this design here and you want to export it. So you simply head up to File and Export. This pop-up box will appear, and then you decide which file format you want to export it as. Now there are many here, but some of the most common ones are PNG, usually good for designs that might have transparent properties in it. We've got JPEG as well, very small, all of these used on social media. And then you've got file types that can include like vector items in them, like PDF, SVG, EPS. You've even got PSD there, which is a Photoshop file type. But you decide the one you want. You can just hit JPEG if you want. And then here we have the options for JPEG. It's telling us our document size, the preset, best quality, high quality, etc. And then it's asking, do you want the whole document? And it's only showing this option. We'll come back to this, but I just want to show you the first export. And then this one here, don't export layers hidden by Export Persona. So if you had layers there that are hidden, it wouldn't export them if you click that. And basically every time you press something, it will show you the preview of what's going to be exported. And then it goes down into more advanced options. And then when you're ready, you can just press export and decide where you want to export it. Okay, let me press cancel here. And I'll just show you what happens if I select both of these shapes. And now I go up to File and Export. And I'll switch over to PNG. And then we go down to area, and remember I said about whole document, I'll come back to it. Well, now that I've just selected those shapes, it's given me more options. So instead of the whole document being exported, I could select selection area only, and it shows me just what I selected, the one in the background there. But what if I wanted it to be transparent in the background, like all the white part? Well, I just select selection only, and you see we have this checkerboard in the background, which means it's going to be transparent there. Maybe good for if you're going to be printing stickers, and then you can go ahead and press export. So that's the basics of exporting. If you were using artboards, also this area would show artboard 1, artboard 2, etc. And if you'd selected anything like I have here, it would also show you these other options here. So when you're ready, you just press export and you have your file. In this section, we're going to be covering Export Persona. And Export Persona can be really useful if you want to export to multiple different file types, multiple different sizes, just in a few clicks. So let's create a scenario. I have two pieces of artwork here, and I want to export both of them in two different file types. One, a JPEG, and two, a PNG, and I want that for both of them. So what we're going to do is head on over to Export Persona right at the top, click on that, and the most important thing you want to do next is create a slice. And basically slices are portions of design that you want to export. So obviously I have two here that I could select. So if you look down here underneath layers, you can see there are two pieces of artwork there, and underneath it says create slice. So I can either select it from here and press create slice, or I can go over here and create a slice. So that's what I'm going to do. First of all, I'll just go over to slices so you can see them coming in. By default, your full document is shown right here, and you can toggle it on and off. If you toggle it on, this will also export. But right now in this scenario, I only want to export these two. So let's begin. I'll select the first one and I'll right click. It says create slice. I will click on it. Now you can see artwork 1 is in there, and it says export slices 1. Okay, now I want this one. I'll right click and I'll select create slice. Now artwork 2 is in there. Okay, how do we tell it that we want it to export as a PNG and a JPEG? Well, if we click on the drop down arrow here on the first one, you can see here it says JPEG. Well, from here you can decide what you want. You can cycle through all of these, and I will click on JPEG for the first one. And underneath here it's saying it's 1x. That means it's going to export at the size it is right now. If you wanted to export it at double size as well, you could click on that and then you've got a 2x, but that's not the scenario right now, so I'm going to click off of that. Okay, great. I want to add a PNG now. Well, you click on this little plus icon here. Once you click it, you can go ahead and choose a different file format. I'll choose PNG. So now under artwork 1, we have a JPEG and a PNG. So I'm happy with that. So you could go over to the next one and repeat that process, but that seems a bit long to me. So let's take a shortcut. So with artwork 1 selected, let's go up here and it says copy export setup to clipboard. I'll select that. And you see this little icon has appeared. It says replace export. So now I'm going to go down to artwork 2, this one here, and I'll open it up so you can see what's inside, only a JPEG. And I'll go over to replace export setup from clipboard. When I press it, now it says JPEG and it's got a PNG. So from this point, all I have to do is press export. So I'll go ahead and do that now. And I'll choose where I want it. I'll just choose the desktop and I'll click export. So if I just switch to my desktop, I'll show you what it exported. Here we go. We've got one PNG of artwork 1. We've got one JPEG. So we've got the two there. And then we've got artwork 2 and artwork 2 again, a JPEG and PNG. So it worked that quickly. So let's just open this one up. So that's my JPEG. And let me open up the PNG, and you can see that's worked because the background is grayed out because that's transparent. So it works very, very well. Export Persona also works really well when working with artboards very quickly. So we have two artboards in front of us and they're both named artwork 1, artwork 2. So at this point, I could just go over to Export Persona, and instead of selecting them individually like this, I could just click and drag marquee tool over both of them. Now they're both selected. I can either right click and click on create slice, or I can go over to layers and down here press on create slice. Once I've done that, I go over to my slices tab and you can see I have two slices there. And from this point, I could just go through and tell it which file format I would like and then press export. And the same thing happens as the previous example I showed you. And that marks the end of the tutorial. If you've made it this far, congratulations, that was a long one. If you've just skipped right to the end from the start, what are you doing? Get back in there, look at those chapters. Anyway, if you did like this video, leave a comment below, subscribe if you haven't already. If you're wanting more detailed and in-depth tutorials, I've already made some, so you can go and check them out. And also I want to say a big thank you to all of my subscribers for all the love you've shown me through the years. You've helped to make my channel what it is today, so thank you. And I will see you all on future videos. Ciao for now.